Chapter 7. Paleontology. Is man one species? It should be recalled that Lorenz's use of animal data referred to intraspecific aggression and not to aggression between different animal species. The question is, can we be really sure that humans in their relationship to other humans experience each other as co-specifics and hence react with genetically prepared behavior patterns toward co-specifics? Do we not see, on the contrary, that among many primitive peoples even a man of another tribe or living in a neighboring village some miles away is looked upon as a complete stranger or even not human, and hence there is no empathy with him? Only in the process of social and cultural evolution has the number of people who are accepted as being human increased. It seems that there are good reasons to assume that man does not experience his fellow man as a member of the same species, because his recognition of another man is not facilitated by those instinctive or reflex-like reactions by which either smell, form, certain colors, etc., give immediate evidence of species identity among animals. In fact, in many animal experiments, it has been demonstrated that even the animal can be deceived or made to feel uncertain about who are his co-specifics. Precisely because man has less instinctive equipment than any other animal, he does not recognize or identify co-specifics as easily as animals. For him different language, customs, dress, and other criteria perceived by the mind rather than by instincts determine who is a co-specific and who is not, and any group which is slightly different is not supposed to share in the same humanity. From this follows the paradox that man, precisely because he lacks instinctive equipment, also lacks the experience of the identity of his species and experiences the stranger as if he belonged to another species. In other words, it is man's humanity that makes him so inhuman. If these considerations are correct, Lorenz's case would collapse, because all his ingenious constructions and the conclusions he draws are based on aggression among members of the same species. In this case an entirely different problem would arise, namely that of the innate aggressiveness of animals toward members of other species. As far as this interspecific aggression is concerned, the data on animals show, if anything, less evidence that such interspecific aggression is genetically programmed except in cases where the animal is threatened or among predatory animals. Could a case be made for the hypothesis that man is the descendant of a predatory animal? Could we assume that man, although not another man's wolf, is another man's sheep? Is man a predatory animal? Is there any evidence to suggest that man's ancestors were predatory? The earliest hominid who may have been one of man's ancestors is the Ramapithecus who lived in India about 14 million years ago. The form of his dental arcade was similar to those of other hominids and much more man-like than that of present-day apes. Even though he may have eaten meat in addition to his mainly vegetable diet, it would be absurd to think of him as a predatory animal. The earliest hominid fossils we know after Ramapithecus are those of Australopithecus robustus and the more advanced Australopithecus africanus, found by Raymond Dart in South Africa in 1924 and believed to date from almost 2 million years ago. Australopithecus has been the subject of a great deal of controversy. The great majority of paleoanthropologists today accept the thesis that the Australopithecines were hominids, while a few investigators, such as Dr. Pilbeam and E. L. Simons, 1965, assume that A. africanus is to be considered as the first appearance of Homo. In the discussion of the Australopithecines, much has been made of their use of tools, in order to prove that they were human or at least man's ancestors. Lewis Mumford, however, has convincingly pointed out that the importance of tool-making as sufficient identification of man is misleading and rooted in the bias inherent in the current concept of technics. L. Mumford, 1967. Since 1924 new fossils have been discovered, but their classification is controversial, as well as the question whether Australopithecus was to any considerable extent a meat-eater, hunter, or tool-maker. Nevertheless, most investigators agree that A. africanus was an omnivorous animal, characterized by the flexibility of his diet. B. G. Campbell, 1966, comes to the conclusion that Australopithecus ate small reptiles, birds, small mammals, such as rodents, roots, and fruit. He ate such small animals as he could capture without weapons or setting traps. Hunting, on the contrary, presupposes cooperation and an adequate technique which came into existence only much later and coincides with the emergence of man in Asia around 500,000 BC. Whether Australopithecus was a hunter or not, it is beyond any doubt that the hominids like their pungid ancestors were not predatory animals with the instinctual and morphological equipment which characterizes carnivorous predators such as lions and wolves. In spite of this unequivocal evidence, not only the dramatizing Ardrey, but even a serious scholar like D. Freeman has attempted to identify a Australopithecus as the paleontological Adam who brought the original sin of destructiveness into the human race. Freeman speaks of the Australopithecines as a carnivorous adaptation, having predatory, murderous, and cannibalistic predilections. Thus paleoanthropology has, during the last decade, revealed a phylogenetic basis for the conclusions about human aggression which have been reached by psychoanalytic research into man's nature. He summarizes, in broad anthropological perspective then, it may be argued that man's nature and skills and, ultimately, human civilization, owe their existence to the kind of predatory adaptation first achieved by the carnivorous Australopithecus on the grasslands of southern Africa in the lower Pleistocene. D. Freeman, 1964, in the discussion following the presentation of his paper, Freeman does not seem to be so convinced, so, in the light of recent paleoanthropological discoveries, the hypothesis has now been advanced that certain aspects of human nature, including possibly aggressivity and cruelty, may well be connected with the special predatory and carnivorous adaptations which were so basic to hominid evolution during the Pleistocene period. This, in my view, is a hypothesis that deserves to be investigated scientifically and dispassionately, for it concerns matters about which we are at present most ignorant. D. Freeman, 1964. What, in the paper, was the fact that paleoanthropology revealed conclusions about human aggression has become, in the discussion, a hypothesis that deserves to be investigated. Such investigation is obscured by a confusion to be found in Freeman as well as the works of a number of other authors among predatory, carnivorous, and hunting. Zoologically, predatory animals are clearly defined. They are the families of cats, hyenas, dogs, and bears, and they are characterized as having toes with claws, and sharp canines. The predatory animal finds his food by attacking and killing other animals. This behavior is genetically programmed, with only a marginal element of learning, and furthermore, as has been mentioned before, predatory aggression has a neurologically different basis from aggression as a defense reaction. One cannot even call the predatory animal a particularly aggressive animal, for in its relations with its co-specifics it is sociable and even amiable, as is shown, for instance, by the behavior of wolves. Predatory animals, with the exception of bears that are mainly vegetable feeders and quite unfitted for the chase, are exclusively meat eaters. But not all meat-eating animals are predatory. The omnivorous animals that eat vegetables and meat do not for this reason belong to the order of the carnivora. Freeman is aware that the term carnivorous, when it is used to refer to the behavior of the hominidae, has to have a meaning quite distinct from that which it has when applied to species within the order Carnivora. But why then call hominids carnivorous, instead of omnivorous? The resulting confusion only helps to establish the following equation in the mind of the reader: meat eater equals carnivorous equals predatory, ergo, man's hominid ancestor was a predatory animal equipped with the instinct to attack other animals, including other men, ergo, man's destructiveness is innate, and Freud is right. Quod erat demonstrandum. All we may conclude about ERICH is that he was an omnivorous animal in whose diet meat played a more or less important role, and that he killed animals as a source of food if they were small enough. A diet of meat does not transform the hominid into a predatory animal. Furthermore, it is by now a widely accepted fact, expressed by Sir Julian Huxley and others, that diet vegetable or meat has nothing to do with generating aggressiveness. Nothing justifies the assumption that Australopithecus had the instincts of a predatory animal which, provided he was man's ancestor, could be made responsible for predatory genes in man. Chapter 8. Anthropology. In this chapter I shall present rather detailed data on primitive hunters and food gatherers, the Neolithic agriculturists, and the new urban societies. In this way the reader is put in a position to judge for him or herself whether the data support the conventional thesis that the more primitive the man, the more aggressive he is. In many cases they are the findings of a younger generation of anthropologists in the last 10 years, and contrasting older views are not yet corrected in the minds of most non-specialists. Man the hunter, the anthropological Adam? If the predatory quality of man's hominid ancestors cannot be made responsible for his innate aggressiveness, can there be a human ancestor, a prehistorical Adam, who is responsible for man's fall? This is what S. L. Washburn, one of the greatest authorities in this field, and his co-authors believe, and they identify this Adam as man, the hunter. Washburn starts from the premise that in view of the fact that man has lived during 99% of his history American Samoa a hunter, we owe our biology, psychology, and customs to the hunters of the time past. In a very real sense our intellect, interests, emotions, and basic social life all are evolutionary products of the success of the hunting adaptation. When anthropologists speak of the unity of mankind, they are stating that the selection pressures of the hunting and gathering way of life were so similar and the result so successful that populations of Homo sapiens are still fundamentally the same everywhere. S. L. Washburn and C. S. Lancaster, 1968. The crucial question, then, is, what is this psychology of the hunter? Washburn calls it a carnivorous psychology fully developed by the Middle Pleistocene, around 500,000 years ago or even earlier. The worldview of the early human carnivore must have been very different from that of his vegetarian cousins. The interests of the latter could be satisfied in a small area, and other animals were of little moment, except for the few which threatened attack. But the desire for meat leads animals to know a wider range and to learn the habits of many animals. Human territorial habits and psychology are fundamentally different from those of apes and monkeys. For at least 300,000 years, perhaps twice that, carnivorous curiosity and aggression have been added to the inquisitiveness and dominance striving of the ape. This carnivorous psychology was fully formed by the Middle Pleistocene, and it may have had its beginnings in the depredations of the Australopithecines. S. L. Washburn and V. Avis, 1958. Washburn identifies the carnivorous psychology with the drive for and pleasure in killing. He writes, "Man takes pleasure in hunting other animals. Unless careful training has hidden the natural drives, men enjoy the chase and the kill. In most cultures torture and suffering are made public spectacles for the enjoyment of all." S. L. Washburn and V. Avis, 1958. Washburn insists, man has a carnivorous psychology. It is easy to teach people to kill, and it is hard to develop customs which avoid killing. Many human beings enjoy seeing other human beings suffer or enjoy the killing of animals. Public beatings and torture are common in many cultures. S. L. Washburn, 1959. In the last two statements Washburn implies that not only killing, but cruelty as well, are part of hunting psychology. What are Washburn's arguments in favor of this alleged innate joy in killing and cruelty? One argument is killing as a sport. He speaks of killing as a sport, rather than of hunting, which would be more correct. He writes, Perhaps this is most easily shown by the extent of the efforts devoted to maintain killing as a sport. In former times, royalty and nobility maintained parks where they could enjoy the sport of killing, and today the United States government spends many millions of dollars to supply game for hunters. S. L. Washburn and C. S. Lancaster, 1968. A related example is, people who use the light test fishing tackle to prolong the fish's futile struggle, in order to maximize the personal sense of mastery and skill. S. L. Washburn and C. S. Lancaster, 1968. Washburn points to the popularity of war, and until recently war was viewed in much the same way as hunting. Other human beings were simply the most dangerous game. War has been far too important in human history for it to be other than pleasurable for the males involved. It is only recently, with the entire change in the nature and conditions of war, that this institution has been challenged, that the wisdom of war as a normal part of national policy or as an approved road to personal social glory has been questioned. S. L. Washburn and C. S. Lancaster, 1968. In connection with this, Washburn states, the extent to which the biological bases for killing have been incorporated into human psychology may be measured by the ease with which boys can be interested in hunting, fishing, fighting, and games of war. It is not that these behaviors are inevitable, but they are easily learned, satisfying, and have been socially rewarded in most cultures. The skills for killing and the pleasures of killing are normally developed in play, and the patterns of play prepare the children for their adult roles. S. L. Washburn and C. S. Lancaster, 1968. Washburn's claim that many people enjoy killing and cruelty is true as far as it goes, but all it means is that there are sadistic individuals and sadistic cultures, but there are others that are not sadistic. One will find, for instance, that sadism is much more frequently to be found among frustrated individuals and social classes who feel powerless and have little pleasure in life, for example the lower class in Rome who were compensated for their material poverty and social impotence by sadistic spectacles, or the lower middle class in Germany from whose ranks Hitler recruited his most fanatical following. It is also to be found in ruling classes that feel threatened in their dominant position and their property, or in suppressed groups that thirst for revenge. The idea that hunting produces pleasure in torture is an unsubstantiated and most implausible statement. Hunters as a rule do not enjoy the suffering of the animal, and in fact a sadist who enjoys torture would make a poor hunter, nor do fishermen as a rule use the procedure mentioned by Washburn. There is also no evidence for the assumption that primitive hunters were motivated by sadistic or destructive impulses. On the contrary, there is some evidence to show that they had an affectionate feeling for the killed animals and possibly a feeling of guilt for the kill. Among Paleolithic hunters, the bear was often addressed as grandfather or was looked upon as the mythical ancestor of man. When the bear was killed, apologies were offered. Before he was eaten, a sacred meal took place with the bear as an honored guest, before whom were placed the best dishes. Finally the bear was ceremoniously buried. O. Maringer, 1952. The psychology of hunting, including that of the contemporary hunter, calls for extensive study, but a few observations can be made even in this context. First of all, one must distinguish between hunting as a sport of ruling elites, for instance, the nobility in a feudal system, and all other forms of hunting, such as that of primitive hunters, farmers protecting their crops or chickens, and individuals who love to hunt. Elite hunting seems to satisfy the wish for power and control, including a certain amount of sadism, characteristic of power elites. It tells us more about feudal psychology than about the psychology of hunting. Among the motivations of the primitive professional and the modern passionate hunter, at least two kinds must be distinguished. The first have their roots in the depth of human experience. In the act of hunting, a man becomes, however briefly, part of nature again. He returns to the natural state, becomes one with the animal, and is freed from the burden of the existential split, to be part of nature and to transcend it by virtue of his consciousness. In stalking the animal, he and the animal become equals, even though man eventually shows his superiority by the use of his weapons. In primitive man, this experience is quite conscious. Through disguising himself as an animal, and considering an animal as his ancestor, he makes this identification explicit. For modern man, with his cerebral orientation, this experience of oneness with nature is difficult to verbalize and to be aware of, but it is still alive in many human beings. Of at least equal importance for the passionate hunter is an entirely different motivation, that of enjoyment in his skill. It is amazing how many modern authors neglect this element of skill in hunting, and focus their attention on the act of killing. After all, hunting requires a combination of many skills and wide knowledge beyond that of handling a weapon. This point has been discussed in detail by William S. Laughlin, who also starts out with the thesis that hunting is the master behavior pattern of the human species. W. S. Laughlin, 1968. Laughlin, however, does not even mention pleasure in killing or cruelty as part of the hunting behavior pattern, but describes it in these general terms. Hunting has placed a premium upon inventiveness, upon problem solving, and has imposed a real penalty for failure to solve the problem. Therefore, it has contributed as much to advancing the human species as to holding it together within the confines of a single variable species. W. S. Laughlin, 1968. Laughlin points out, and this is a very important point to be kept in mind in view of the conventional overemphasis on tools and weapons, hunting is obviously an instrumental system in the real sense that something gets done. Several ordered behaviors are performed with a crucial result. The technological aspects, the spears, clubs, hand axes, and all the other objects suitable for museum display, are essentially meaningless apart from the context in which they are used. They do not represent a suitable place to begin analysis because their position in the sequence is remote from the several preceding complexes. W. S. Laughlin, 1968. The efficiency of hunting is to be understood not on the basis of the advancement of its technical bases, but by the increasing skill of the hunter. There is ample documentation, though surprisingly few systematic studies, for the postulate that primitive man is sophisticated in his knowledge of the natural world. This sophistication encompasses the entire macroscopic zoological world of mammals, marsupials, reptiles, birds, fish, insects, and plants. Knowledge of tides, meteorological phenomena generally, astronomy, and other aspects of the natural world are also well developed among some variations between groups with reference to the sophistication and extent of their knowledge, and to the areas in which they have concentrated. I will here only cite the relevance of this sophistication to the hunting behavior system and to its significance for the evolution of man. Man, the hunter, was learning animal behavior and anatomy, including his own. He domesticated himself first and then turned to other animals and to plants. In this sense, hunting was the school of learning that made the human species self-taught. W. S. Laughlin, 1968. In short, the motivation of the primitive hunter was not pleasure in killing, but the learning and optimal performance of various skills, i.e., the development of man himself. 5. Washburn's argument regarding the ease with which boys can be interested in hunting, fighting, and games of war ignores the fact that boys can be easily induced to any kind of pattern that is culturally accepted. To conclude that this interest of boys in popularly accepted behavior patterns proves the innate character of the pleasure in killing testifies to a remarkably naive attitude in matters of social behavior. Furthermore, it should be noted that there are a number of sports from Zen sword fighting to fencing, judo, and karate in which it is quite obvious that their fascination does not lie in the pleasure to kill, but in the skill they allow to be displayed. Equally untenable is Washburn and Lancaster's statement that almost every human society has regarded killing members of certain other human societies as desirable. Washburn and Lancaster, 1968. This is a repetition of a popular cliché, and the only source offered for it is the paper by D. Freeman, 1964, discussed above, which is biased by the Freudian view. The facts are that, as we shall see further on, wars among primitive hunters are characteristically unbloody, and mostly not aimed at killing. To claim that the institution of war has only recently been challenged is, of course, to ignore the history of a wide range of philosophical and religious teaching, especially that of the Hebrew prophets. If we do not follow Washburn's reasoning, the question remains whether there are other patterns which hunting behavior has engendered. It seems, indeed, that there are two behavior patterns that might have been genetically programmed through hunting behavior: cooperation and sharing. Cooperation between members of the same band was a practical necessity for most hunting societies, so was the sharing of food. Since meat is perishable in most climates except that of the Arctic, it could not be preserved. Luck in hunting was not equally divided among all hunters, hence the practical outcome was that those who had luck today would share their food with those who would be lucky tomorrow. Assuming hunting behavior led to genetic changes, the conclusion would be that modern man has an innate impulse for cooperation and sharing, rather than for killing and cruelty. Unfortunately, man's record of cooperation and sharing is rather spotty, as the history of civilization shows. One might explain this by the fact that hunting life did not produce genetic changes, or that the impulses for sharing and cooperation have become deeply repressed in cultures whose organization discouraged these virtues and instead encourages ruthless egotism. Nevertheless, one might still speculate whether the tendency to cooperate and to share which we find in many societies today outside of the modern industrialized world do not point to the innate character of these impulses. In fact, even in modern warfare, in which the soldier by and large does not feel much hate against his enemy, and only exceptionally indulges in cruelty, we find a remarkable degree of cooperation and sharing. While in civilian life most people do not risk their lives to save another man's life or share their food with others, in war this is a daily occurrence. Perhaps one might even go further and suggest that one of the factors which make war attractive is precisely the possibility of practicing deeply buried human impulses which our society, when at peace, considers in fact, although not ideologically, to be foolish. Washburn's ideas on hunting psychology is only one example of the bias in favor of the theory of man's innate destructiveness and cruelty. In the whole field of the social sciences one can observe a high degree of partisanship when it comes to questions immediately related to actual emotional and political problems. Where the ideology and interest of a society are concerned, objectivity usually yields to bias. Modern society, with its almost limitless readiness for destruction of human lives for political and economic ends, can best defend itself against the elementary human question of its right to do so by the assumption that destructiveness and cruelty are not engendered by our social system, but are innate qualities in man. 6THIS is to some extent different in wars like that in Vietnam, in which the native enemy is not experienced as being human. Aggression in primitive hunters. Fortunately, our knowledge of hunting behavior is not restricted to speculations. There is a considerable body of information about still existing primitive hunters and food gatherers to demonstrate that hunting is not conducive to destructiveness and cruelty, and that primitive hunters are relatively unaggressive when compared to their civilized brothers. The question arises whether we can apply our knowledge of these primitive hunters to prehistoric hunters, at least to those living since the emergence of modern man, Homo sapiens sapiens, about 40,000 to 50,000 years ago. The fact is that very little is known about man since his emergence, and not too much even about H. sapiens sapiens in his hunting-gathering stage. Thus a number of authors quite correctly have cautioned against drawing conclusions from modern primitives as to their prehistorical ancestors. J. Dietz, 1968. Nevertheless, as G. P. Murdoch says, interest in contemporary hunters exists because of the light they may shed on the behavior of Pleistocene man, and most of the other participants in the symposium on Ian the Hunter, R. B. Lee and I. Devore, eds. 1968, would seem to be in accord with this formulation. Even though we cannot expect prehistoric hunter-gatherers to have been identical to the most primitive contemporary hunters and food-gatherers, it must be considered that 1. Age sapiens sapiens was anatomically and neurophysiologically not different from man today, and 2. The knowledge of still existing primitive hunters is bound to contribute to the understanding of at least one crucial problem in regard to prehistoric hunters: the influence of hunting behavior on personality and on social organization. Aside from this, the data on primitive hunters demonstrates that qualities often attributed to human nature, such as destructiveness, cruelty, asociability, in short, those of Hobbes's natural man, are remarkably missing in the least civilized men. Before discussing still existing primitive hunters, a few remarks need to be made about the Paleolithic hunter. M. D. Solons writes, in selective adaptation to the perils of the Stone Age, human society overcame or subordinated such primate propensities as selfishness, indiscriminate sexuality, dominance, and brute competition. It substituted kinship and cooperation for conflict, placed solidarity over sex, morality over might. In its earliest days it accomplished the greatest reform in history, the overthrow of human primate nature, and thereby secured the evolutionary future of the species. M. D. Solons, 1960. There are certain direct data on the life of the prehistoric hunter to be found in animal cults which point to the fact that he lacked the alleged innate destructiveness. As Mumford has pointed out, the cave paintings associated with the life of prehistoric hunters did not exhibit any fighting between men. Despite the caution required in making analogies, however, the most impressive data are certainly those of still existing hunters food-gatherers. Colin Turnbull, a specialist in this study, has reported, in the two groups known to me, there is an almost total lack of aggression, emotional or physical, and this is borne out by the lack of warfare, feuding, witchcraft, and sorcery. I am also not convinced that hunting is itself an aggressive activity. This is something that one must see in order to realize, the act of hunting is not carried out in an aggressive spirit at all. Due to the consciousness of depleting natural resources, there is actually a regret at killing life. In some cases, this killing may even bear an element of compassion. My experience with hunters has shown them to be very gentle people, and while it is certainly true that they lead extremely hard lives, this is not the same thing as being aggressive. C. M. Turnbull, 1965. None of the other participants in the discussion with Turnbull contradicted him. The most comprehensive description of the anthropological findings of primitive hunters and food gatherers is offered by E. R. Service in The Hunters. E. R. Service, 1966. His monograph includes all such societies, with the exception of those sedentary groups along the northwest coast of North America which exist in a particularly bountiful environment, and those other hunting-gathering societies that became extinct so soon after contact with civilization that our knowledge of them is too fragmentary. The same view has been expressed by the paleoanthropologist Helmuth de Terra, Personal Communication. The most obvious and probably most crucial characteristic of the hunting-gathering societies is their nomadism, required by the foraging economy which leads to loose integration of families into a band society. As for their needs, in contrast to modern man who requires a house, an automobile, clothing, electricity, and so on, for the primitive hunter food, and the few devices employed in obtaining it, is the focus of economic life, in a more fundamental sense than it is in more complicated economies. Service, 1966. There is no full-time specialization of labor other than the age and sex divisions that are found in any family. Food consists to a smaller extent of meat, perhaps about 25%, while the gathering of seeds, roots, fruits, nuts, and berries constitute the main diet, furnished by the work of women. As M.J. Medgett says, a vegetarian stress seems to be one of the prime distinguishing features of hunting and fishing, and gathering economies. M.J. Medgett, 1964. Only the Eskimos live by hunting and fishing alone, and Eskimo women do most of the fishing. There is broad cooperation of men in the hunt, which is a normal concomitant of the low state of technological development in band society. For several reasons having to do with the very simplicity of the technology and the lack of control over the environment, many hunting-gathering peoples are quite literally the most leisured peoples in the world. Service, 1966. Economic relations are especially instructive. Service writes, we are accustomed, because of the nature of our own economy, to think that human beings have a natural propensity to truck and barter, and that economic relations among individuals or groups are characterized by economizing, by maximizing the result of effort, by selling dear and buying cheap. Primitive peoples do none of these things. However, in fact, most of the time it would seem that they do the opposite. They give things away, they admire generosity, they expect hospitality, they punish thrift as selfishness. And strangest of all, the more dire the circumstances, the more scarce, or valuable, the goods, the less economically will they behave and the more generous do they seem to be. We are considering, of course, the form of exchange among persons within a society, and these persons are, in band society, all kinsmen of some sort. This contrasts directly with the principles ascribed to the formal economy. We give food, do we not, to our children? We help our brothers and provide for aged parents. Others do, or have done, or will do, the same for us. At the generalized pole, because close social relations prevail, the emotions of love, the etiquette of family life, the morality of generosity altogether condition the way goods are handled, and in such a way that the economic attitude toward the goods is diminished. Anthropologists have sometimes attempted to characterize the actual transaction with words like pure gift or free gift in order to point up the fact that this is not trade, but barter, and that the sentiment involved in the transaction is not one of a balanced exchange. But these words are not quite evocative of the actual nature of the act, they are even somewhat misleading. Once Peter Frukin was handed some meat by an Eskimo hunter and responded by gratefully thanking him. The hunter was cast down, and Frukin was quickly corrected by an old man, "You must not thank for your meat, it is your right to get parts." In this country, nobody wishes to be dependent on others. Therefore, there is nobody who gives or gets gifts, for thereby you become dependent. With gifts you make slaves just as with whips you make dogs. The word gift has overtones of charity, not of reciprocity. In no hunting-gathering society is gratitude expressed, and, as a matter of fact, it would be wrong even to praise a man as generous when he shares his game with his campmates. On another occasion he could be said to be generous, but not in response to a particular incident of sharing, for then the statement would have the same implication as an expression of gratitude, that the sharing was unexpected, that the giver was not generous simply as a matter of course. It would be right to praise a man for his hunting prowess on such an occasion, but not for his generosity. Service, 1966. Of particular importance, both economically and psychologically, is the question of property. One of the most widespread clichés today is that the love for property is an innate trait in man. Usually the confusion is made between property in instruments one needs for one's work and in certain private items like ornaments, etc., and property in the sense of owning the means of production, that is to say, things through whose exclusive possession other people can be made to work for oneself. Such means of production in the industrial society are essentially machines or capital to be invested in machine production. In primitive society the means of production are land and hunting areas. In no primitive band is anyone denied access to the resources of nature. No individual owns these resources. The natural resources on which the bands depend are collective, or communal, property, in the sense that the territory might be defended by the whole band against encroachment by strangers. Within the band, all families have equal rights to acquire these resources. Moreover, kinsmen in neighboring bands are allowed to hunt and gather at will, at least on request. The most common instance of apparent restriction in rights to resources occurs with respect to neuter fruit-bearing trees. In some instances, particular trees or clumps of trees are allocated to individual families of the band. This practice is more a division of labor, however, than a division of property, for its purpose seems to be to prevent the waste of time and effort that would occur if several scattered families headed for the same area. It is simply to conventionalize the allotted use of the several groves, inasmuch as trees are much more permanently located than game or even wild vegetables and grasses. At any rate, even if one family acquired many nuts or fruits and another failed, the rules of sharing would apply so that no one would go hungry. The things that seem most like private property are those that are made and used by individual persons. Weapons, knives, and scrapers, clothing, ornaments, amulets, and the like, are frequently regarded as private property among hunters and gatherers. But it could be argued that in primitive society even these personal items are not private property in the true sense. Inasmuch as the possession of such things is dictated by their use, they are functions of the division of labor rather than an ownership of the means of production. Private ownership of such things is meaningful only if some people possess them and others do not, when, so to speak, an exploitative situation becomes possible. But it is hard to imagine, and impossible to find in ethnographic accounts, a case of some person or persons who, through some accident, owned no weapons or clothing and could not borrow or receive such things from more fortunate kinsmen. E.R. Service, 1966. Social relations among the members of hunting-gathering society are characterized by the absence of what is called dominance among animals. Service states, hunting-gathering bands differ more completely from the apes in this matter of dominance than do any other kinds of human society. There is no pack order based on physical dominance at all, nor is there any superior-inferior ordering based on other sources of power such as wealth, hereditary classes, military or political office. The only consistent supremacy of any kind is that of a person of greater age and wisdom who might lead a ceremony. Even when individuals possess greater status or prestige than others, the manifestation of the high status and the prerogatives are the opposite of ape-like dominance. Generosity and modesty are required of persons of high status in primitive society, and the rewards they receive are merely the love or attentiveness of others. A man, for example, might be stronger, faster, braver, and more intelligent than any other member of the band. Will he have higher status than the others? Not necessarily. Prestige will be accorded him only if these qualities are put to work in the service of the group, in hunting, let us say, and if he therefore produces more game to give away, and if he does it properly, modestly. Thus, to simplify a bit, greater strength in ape society results in greater dominance, which results in more food and mates and any other things desired by the dominant one. In primitive human society greater strength must be used in the service of the community, and the person, to earn prestige, must literally sacrifice to do so, working harder for less food. As for the mates, he ordinarily has but one wife just like the other men. It seems that the most primitive human societies are at the same time the most egalitarian. This must be related to the fact that because of rudimentary technology, this kind of society depends on cooperation more of the time than any other. Apes do not regularly cooperate and share. Human beings do. That is the essential difference. Service, 1966. Service gives a picture of the kind of authority we find among the hunter-gatherer peoples. In these societies there is of course a need for administration of group action. Administration is the role authority assumes with respect to problems of concerted group action. It is what we ordinarily mean by the word leadership. The necessities for administration of group action and close coordination are varied and numerous in hunting-gathering societies. They would include such usual things as camp movements, a collaborative hunting drive, and particularly any kind of skirmishing with enemies. But despite the obvious significance of leadership in such activities, a hunting-gathering society is, as in other matters, distinctive in that it has no formal leadership of the sort that we see in later stages of cultural development. There is no permanent office of headman. Leadership moves from one person to another depending on the type of activity that is being planned. For example, one very old man might be the favorite for planning a ceremony because of his great ritual knowledge, but another person, younger and more skilled at hunting, might be the normal leader of the hunting party. Above all, there is no leader or headman in the sense usually associated with the word chief. Service, 1966. This lack of hierarchy and chiefs is all the more noteworthy because it is a widely accepted cliché that such control institutions as are to be found in virtually all civilized societies are based on a genetic inheritance from the animal kingdom. We have seen that among chimpanzees the dominance relationships are rather mild, but they are nevertheless there. The social relationships of primitive people show that man is not genetically prepared for this kind of dominance-submission psychology. An analysis of historical society, with 5,000 or 6,000 years of exploitation of the majority by a ruling minority, shows very clearly that the dominance-submission psychology is an adaptation to the social order, and not its cause. For the apologists of a social order based on control by an elite, it is of course very convenient to believe that the social structure is the outcome of an innate need of man and, hence, natural and unavoidable. The egalitarian society of the primitive shows that this is just not so. The question must arise how primitive man protects himself against asocial and dangerous members, in the absence of an authoritarian or bureaucratic authoritarian regime. There are several answers to this question. First of all, much of the control of behavior is achieved merely in terms of custom and etiquette. But assuming that custom and etiquette did not prevent individuals from asocial behavior, what are the sanctions against them? The usual sanction is a general withdrawal from the culprit and a diminished degree of courtesy toward him. There is gossip and ridicule, in extreme cases, ostracism. If a person constantly misbehaves, and his behavior harms groups other than his own group may even decide to kill him. However, these cases are extremely rare, and most problems are solved by the authority of the older and wiser males in the group. These data clearly contradict the Hobbesian picture of man's innate aggression, which would lead to the war of every man against every man, unless the state monopolized violence and punishment, thus satisfying indirectly the thirst for revenge against the wrongdoers. The fact of the matter, of course, is that band societies are not riven into pieces even though there are no formal adjudicative bodies to hold them together. But although feuds and warfare are relatively rare in band societies, they do consistently threaten, and there must be some way of stopping them or of preventing their spread. Often they begin as mere quarrels between individuals, and for this reason it is important to stop them early. Within a given community, the adjudication of a quarrel between two persons will ordinarily be handled by an elder who is a common relative of them both. It would be ideal if this person were in the same relationship to each one of the quarreling men, for then it would be evident that he would not be so likely to take sides. But of course this is not always the case, nor is it always possible that the person in this kinship status position might want to adjudicate. Sometimes one person is clearly enough in the right and the other in the wrong, or one person popular and the other unpopular, that the public becomes the adjudicator and the case is settled as soon as this common opinion becomes well known. When quarrels are not settled in any of the above ways, then some form of contest is held, preferably a game, that takes the place of an outright battle. Wrestling or head-butting contests are typical forms of quasi-dueling in Eskimo society. It is done in public and the winner is considered by the public to have won his case. Particularly interesting is the famous Eskimo song duel. The weapons used are words, little, sharp words, like the wooden splinters which I hack off with my axe. Song duels are used to work off grudges and disputes of all orders, save murder. An East Greenlander, however, may seek his satisfaction for the murder of a relative through a song contest if he is physically too weak to gain his end, or if he is so skilled in singing as to feel certain of victory. Inasmuch as East Greenlanders get so engrossed in the mere artistry of singing as to forget the cause of the grudge, this is understandable. Singing skill among these Eskimos equals or outranks gross physical prowess. The singing style is highly conventionalist. The successful singer uses the traditional patterns of composition which he attempts to deliver with such finesse as to delight the audience to enthusiastic applause. He who is most heartily applauded is winner. To win a song contest brings no restitution in its train. The sole advantage is in prestige. E. A. Hobel, 1954. One of the advantages of the song duel carried on at length is that it gives the public time to come to a consensus about who is correct or who should admit guilt in the dispute. Ordinarily, people have some idea of whose side they are on, but as in most primitive communities the unanimity of the community as a whole is felt to be so desirable that it takes a while before the people can find out where the majority opinion lies. Gradually more people are laughing a little harder at one of the duelists' verses than at the others, until it becomes apparent where the sympathy of the community lies, and then opinion quickly becomes unanimous and the loser retires in discomfiture. E.R. Service, 1966. Among other hunting societies, private quarrels are not solved as charmingly as by the Eskimos, but by a spear-throwing duel. When a dispute is between an accuser and a defendant, which is commonly the case, the accuser ritually hurls the spears from a prescribed distance, while the defendant dodges them. The public can applaud the speed, force, and accuracy of the accuser as he hurls his spears, or then can applaud the adroitness with which the defendant dodges them. After a time unanimity is achieved as the approval for one or the other's skill gradually becomes overwhelming. When the defendant realizes that the community is finally considering him guilty, he is supposed to fail to dodge a spear and allow himself to be wounded in some fleshy part of his body. Conversely, the accuser simply stops throwing the spears when he becomes aware that public opinion is going against him. C. W. M. Hart and A. R. Pilling, 1960. Primitive Hunters, the Affluent Society? A very relevant point, and one even interesting for the analysis of contemporary industrial society, is made by M. D. Solons with regard to the whole question of economic scarcity among primitive hunters and the modern attitude toward the problem of what constitutes poverty. He argues against the premise that led to the idea of the aggressiveness of primitive hunters, namely that life in the Paleolithic period was one of extreme scarcity and constant confrontation with starvation. In contrast, Solons emphasizes that the society of primitive hunters was the original affluent society. By common understanding, an affluent society is one in which all the people's wants are easily satisfied, and though we are pleased to consider this happy condition the unique achievement of industrial civilization, a better case can be made for hunters and gatherers, even many of the marginal ones spared to ethnography. For wants are easily satisfied, either by producing much or desiring little, and there are, accordingly, two possible roads to affluence. Adopting a Zen strategy, a people can enjoy an unparalleled material plenty, although perhaps only a low standard of living. That, I think, describes the hunters. M.D. Solons, 1968. Solons makes some further very pertinent statements. Scarcity is the peculiar obsession of a business economy, the calculable condition of all who participate in it. The market makes freely available a dazzling array of products. All these good things are within a man's reach but never his grasp, for one never has enough to buy everything. To exist in a market economy is to live out a double tragedy, beginning in inadequacy and ending in deprivation. We stand sentenced to life at hard labor. It is from this anxious vantage that we look back on the hunter. But if modern man, with all his technical advantages, still hasn't got the wherewithal, what chance has this naked savage with his puny bow and arrow? Having equipped the hunter with bourgeois impulses and Paleolithic tools, we judge his situation hopeless in advance. Scarcity is not an intrinsic property of technical means. It is a relation between means and ends. We might entertain the empirical possibility that hunters are in business for their health. A finite objective and bow and arrow are adequate to that end. A fair case can be made that hunters often work much less than we do, and rather than a grind the food quest is intermittent, leisure is abundant, and there is more sleep in the daytime per capita than in any other conditions of society. Rather than anxiety, it would seem, the hunters have a confidence born of affluence, of a condition in which all the people's wants, such as they are generally easily satisfied. This confidence does not desert them during hardship. This attitude has been expressed by the philosophy of the Penan of Borneo: if there is no food today, there will be tomorrow. M.D. Solons, 1968. R.B. Lee, What Hunters Do for a Living, or How to Make Out on Scarce Resources, also questions the assumption that a hunter-gatherer life is generally a precarious one of struggle for existence. Recent data on hunter-gatherers show a radically different picture. R.B. Lee and Devore, 1968. A similar point has been made by S. Piggott, who writes, reputable archaeologists have sometimes failed to appreciate the fallacy inherent in rating prehistoric communities in terms of their surviving material culture. Words such as degenerate are taken from their usage to denote an assumed place in a typological series of pots, for instance, and transferred with an emotive and even moral connotation to the makers of the vessels. People with poor and scanty pottery become stigmatized as poverty-stricken, though their poverty may well have been only in their failure to provide the archaeologist with his favorite product. S. Piggott, 1960. Solons's remarks are important because he is one of the few anthropologists who do not accept the frame of reference and value judgments of present-day society as necessarily valid. He shows to what degree social scientists distort the picture of societies under their observation by judging them from what seems to be the nature of economics, just as they come to conclusions about the nature of man from the data, if not of modern man, at least of man as we know him through most of his civilized history. Primitive warfare. Although defensive aggression, destructiveness, and cruelty are not ordinarily the cause of war, these impulses manifest themselves in warfare. Hence some data on primitive warfare will help to complete the picture of primitive aggression. Medgett gives a summation of the nature of warfare among the Walbari of Australia, which Service states may be accepted as an apt characterization of warfare in hunting-gathering societies generally. Walbari society did not emphasize militarism. There was no class of permanent or professional warriors, there was no hierarchy of military command, and groups rarely engaged in wars of conquest. Every man was, and is still, a potential warrior, always armed and ready to defend his rights, but he was also an individualist, who preferred to fight independently. In some disputes kinship ties aligned men into opposed camps, and such a group may occasionally have comprised all the men of a community. But there were no military leaders, elected or hereditary, to plan tactics and ensure that others adopted the plans. Although some men were respected as capable and courageous fighters and their advice was valued, other men did not necessarily follow them. Moreover, the range of circumstances in which fights occurred was in effect so limited that men knew and could employ the most effective techniques without hesitation. This is still true today even of young bachelors. There was in any case little reason for all-out warfare between communities. Slavery was unknown, portable goods were few, and the territory seized in a battle was virtually an embarrassment to the victors, whose spiritual ties were with other localities. Small-scale wars of conquest against other tribes occurred occasionally, but I am sure that they differed only in degree from intratribal and even intra-community fights. Thus the attack on the Wurundjeri that led to the occupation of the water holes in the Tanami area involved only Wainaga men, a few score at most, and I have no evidence that communities ever entered into military alliances, either to oppose other Walbari communities or other tribes. M. J. Medjett, 1960. Technically speaking, this kind of conflict among primitive hunters can be described as war. In this sense one may conclude that war has always existed within the human species, and hence, that it is the manifestation of an innate drive to kill. This reasoning, however, ignores the profound differences in the warfare of lower and of higher primitive cultures as well as the warfare of civilized cultures. Primitive warfare, particularly that of the lower primitives, was neither centrally organized nor led by permanent chieftains. It was relatively infrequent, it was not war of conquest nor was it bloody war aimed at killing as many of the enemy as possible. Most civilized war, in contrast, is institutionalized, organized by permanent chieftains, and aims at conquest of territory and for acquisition of slaves and for booty. In addition, and perhaps most important of all, is the frequently overlooked fact that there is no important economic stimulus among primitive hunter-gatherers to full-scale war. The birth-death ratio in hunting-gathering societies is such that it would be rare for population pressure to cause some part of the population to fight others for territorial acquisition. Even if such a circumstance occurred, it would not lead to much of a battle. The stronger, more numerous, group would simply prevail, probably even without a battle, if hunting rights or rights to some gathering spot were demanded. In the second place, there is not much to gain by plunder in hunting-gathering society. All bands are poor in material goods and there are no standard items of exchange that serve as capital or as valuables. Finally, at the hunting-gathering level, the acquisition of captives to serve as slaves for economic exploitation, a common cause of warfare in more modern times, would be useless, given the low productivity of the economy. Captives and slaves would have a difficult time producing more than enough food to sustain themselves. E.R. Service, 1966. The overall picture of warfare among primitive hunter-gatherers given by Service is supported and supplemented by a number of other investigators, some of whom are quoted in the following paragraphs. D. Pilbeam stresses the absence of war, in contrast to occasional feuds, together with the role of example rather than power among the leaders in a hunting society, and the principle of reciprocity and generosity, and the central role of cooperation. U. H. Stewart comes to the following conclusion concerning territoriality and warfare: there have been many contentions that primitive bands own territories or resources and fight to protect them. Although I cannot assert that this is never the case, it is probably very uncommon. First, the primary groups that comprise the larger maximum bands intermarry, amalgamate if they are too small, or split off if too large. Second, in the cases reported here, there is no more than a tendency for primary groups to utilize special areas. Third, most so-called warfare among such societies is no more than revenge for alleged witchcraft or continued inter-family feuds. Fourth, collecting is the main resource in most areas, but I know of no reported defense of cede areas. Primary bands did not fight one another, and it is difficult to see how a maximum band could assemble its manpower to defend its territory against another band or why it should do so. It is true that durian trees, eagle nests, and a few other specific resources were sometimes individually claimed, but how they were defended by a person miles away has not been made clear. U. H. Stewart, 1968. H. H. Turney High, 1971, comes to similar conclusions. He stressed that while the experiences of fear, rage, and frustration are universal, the art of war develops only late in human evolution. Most primitive societies were not capable of war because war requires a sophisticated level of conceptualization. Most primitive societies could not imagine an organization necessary to conquer or defeat a neighbor. Most primitive wars are nothing but armed melees, not wars at all. According to Rappaport, Turney High's work did not find a very friendly reception among anthropologists because he stressed that secondary accounts of battles written by professional anthropologists were hopelessly inadequate and sometimes downright misleading. He believed that primary sources were more reliable, even when they were by amateur ethnologists generations ago. Quincy Wright's monumental work, 1,637 pages including an extensive bibliography, presents a thorough analysis of warfare among primitive people based on the statistical comparison of the main data to be found among 653 primitive peoples. The shortcoming of his analysis lies in the fact that he is more descriptive than analytical in the classification of primitive societies as well as of different kinds of warfare. Nevertheless, his conclusions are of considerable interest because they show a statistical trend that corresponds to the results of many other authors. The collectors, lower hunters, and lower agriculturalists are the least warlike. The higher hunters and higher agriculturalists are more warlike, while the highest agriculturalists and the pastors are the most warlike of all. Q. Wright, 1965. This statement confirms the idea that warlikeness is not a function of man's natural drives that manifest themselves in the most primitive form of society, but of his development in civilization. Wright's data show that the more division of labor there is in a society, the more warlike it is, and that societies with compulsory classes are the most warlike of all people. Eventually his data show that the greater the equilibrium among groups and between the group and its physical environment, the less warlikeness one finds, while frequent disturbances of the equilibrium result in an increase in warlikeness. Wright differentiates among four kinds of war: defensive, social, economic, and political. By defensive war, he refers to the practice of people who have no war in their mores and who fight only if actually attacked, in which case they make spontaneous use of available tools and hunting weapons to defend themselves, but regard this necessity as a misfortune. By social war he refers to people with whom war is usually not very destructive of life. This warfare corresponds to Service's description of war among hunters. Economic and political wars refer to people who make war in order to acquire women, slaves, raw materials, and land and in addition, for the maintenance of a ruling dynasty or class. Almost everybody reasons, if civilized man is so warlike, how much more warlike must primitive man have been? 18. But Wright's results confirm the thesis that the most primitive men are the least warlike and that warlikeness grows in proportion to civilization. If destructiveness were innate in man, the trend would have to be the opposite. A view similar to Wright's has also been expressed by M. Ginsberg, who writes, "It would seem that war in this sense grows with the consolidation of groups and economic development. Among the simplest peoples we ought to speak rather of feuds, and these unquestionably occur on grounds of abduction of women, or resentments of trespass or personal injury. It must be conceded that these societies are peaceful by comparison with the more advanced of the primitive peoples. But violence and fear of violence are there and fighting occurs, though that is obviously and necessarily on a small scale. The facts are not adequately known, and if they do not support the view of a primitive idyllic peace, they are perhaps compatible with the view of those who think that primary or unprovoked aggressiveness is not an inherent element of human nature. E. Glover and M. Ginsberg, 1934. Ruth Benedict, 1959, makes the distinction between socially lethal and non-lethal wars. In the latter, the aim is not that of subjugating other tribes to the victor as masters and profiteers. Although there was much warfare among North American Indians, the idea of conquest never arose in Aboriginal North America, and this made it possible for almost all these Indian tribes to do a very extreme thing, to separate war from the state. The state was personified in the peace chief, who was a leader of public opinion in all that concerned the in-group and in his council. The peace chief was permanent, and though no autocratic ruler, he was often a very important personage. But he had nothing to do with war. He did not even appoint the war chiefs or concern himself with the conduct of war parties. Any man who could attract a following led a war party when and where he would, and in some tribes he was in complete control for the duration of the expedition. But this lasted only till the return of the war party. The state, according to this interpretation of war, had no conceivable interest in these ventures, which were only highly desirable demonstrations of rugged individualism turned against an outgroup where such demonstrations did not harm the body politic. R. Benedict, 1959. Benedict's point is important because it touches upon the connection of war, state, and private property. Socially non-lethal war is to a large extent an expression of adventurousness and the wish to have trophies and be admired, but it was not invoked by the impulse to conquer people or territory, to subjugate human beings, or to destroy the basis for their livelihood. Benedict comes to the conclusion that elimination of war is not so uncommon as one would think from the writings of political theorists of the prehistory of war. It is a complete misunderstanding to lay this havoc, war, to any biological need of man to go to war. The havoc is man-made. R. Benedict, 1959. Another outstanding anthropologist, E. A. Hobel, 1958, characterizes warfare among early North American Indians in these terms: they come closer to William James's moral equivalence of war. They release aggressions harmlessly, they provide exercise, sport, and amusement without destruction, and only mildly is there any imposition of desires by one party on the other. E. A. Hobel, 1958. He comes to the general conclusion that man's propensity to war is obviously not an instinct, because it is an elaborate cultural complex. He gives as an interesting example the pacifistic Shoshones and the violent Comanches who in 1600 were still culturally and racially one. The Neolithic Revolution. The detailed description of the life of primitive hunters and food gatherers has shown that man, at least since he fully emerged 50,000 years ago, was most likely not the brutal, destructive, cruel being, and hence not the prototype of man the killer that we find in more developed stages of his evolution. However, we cannot stop here. In order to understand the gradual development of man the exploiter and the destroyer, it is necessary to deal with the development of man during the period of early agriculture and, eventually, with his transformation into a builder of cities, a warrior, and a trader. From the emergence of man, approximately 500,000 years ago to about 9000 BC, man did not change in one respect: he lived from what he gathered or hunted, but did not produce anything new. He was completely dependent on nature and did not himself influence or transform it. This relationship to nature changed radically with the invention of agriculture and animal husbandry, which occurred roughly with the beginning of the Neolithic period, more precisely, the Proto-Neolithic period. Archaeologists call it today, from 9000 to 7000 BC, in an area stretching over 1,000 miles from western Iran to Greece, including parts of Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, and the Anatolian Plateau in Turkey. It started later in Central and Northern Europe. For the first time man made himself, within certain limits, independent of nature by using his inventiveness and skill to produce something beyond that which nature had thus far yielded to him. It was now possible to plant more seed, to till more land, and to breed more animals, as the population increased. Surplus food could be slowly accumulated to support craftsmen who devoted most of their time to the manufacture of tools, pottery, and clothing. The first great discovery made in this period was the cultivation of wheat and barley, which had been growing wild in this area. It was discovered that by putting seed of these grasses into the earth, new plants would grow, that one could select the best seed for sowing, and eventually the accidental crossing of varieties was observed, which produced grains very much larger than the seeds of the wild grasses. The process of development from wild grasses to high-yielding modern wheat is not yet fully known. It involved gene mutations, hybridization, and chromosome doubling, and it has taken thousands of years to achieve the artificial selection by man on the level of present-day agriculture. For man in the industrial age, accustomed to looking down on non-industrialized agriculture as a primitive and rather obvious form of production, the Neolithic discoveries may not seem comparable to the great technical discoveries of our day, of which he is so proud. Yet the fact that the expectation that seed would grow was proved correct by results gave rise to an entirely new concept. Man recognized that he could use his will and intention to make this happen, instead of things just happening. It would not be exaggerated to say that the discovery of agriculture was the foundation for all scientific thinking and later technological development. The second discovery was that of animal breeding, which was made in the same period. Sheep were already domesticated in the 9th millennium in northern Iraq, and cattle and pigs around 6000 BC. Sheep and cattle raising resulted in additional food supply, milk, and a greater abundance of meat. The increased and more stable food supply permitted a sedentary, instead of a nomadic form of life, and led to the construction of permanent villages and towns. In the Proto-Neolithic period, tribes of hunters invented and developed a new settled economy based on the domestication of plants and animals. Although the earliest remains of domesticated plants do not yet much antedate 7000 BC, the standard of domestication reached and the variety of crops grown presupposes a long prehistory of earlier agriculture which may well go back to the beginning of the Proto-Neolithic, about 9000 BC, J. Millart, 1967. It took about 2000 to 3000 years before a new discovery was made, necessitated by the need to store foodstuff, the art of pottery. Baskets were made earlier. With the invention of pottery, the first technical invention had been made, which led to the insight into chemical processes. Indeed, building a pot was a supreme instance of creation by man. YGCIDE, 1936. Thus one can distinguish within the Neolithic period itself a ceramic stage, i.e., a period in which pottery had not been invented, and the ceramic stage. Some older villages in Anatolia, such as the older levels of Hailer, were aceramic, while Catalhuyuk was a town that had rich pottery. Catalhuyuk was one of the most highly developed Neolithic towns in Anatolia. Although only a relatively small part has been excavated since 1961, it has already yielded the most important data for the understanding of Neolithic society in its economic, social, and religious aspects. Since the beginning of the excavations, 10 levels have been dug out. The oldest, dated c. 6500 BC child, has been criticized for not having done justice to the complexity of the Neolithic development by speaking of the Neolithic Revolution. While this criticism has merit, it must on the other hand not be forgotten that the change in man's mode of production is so fundamental that the word revolution seems to have its place. Cr. Also, Mumford's remarks pointing out that the dating of the great agricultural advance between 9000 and 7000 BC does not do justice to the fact that we are dealing with a gradual process that took place over a much longer period in 4, possibly 5 stages. L. Mumford, 1967. He quotes especially O. Ames, 1939, and E. Anderson, 1952. I recommend Mumford's analysis of the Neolithic culture to anyone interested in a more detailed and very penetrating picture. 22 Child elaborates on this theme in an interesting statement: the lump of clay was perfectly plastic, man could mold it as he would. In making a tool of stone or bone he was always limited by the shape and size of the original material, he could only take bits away from it. No such limitations restrict the activity of the potter. She can form her lump as she wishes, she can go on adding to it without any doubts as to the solidity of the joints. In thinking of creating, the free activity of the potter in making form where there was no form constantly recurs to man's mind. The similes in the Bible taken from the potter's craft illustrate the point. V. G. Child, 1936. The most detailed picture of Chaldeanic is given by the archaeologist who directed the excavations, J. Mellart, 1967. After 5600 BC the old mound of Chaldeanic was abandoned, for what reasons is not known, and a new site was founded across the river, Chaldeanic West. This appears to have been occupied for at least another 700 years until Il also was deserted, without, however, any obvious signs of violence or deliberate destruction. U. Mellart, 1967. One of the most surprising features of Chaldeanic is the degree of its civilization. Chaldeanic could afford luxuries such as obsidian mirrors, ceremonial daggers, and trinkets of metal beyond the reach of most of its known contemporaries. Copper and lead were smelted and worked into beads, tubes, and possibly small tools, thus taking the beginnings of metallurgy back into the 7th millennium. Its stone industry in local obsidian and imported flint is the most elegant of the period, its wooden vessels are varied and sophisticated, its woolen textile industry fully developed. U. Mellart, 1967. Make-up sets for women and very attractive bracelets for men and women were found in the burial sites. They knew the art of smelting copper and lead. The use of a great variety of rocks and minerals shows, according to Mellart, that prospecting and trade formed a most important item of the city's economy. In spite of this developed civilization, the social structure seems to have lacked certain elements characteristic of much later stages of evolution. Apparently there was little class distinction between rich and poor. While, according to Mellart, social inequality is suggested by the sizes of buildings, equipment, arid burial gifts, this is never a glaring one. Indeed, looking at the plans of the excavated section of the city one finds that the difference in size of the buildings is very small, and negligible when compared with the difference in later urban societies. Child notes that there is no definitive evidence of chieftainship in early Neolithic villages, and Mellart does not mention any evidence of it from Chaldeanic. There were apparently many priestesses, perhaps also priests, but there is no evidence of a hierarchical organization. While in Chaldeanic the surplus produced by new methods of agriculture must have been large enough to support the manufacture of luxuries and trade, the earlier and less developed of the Neolithic villages produced, according to Child, only a small surplus and hence had an even greater degree of economic equality than that of Chaldeanic. He points out that the Neolithic crafts must have been household industries and that craft traditions are not individual but collective. The experience and wisdom of all the community's members are constantly being pooled, the occupation is public, its rules are the result of communal experience. The pots from a given Neolithic village bear the stamp of a strong collective tradition, rather than of individuality. Besides, there was as yet no shortage of land. When the population grew, young men could go off and start a village of their own. Under these economic circumstances, the conditions were not given for the differentiation of society into different classes, or for the formation of a permanent leadership whose function it would be to organize the whole economy and who would exact their price for this skill. This could happen only later, when many more discoveries and inventions had been made, when the surplus was much greater and could be transformed into capital, and those owning it could make profits by making others work for them. Two observations are of special importance from the point of view of aggression. There is no evidence of any sack or massacre during the 800 years of the existence of cattle halyks so far explored in the excavations. Furthermore, and even more impressive evidence for the absence of violence, among the many hundreds of skeletons unearthed, not a single one has been found that showed signs of violent death. G. Mellart, 1967. One of the most characteristic features of Neolithic villages, including cattle halyk, is the central role of the mother in their social structure and their religion. Following the older division of labor, where men hunted and women gathered roots and fruits, agriculture was most likely the discovery of women, while animal husbandry was that of men. Considering the fundamental role of agriculture in the development of civilization, it is perhaps no exaggeration to state that modern civilization was founded by women. The earth's and woman's capacity to give birth, a capacity that men lack, quite naturally gave the mother a supreme place in the world of the early agriculturalists. Only when men could create material things by intellect, i.e., magically and technically, could they claim superiority. The mother, as goddess, often identified with Mother Earth, became the supreme goddess of the religious world, while the earthly mother became the center of family and social life. The most impressive direct evidence for the central role of mothers in cattle halyk lies in the fact that children were always buried with their mother, and never with their father. The skeletons were buried underneath the mother's divan, a kind of platform in the main room, which was larger than that of the father and always had the same location in the house. The burial of children exclusively with their mother is a characteristically matriarchal trait. The children's essential relationship is considered to be to the mother and not to the father, as in the case in patriarchal societies. Although this burial system is an impressive datum in favor of the assumption of the matriarchal structure of Neolithic society, this thesis finds its full confirmation with the data we have on the religion of cattle halyk and other excavated Neolithic villages in Anatolia. These excavations have revolutionized our concepts of early religious development. The most outstanding feature is the fact that this religion was centered around the figure of the Mother Goddess. The central role of Mother Goddess can be clearly seen in the figures, wall paintings, and reliefs in the numerous shrines that have been excavated. In contrast to findings in other Neolithic sites, those of cattle halyk do not entirely consist of mother goddesses, but also show a male deity symbolized by a bull or, more frequently, by a bull's head or horns. But this fact does not substantially alter the predominance of the Great Mother as the central deity. Among 41 sculptures excavated, 33 were exclusively of goddesses. The 8 sculptures in which a male god is symbolized are virtually all to be understood in reference to the goddess, partly as her sons and partly as her consorts. On one of the older levels, figurines of the goddess were found exclusively. The central role of the mother goddess is further demonstrated by the fact that she is shown alone, together with a male, pregnant, giving birth, but never subordinate to a male. There are some shrines in which the goddess is giving birth to a bull's or a ram's head. Compare this with the typically patriarchal story of the female being given birth by the male, Eve and Athene. The mother goddess is often found accompanied by a leopard, clothed with a leopard skin, or symbolically represented by leopards, at the time the most ferocious and deadly animal of that region. This would make her the mistress of wild animals, and it also indicates her double role as the goddess of life and of death. Like so many in the following, I shall sometimes use the term matricentric rather than matriarchal, because the latter implies that women ruled over men, which seems to be true in some cases. For instance, according to Millart, in Hosseler, but probably not in Ing Sunk in the Land. V. G. Child, 1936. Another result of this process was that a specialized labor force had to be used for this kind of work, and for cultivating the land necessary to grow food for those others who were specialized in crafts, public works, and trade. They had to be organized by the community and directed by an elite which did the planning, protecting, and controlling. This means that a much greater accumulation of surplus was needed than in the earlier Neolithic villages, and that this surplus was not just used as food reserve for times of need or growing population, but as capital to be used for an expanding production. GIDE has pointed to another factor inherent in these conditions of life in the river valleys: the exceptional power of the society to coerce its members. The community could refuse a recalcitrant member access to water by closing the channels leading it to his field. This possibility of coercion was one of the foundations upon which the power of kings, priests, and the dominant elite rested once they had succeeded in replacing or, ideologically speaking, representing the social will. With the new forms of production, one of the most decisive changes in the history of man took place. His product was no longer limited to what he could produce by his own work, as had been the case in hunting societies and early agriculture. It is true that with the beginning of Neolithic agriculture man had already been able to produce a small surplus, but this surplus only helped to stabilize his life. When, however, it grew, it could be used for an entirely new purpose. It became possible to feed people who did not directly produce food, but cleared the marshes, built houses and cities and pyramids, or served as soldiers. Of course, such use could only take place when technique and division of labor had reached a degree which made it possible for human labor to be so employed. At this point surplus grew immensely. The more fields were plowed, the more marshes were drained, the more surplus could be produced. This new possibility led to one of the most fundamental changes in human history. It was discovered that man could be used as an economic instrument, that he could be exploited, that he could be made a slave. Let us follow this process in more detail in its economic, social, religious, and psychological consequences. The basic economic facts of the new society were, as indicated above, greater specialization of work, the transformation of surplus into capital, and the need for a centralized mode of production. The first consequence of this was the rise of different classes. The privileged classes did the directing and organizing, claiming and obtaining for themselves a disproportionately large part of the product, that is to say, a standard of living which the majority of the population could not obtain. Below them were the lower classes, peasants, and artisans. Below those were the slaves, prisoners taken as a result of wars. The privileged classes organized their own hierarchy, headed originally by permanent chiefs, eventually by kings, as representatives of the gods who were the nominal heads of the whole system. Another consequence of the new mode of production is assumed to have been conquest as an essential requisite to the accumulation of communal capital needed for the accomplishment of the urban revolution. But there was a still more basic reason for the invention of war as an institution: the contradiction between an economic system that needed unification in order to be optimally effective, and political and dynastic separation that conflicted with this economic need. War as an institution was a new invention, like kingdom or bureaucracy, made around 3000 BC. Then as now, it was not caused by psychological factors, such as human aggression, but, aside from the wishes for power and glory of the kings and their bureaucracy, was the result of objective conditions that made war useful and which, as a consequence, tended to generate and increase human destructiveness and cruelty. These social and political changes were accompanied by a profound change in the role of women in society and of the mother figure in religion. No longer was the fertility of the soil the source of all life and creativity, but the intellect which produced new inventions, techniques, abstract thinking, and the state with its laws. No longer the womb, but the mind became the creative power, and with this, not women, but men dominated society. This change is poetically expressed in the Babylonian hymn of creation, Enuma Elish. This myth tells us of a victorious rebellion of the male gods against Tiamat, the great mother who ruled the universe. They form an alliance against her and choose Marduk to be their leader. After a bitter war, Tiamat is slain, from her body heaven and earth are formed, and Marduk rules as supreme god. However, before he is chosen to be the leader, Marduk has to pass a test, which may seem insignificant or puzzling to modern man, but it is the key to the understanding of the myth. Then they placed a garment in their midst. To Marduk, their first Bam, they said, "Verily, O Lord, thy destiny is supreme among the gods, command to destroy and to create, and it shall be. By the word of thy mouth let the garment be destroyed, command again, and let the garment be whole." He commanded with his mouth, and the garment was destroyed. Again he commanded, and the garment was restored. When the gods, his fathers, beheld the efficiency of his word, they rejoiced, and did homage, saying, "Marduk is king." Ahidal, 1942. The meaning of this test is to show that man has overcome his inability for natural creation, a quality which only the soil and the female had, by a new form of creation, that by the word, thought. Marduk, who can create in this way, has overcome the natural superiority of the mother and hence can replace her. The biblical story begins where the Babylonian myth ends. The male god creates the world by the word. ERICH FROMM, 1951. One of the most significant features of the new urban society was that it was based on the principle of patriarchal rule, in which the principle of control is inherent, control of nature, control of slaves, women, and children. The new patriarchal man literally makes the earth. His technique is not simply modification of the natural processes, but their domination and control by man, resulting in new products which are not found in nature. Men themselves came under the control of those who organized the work of the community, and hence the leaders had to have power over those they controlled. In order to achieve the aims of this new society, everything, nature and man, had to be controlled and had to either exercise or fear power. In order to become controllable, men had to learn to obey and to submit, and in order to submit they had to believe in the superior power, physical and for magic, of their rulers. While in the Neolithic village, as well as among primitive hunters, leaders guided and counseled the people and did not exploit them, and while their leadership was accepted voluntarily, or, to use another term, while prehistoric authority was rational authority resting on competence, the authority of the new patriarchal system was one based on force and power. It was exploitative and mediated by the psychical mechanism of fear, awe, and submission. It was irrational authority. Lewis Mumford has expressed the new principle governing the life of the city very succinctly. To exert power in every form was the essence of civilization. The city found a score of ways of expressing struggle, aggression, domination, conquest and servitude. He points out that the new ways of the cities were rigorous, efficient, often harsh, even sadistic, and that the Egyptian monarchs and their Mesopotamian counterparts boasted on their monuments and tablets of their personal feats in mutilating, torturing, and killing with their own hands their chief captives. L. Mumford, 1961. As a result of my clinical experience in psychoanalytic therapy, I had long come to the conviction, ERICH FROMM, 1941, that the essence of sadism is the passion for unlimited, godlike control over men and things. Mumford's view of the sadistic character of these societies is an important confirmation of my own. In addition to sadism, the passion to destroy life and the attraction to all that is dead, necrophilia, seem to develop in the new urban civilization. Mumford also speaks of the destructive, death-oriented myth to be found in the new social order, and quotes Patrick Geddes as saying that each historic civilization begins with a living, urban core, the polis, and ends in a common graveyard of dust and bones, a necropolis, or city of the dead, fire-scorched ruins, shattered buildings, empty workshops, heaps of meaningless refuse, the population massacred or driven into slavery. L. Mumford, 1961. Whether we read the story of the Hebrews' conquest of Canaan or the story of the Babylonians' wars, the same spirit of unlimited and inhuman destructiveness is shown. A good example is Sennacherib's stone inscription on the total annihilation of Babylon, the city and its houses from its foundation to its top. I destroyed, I devastated, I burned with fire. The wall and the outer wall, temples and gods, temple towers of brick and earth, as many as they were, I razed and dumped them into the Arachto Canal. Through the midst of that city I dug canals, I flooded its site with water, and the very foundations thereof I destroyed. I made its destruction more complete than that by a flood. Quoted by L. Mumford, 1961. The history of civilization, from the destruction of Carthage and Jerusalem to the destruction of Dresden, Hiroshima, and the people, soil, and trees of Vietnam, is a tragic record of sadism and destructiveness. Aggressiveness in primitive cultures. Thus far we have dealt only with the aggression to be found among prehistorical societies and among still existing primitive hunter-gatherers. What can we learn from other, more advanced yet still primitive cultures? It should be easy to examine this question by consulting a work dealing with aggression on the basis of the vast amount of anthropological data collected. But it is surprising and a somewhat shocking fact that no such work exists. Evidently the phenomenon of aggression has not, so far, been considered of sufficient importance by anthropologists to lead them to summarize and interpret their data from this point of view. There is only the brief paper by Derek Freeman, in which he attempts to give a summary of the anthropological data on aggression in order to support the Freudian thesis. D. Freeman, 1964. Equally short is a summarizing paper by another anthropologist, H. Helmuth, 1967. Helmuth presents anthropological data and emphasizes the opposite point of view, the relative absence of aggression among primitive societies. In the following pages I shall offer a number of other studies on aggression in primitive societies, beginning with the analysis of data I undertook from the most accessible anthropological publications. Since the studies in these publications were not made with a selective bias for the viewpoint for or against aggression, respectively, they can be considered a kind of random sample in a very loose sense of the word. Nevertheless, I do not imply that the results of this analysis are in any way statistically valid in terms of the distribution of aggressiveness among primitive cultures in general. My main purpose was clearly not a statistical one, but to demonstrate that non-aggressive societies are not as rare or puny as Freeman and other exponents of the Freudian theory indicate. I also wanted to show that aggressiveness is not just one trait, but part of a syndrome, that we find aggression regularly together with other traits in the system, such as strict hierarchy, dominance, class division, etc. In other words, aggression is to be understood as part of the social character, not as an isolated behavior trait. Analysis of 30 primitive tribes. I analyzed 30 primitive cultures from the standpoint of aggressiveness versus peacefulness. 3 of them were described by Ruth Benedict, 1934, 13 by Margaret Mead, 1961, 15 by G. P. Murdoch, 1934, and 1 by C. M. Turnbull, 1965. The analysis of these 30 societies permits us to distinguish 3 different and clearly delineated systems, A, B, C. These societies are not simply differentiated in terms of more or less aggression, or more or less non-aggression, but in terms of different character systems distinguished from each other by a number of traits that form the system, some of which do not have any obvious connection with aggression. I want to express my indebtedness to the late Ralph Linton, with whom I gave a seminar at Yale University in 1948 and 1949 on the character structure of primitive societies, for what I learned from him in these seminars and in many private conversations. I also want to express my appreciation for the stimulation I received from George P. Murdoch, who participated in these seminars, even though our views remained very different. The Zuni, Dobu, Kwakiutl, the ERICH, Greenland Eskimos, Bakika, Ifugeo, Kwakiutl, Manus, Iroquois, Ojibwe, Samoans, Zuni, Bathonga, Dakota, Maori. The Tasmanians, Aranda, Samoans, Semang, Todas, Kazakhs, Ainus, Polar Eskimos, Haidas, Crows, Iroquois, Hopi, Aztecs, Incas, Widitos, Nama Hottentots, and the Ganda. I have not, however, considered in this context his description of the Aztecs and the Incas, since they were highly developed and complex societies and therefore not suitable for this brief analysis. The Mbutu, the Zuni and the Kwakiutl are described both by R. Benedict and by M. Mead. The Iroquois and the Samoans are described both by M. Mead and G. P. Murdoch. They are, of course, analyzed only once. Among the primitive hunters described by E. R. Service, 1966, the Semangs, the Eskimos, and the Australians are among this sample. The Semangs and the Eskimos fall under System A, the Australians, under System B. I have not classified the Hopi because the structure of their society seems to be too contradictory to permit classification. System A, Life Affirmative Societies. In this system, the main emphasis of ideals, customs, and institutions is that they serve the preservation and growth of life in all its forms. There is a minimum of hostility, violence, or cruelty among people, no harsh punishment, hardly any crime, and the institution of war is absent or plays an exceedingly small role. Children are treated with kindness, there is no severe corporal punishment, women are in general considered equal to men, or at least not exploited or humiliated, there is a generally permissive and affirmative attitude toward sex. There is little envy, covetousness, greed, and exploitativeness. There is also little competition and individualism and a great deal of cooperation. Personal property is only in things that are used. There is a general attitude of trust and confidence, not only in others but particularly in nature, a general prevalence of good humor, and a relative absence of depressive moods. Among the societies falling under this life affirmative category, I have placed the Zuni Pueblo Indians, the Mountain ERICH and the Bathonga, the Aranda, the Semangs, the Todas, the Polar Eskimos, and the Mbutus. One finds in the System A group both hunters, for instance, the Mbutus, and agriculturists, sheepowners, like the Zunis. In it are societies with relatively abundant food supply and others characterized by a good deal of scarcity. This statement by no means implies, however, that the characterological differences are not dependent on and largely influenced by the differences of the socio-economic structure of these respective societies. It only indicates that the obvious economic factors, such as poverty or wealth, hunting or agriculture, etc., are not the only critical factors for the development of character. In order to understand the connection between economy and social character, one would have to study the total socio-economic structure of each society. System B, Non-Destructive Aggressive Societies. This system shares with the first the basic element of not being destructive, but differs in that aggressiveness and war, although not central, are normal occurrences, and in that competition, hierarchy, and individualism are present. These societies are by no means permeated by destructiveness or cruelty or by exaggerated suspiciousness, but they do not have the kind of gentleness and trust which is characteristic of the System A societies. System B could perhaps be best characterized by stating that it is imbued with a spirit of male aggressiveness, individualism, the desire to get things and to accomplish tasks. In my analysis, the following 14 tribes fall under this category: the Greenland Eskimos, the Bakagas, the Ojibways, the Ifugaos, the Manus, the Samoans, the Dakotas, the Maoris, the Tasmanians, the Kazakhs, the Ainus, the Crows, the Incas, and the Hottentots. System C, Destructive Societies. The structure of the System C societies is very distinct. It is characterized by much interpersonal violence, destructiveness, aggression, and cruelty, both within the tribe and against others, a pleasure in war, maliciousness, and treachery. The whole atmosphere of life is one of hostility, tension, and fear. Usually there is a great deal of competition, great emphasis on private property, if not in material things then in symbols, strict hierarchies, and a considerable amount of war-making. Examples for this system are the Dobas and the Kwakiutl, the Haidas, the Aztecs, the Widitos, and the Ganda. I do not claim that my classification of each society under these categories is not open to controversy. But whether one agrees or disagrees with the classification of a few societies does not make too much difference, because my main point is not statistical, but qualitative. The main contrast lies between systems A and B on the one hand, which are both life-affirming, and system C, which is basically cruel or destructive, i.e., sadistic or necrophilous. Examples of the three systems. In order to help the reader to get a better picture of the nature of the three systems, I shall give in the following a more detailed example of a characteristic society for each system. The Zuni Indians. System A. The Zuni Indians have been thoroughly studied by Ruth Benedict, 1934, as well as by Margaret Mead, Irving Goldman, Ruth Bunzel, and others. They live by agriculture and sheep herding in the southwestern United States. Like other Pueblo Indian societies, they inhabited numerous cities in the 12th and 13th centuries, but their history can be followed much further back to its simple beginnings in one-room stone houses, to each of which was attached an underground ceremonial chamber. Economically, they can be said to live in a state of abundance, although their appreciation for material goods is not very high. In their social attitude there is little competition, even though there is a limitation of irrigable land. They are organized along matricentric lines, although priests and civil officials are men. Individuals who are aggressive, competitive, and non-cooperative are regarded as aberrant types. Work is done essentially in cooperation, with the exception of sheep raising, which is exclusively a man's occupation. In economic activities, rivalry is excluded, again with the exception of sheep raising, where one finds some squabbles, but no deep rivalries. On the whole, little attention is paid to individual achievement. Inasmuch as there is some quarreling, it is mainly caused by sexual jealousy and not in relation to economic activities or possessions. Hoarding is practically unknown. While there are richer and poorer individuals, wealth remains highly fluid, and it is characteristic of the Zuni attitude toward material goods that a man would lend his jewelry willingly, not only to friends but to any member of the society who asks for it. In spite of a certain amount of sexual jealousy, marriages on the whole are lasting, although there is easy divorce. Women are, as one would expect in a matricentric society, in no way subordinate to men. There is a great deal of gift-giving, but in contrast to a number of competitive societies, this does not have the function of emphasizing one's own wealth or of humiliating the one to whom the gift is given, and no attempt is made to maintain reciprocity. Wealth does not remain long in one family, as it is acquired by individual work and industriousness, and exploitation of others is unknown. While there is private ownership of land, litigations are rare and quickly settled. The Zuni system can only be understood by the fact that material things are relatively little valued and the fact that the major interest in life is religious. To put it in another way, the dominant value is life and living itself, not things and their possession. Songs, prayers, rituals, and dances are the major and most important elements in this system. They are directed by priests who are highly respected, although they do not exercise any censures or jurisdiction. The value of religious life as against ownership and economic success is seen in that officials who have the function of judges in cases of material litigation are not held in great respect, quite in contrast to the priests. Personal authority is perhaps the most rigorously disparaged trait among the Zioini. The definition of a good man is one who has a pleasing address, a yielding disposition and a generous heart. Men never act violently and do not contemplate violence even when the wife is unfaithful. During the initiation period boys are whipped and frightened by kachinas, but in contrast to many other cultures even this initiation is never in any way an ordeal. Murder hardly exists. As Benedict reports from her own observation, there is no memory of homicide. Suicide is outlawed. Themes of terror and danger are not cultivated in their myths or tales. There is no sense of sin, especially in connection with sex, and sexual chastity is generally regarded with disfavor. Sex is considered to be an incident in a happy life, but by no means, as in some other rather aggressive societies, the only source of pleasure. There seems to be some fear connected with sex, but insofar as there is fear, men are afraid of women and of sexual intercourse with them. Goldman mentions the prevalence of the theme of castration fear in a matriarchal society. This indicates man's fear of women rather than, as in Freud's concept, the fear of a punishing father. Is this picture of a system characterized by unaggressiveness, nonviolence, cooperation, and enjoyment of life changed by the fact that one finds also jealousies and quarrels? No society could be characterized as nonviolent and peaceful if it has to live up to an absolute ideal of complete absence of hostility or of any quarrels. But such a point of view is rather naive. Even basically unaggressive and nonviolent people will occasionally react with annoyance under certain conditions, especially those with a choleric temperament. This does not mean, however, that their character structure is aggressive, violent, or destructive. One might even go further and say that in a culture where expressions of anger are as much tabooed as they are in the Zuni culture, sometimes a relatively mild quantity of anger will pile up and be expressed in a quarrel, but only if one is dogmatically attached to the view of man's innate aggression will one interpret these occasional quarrels as indicating the depth and intensity of the repressed aggression. Such an interpretation is based on a misuse of the Freudian discovery of unconscious motivation. The logic of this reasoning is, if a suspected trait is manifest, its existence is obvious and undeniable, but if it is completely absent, this very absence proves its presence. It must be repressed, and the less it shows manifestly, the more intense it must be in order to require such thorough repression. With this method one can prove anything, and Freud's discovery is transformed into a means for empty dogmatism. Every psychoanalyst agrees, in principle, that the assumption that a certain drive is repressed requires that we have empirical evidence for the repression in dreams, fantasies, unintended behavior, and so on. However, this theoretical principle is often neglected in the analysis of persons and of cultures. One is so convinced of the validity of the premise required by the theory that a certain drive exists, that one does not bother to discover its empirical manifestation. The analyst who proceeds this way acts in good faith because he is unaware of the fact that he expects to find what the theory claims and nothing else. In the weighing of the anthropological evidence, care must be taken to avoid this error, without losing sight of the principle of psychoanalytic dialectics that a trend can exist without being consciously perceived. In the case of the Zuni there is no evidence that the absence of manifest hostility is due to an intense repression of aggression, and hence there is no valid reason to question the picture of an unaggressive, life-loving, cooperative system. Another method of ignoring the data offered by a non-aggressive society is either to ignore them altogether or to maintain that they are of no importance. Thus Freud, for instance in the famous letter to Einstein, dealt with the problem of peaceful primitive societies in the following way. We are told that in certain happy regions of the earth, where nature provides in abundance everything that man requires, there are races whose life is passed in tranquility, and who know neither coercion nor aggression. I can scarcely believe it, and I should be glad to hear more of these fortunate beings. S. Freud, 1933. I do not know what Freud's attitude would have been if he had known more about these fortunate beings. It seems he never made a serious attempt to inform himself about them. The Manus, System B. The Manus, M. Mead, 1961, are an illustration for a system which is clearly distinguished from System A because the main aim of life is not living and enjoyment, art, and ritual, but the attainment of personal success through economic activities. On the other hand, the system of the Manus is very different from System C, of which the Dobus will be shown as an example. The Manus are not essentially violent, destructive, or sadistic, nor are they malicious or treacherous. The Manus are sea-dwelling, fishing people living in villages built on piles in the lagoons along the south coast of the Great Admiralty Iceland. They trade their surplus catch with nearby agricultural land dwellers and obtain from them manufactured articles from more distant sections of the archipelago. All their energy is completely dedicated to material success, and they drive themselves so hard that many men die in their early middle age. In fact, it is rare for a man to live to see his first grandchild. This obsession for relentless work is upheld not only because of the fact that success is the main value, but because of the shame related to failure. Not to be able to pay back one's debts is a matter which leads to humiliation of the afflicted individual. Not to have any economic success which promotes a certain amount of capital accumulation puts one in the category of a man without any social prestige. But whatever social prestige a man has won by hard work is lost when he is no longer economically active. The main emphasis in the training of the young is laid upon the respect for property, shame, and physical efficiency. Individualism is enhanced by the fact that relatives compete with each other for the child's allegiance, and the child learns to consider itself valuable. Their marriage code is a strict one, resembling 19th century middle-class morality. The main vices are sex offenses, scandalmongering, obscenity, failure to pay debts, failure to help relatives, and failure to keep one's house in repair. The training for hard work and competition seems to be contradicted by one phase in the life of the young men before their marriage. The young unmarried men form a kind of community, living in a common clubhouse, sharing a common mistress, usually a war prisoner, and their tobacco and betel nut. They live a rather merry, roistering life on the borders of society. Perhaps this interval is necessary to produce a modicum of pleasure and contentment during one period of a male's life. But this idyllic life is interrupted for good by the act of marriage. In order to marry, the young man has to borrow money, and for the first few years of his marriage there is only one goal for him: to repay the debt incurred to his financial backer. He must not even enjoy his wife too much as long as he owes part of her to his sponsor. When this first obligation is met, those who want to avoid failure devote their life to amassing property themselves, which makes them backers of other marriages. This is one condition for their becoming leaders in the community. Marriage itself is largely an economic affair in which personal affection and sexual interests play a small role. The relationship between man and wife remains, as is not surprising under these circumstances, antagonistic, at least for approximately the first 15 years of marriage. Only when they begin to arrange marriages for their children and their dependents does the relationship of couples assume a certain character of cooperation. Energy is so completely devoted to the overriding aim of success that personal motives of affection, loyalty, preference, dislike, and hatred are all barred. It is of crucial importance for the understanding of this system that while there is little love and affection, there is also little destructiveness or cruelty. Even within the fierce competition which dominates the whole picture, the interest is not to humiliate others but only to maintain one's own position. Cruelty is relatively absent. In fact, those who do not succeed at all, who are failures, are left alone, not made the butt of aggression. War is not excluded, but in general it is disapproved of except as a way of keeping young men out of mischief. While war served sometimes for the capture of women for use as prostitutes, on the whole it was considered disruptive of trade and was not a way for success. Their ideal personality was not at all that of a hero but of a highly competitive, successful, industrious, and non-passionate man. Their religious ideas clearly reflect this system. Their religion is not based on the attempt to attain ecstasy or oneness with nature but has purely practical purposes, placating ghosts with slight formal offerings, instituting methods for discovering causes of illness and misfortune and remedying these causes. The center of life in this system is property and success, the main obsession is work, and the greatest fear is failure. It is almost necessary that in such a system, a great deal of anxiety is engendered. But it is important that in spite of this anxiety, no major degree of destructiveness and hostility is part of their social character. There are a number of other societies in the System B group which are less competitive and possessive than the Manus, but I preferred to choose the Manus because this example permits one to delineate more clearly the difference between an individualistic aggressive character structure and the cruel and sadistic character structure in System C. The DOBU. System C. The inhabitants of the Dobu Islands, R. Benedict, 1934, are a good example for System C. While in close vicinity of the Trobriand Icelanders, so well known by the publications of Malinowski, their environment and character are entirely different. While the Trobriands live on fertile islands that provide easy and plentiful living, the Dobuan Islands, on the other hand, are of volcanic nature with small pockets of soil and poor fishing opportunities. The Dobuans are not known among their neighbors for their poverty, however, but for their dangerousness. While they have no chiefs, they are a well-organized group arranged in concentric circles, within each of which specified traditional forms of hostility are allowed. Aside from a matrilineal grouping, the JUSU, mother's milk, where one finds a certain amount of cooperation and trust, the Dobuans' interpersonal relations have the principle of distrusting everybody as a possible enemy. Even marriage does not lessen the hostility between the two families. A certain degree of peace is established by the fact that the couple live during alternate years in the village of the husband and in the village of the wife. The relationship between husband and wife is full of suspiciousness and hostility. Faithfulness is not expected, and no Dobuan will admit that a man and woman are ever together even for the shortest period except for sexual purposes. Two features are the main characteristics of this system: the importance of private ownership and of malignant sorcery. The exclusiveness of ownership among them is characterized by its fierceness and ruthlessness, for which Benedict gives many examples. Ownership of a garden and its privacy is respected to such a degree that by custom, man and wife have intercourse within it. Nobody must know the amount of property anyone has. It is as secret as if it had been stolen. The same sense of ownership exists with regard to the ownership of incantations and charms. The Dobus have disease charms which produce and cure illnesses, and each illness has a special charm. Illness is explained exclusively as a result of malevolent use of a charm. Some individuals own a charm which completely controls the production and cure of a certain illness. This disease and cure monopoly for one illness naturally gives them considerable power. Their whole life is governed by magic, since no result in any field is possible without it, and magical formulae quite aside from those connected with illness are among the most important items of private property. All existence is cutthroat competition and every advantage is gained at the expense of the defeated rival. But competition is not as in other systems, open and frank, but secret and treacherous. The ideal of a good and successful man is one who has cheated another of his place. The most admired virtue and the greatest achievement is wabu-wabu, a system of sharp practices which stresses one's own gains at the expense of another's loss. The art is to reap personal advantage in a situation in which others are victims. This is a system quite different from that of the market which, in principle at least, is based on a fair exchange by which both sides are supposed to profit. Even more characteristic of the spirit in this system is their treachery. In ordinary relations the dobuin is suave and unctuously polite. As one man puts it, if we wish to kill a man we approach him, we eat, drink, sleep, work and rest with him, it may be for several moons. We bide our time. We call him friend. R. Benedict, 1934. As a result, in the not infrequent case of murder, suspicion falls on those who have tried to be friends with the victim. Aside from material possession, the most passionate desires are in the field of sex. The problem of sex is complicated, if we think of their general joylessness. Their conventions exclude laughter, and make dourness a virtue. As one of them says, in the gardens we do not play, we do not sing, we do not yodel, we do not relate legends. R. Benedict, 1934. In fact, Benedict reports of one man crouching on the outskirts of a village of another tribe where the people were dancing, and he indignantly repudiated the suggestion that he might join. My wife would say I had been happy. R. Benedict, 1934. Happiness for them is a paramount taboo. Nevertheless, this dourness and taboo on happiness or pleasurable activities goes together with promiscuity and with a high estimation of sexual passion and sexual techniques. In fact, the basic sexual teaching by which girls are prepared for marriage is that the way to hold their husband is to keep him sexually exhausted. It seems, in contrast to the Zuni, sexual satisfaction is almost the only pleasureful and exhilarating experience the Dobuans permit themselves. Nevertheless, as we would expect, their sexual life is colored by their character structure, and it would seem that their sexual satisfaction carries with it only a modicum of joy and in no way is a basis for warm and friendly relations between man and woman. Paradoxically, they are very prudish and in this respect, as Benedict mentions, as extreme as the Puritans. It seems that, precisely because happiness and enjoyment are tabooed, sex must assume the quality of something bad though very desirable. Indeed, sexual passion can serve as a compensation for joylessness just as much as it can be an expression of joy. With the Dobuans it clearly seems to be the former. Summarizing, Benedict states, life in Dobua fosters extreme forms of animosity and malignancy which most societies have minimized by their institutions. Dobuan institutions, on the other hand, exalt them to the highest degree. The Dobuan lives out without repression man's worst nightmares of the ill will of the universe, and according to his view of life virtue consists in selecting a victim upon whom he can vent the malignancy he attributes alike to human society and to the powers of nature. All existence appears to him as a cutthroat struggle in which deadly antagonists are pitted against one another in a contest for each one of the goods of life. Suspicion and cruelty are his trusted weapons in the strife and he gives no mercy, as he asks none. R. Benedict, 1934. The evidence for destructiveness and cruelty. The anthropological data have demonstrated that the instinctivistic interpretation of human destructiveness is not tenable. While we find in all cultures that men defend themselves against vital threats by fighting, or by fleeing, destructiveness and cruelty are minimal in so many societies that these great differences could not be explained if we were dealing with an innate passion. Furthermore, the fact that the least civilized societies like the hunter-gatherers and early agriculturalists show less destructiveness than the more developed ones speaks against the idea that destructiveness is part of human nature. Finally, the fact that destructiveness is not an isolated factor, but as we have seen, part of a syndrome, speaks against the instinctivistic thesis. But the fact that destructiveness and cruelty are not part of human nature does not imply that they are not widespread and intense. This fact does not have to be proven. It has been shown by many students of primitive society, although it is important to keep in mind that these data refer to more developed, or deteriorated, primitive societies and not to the most primitive ones, the hunter-gatherers. Unfortunately, we ourselves have been and still are witnesses of such extraordinary acts of destruction and cruelty that we need not even look at the historical record. A study that deals with aggressiveness among primitive peoples by studying the rate of homicide and suicide among 40 non-literate societies was undertaken by S. Palmer, 1955. He combined homicidal and suicidal acts as destructive acts and compared their incidence in these 40 societies. Among those he studied, there is one group with a low index of destructiveness, 0 to 5, in this group we find 8 cultures. One group with a medium degree of destructiveness, 6 to 15, in this group are 14 societies. One group with a very high degree of destructiveness, 16 to 42, in this group there are 18 cultures. If one combines low and medium aggressiveness, we find 22 with low and medium aggressiveness versus 18 with high aggressiveness. Although this is a higher percentage of very aggressive societies than I found in my analysis of the 30 primitive cultures, nevertheless, Palmer's analysis does not confirm the thesis of the extreme aggressiveness of primitive peoples. M. R. Davey, 1929, for instance, brings ample material on primitive destructiveness and torture. Cf. also Q. Wright, 1965, on warfare in civilization. In view of this I shall not cite the ample material on human destructiveness which is familiar, while the newer findings about hunter-gatherers and early Neolithic agriculturalists needed to be quoted extensively because they are relatively little known except among specialists. I want to caution the reader in 2 respects. First, much confusion arises because of the use of the word primitive for pre-civilized cultures of very different kinds. What they have in common is the lack of a written language, of an elaborate technique, of the use of money, but with regard to their economic, social, and political structure primitive societies differ radically from each other. In fact there is no such thing as primitive societies, except as an abstraction but only various types of primitive societies. Lack of destructiveness is characteristic for hunter-gatherers and is to be found in some more highly developed primitive societies, while in many others and in civilized societies destructiveness dominates the picture, and not peacefulness. Another error against which I want to caution is to ignore the spiritual and religious meaning and motivation of factually destructive and cruel acts. Let us consider one drastic example, the sacrifice of children, as it was practiced in Canaan at the time of the Hebrew conquest and in Carthage down to its destruction by the Romans. In the 3rd century BC, were these parents motivated by the destructive and cruel passion to kill their own children? Surely this is very unlikely. The story of Abraham's attempt to sacrifice Isaac, a story meant to speak against sacrifice of children, movingly emphasizes Abraham's love for Isaac. Nevertheless, Abraham does not waver in his decision to kill his son. Quite obviously we deal here with a religious motivation which is stronger than even the love for the child. The man in such a culture is completely devoted to his religious system, and he is not cruel, even though he appears so to a person outside this system. It may help to see this point if we think of a modern phenomenon which can be compared with child sacrifice, that of war. Take the First World War. A mixture of economic interests, ambition, and vanity on the part of the leaders, and a good deal of stupid blundering on all sides brought about the war. But once it had broken out, or even a little bit earlier, it became a religious phenomenon. The state, the nation, national honor, became the idols, and both sides voluntarily sacrificed their children to these idols. A large percentage of the young men of the British and of the German upper classes which were responsible for the war were wiped out in the early days of the fighting. Surely they were loved by their parents. Yet, especially for those who were most deeply imbued with the traditional concepts, their love did not make them hesitate in sending their children to death, nor did the young ones who were going to die have any hesitation. The fact that, in the case of child sacrifice, the father kills the child directly while, in the case of war, both sides have an arrangement to kill each other's children makes little difference. In the case of war, those who are responsible for it know what is going to happen, yet the power of the idols is greater than the power of love for their children. One phenomenon that has often been quoted as a proof of man's innate destructiveness is that of cannibalism. Much has been made by the defenders of the thesis of man's innate destructiveness of findings which seem to indicate that even the most primitive form of man, Peking man, around 500,000 BC, was a cannibal. What are the facts? The fragments of 40 skulls were found in Chukoutian, assumed to have belonged to the most primitive Homo known. Peking man, hardly any other bones were found. The skulls were mutilated at the base, which suggests that the brain had been extracted. The further conclusion was made that the brain was eaten, and hence that the Chukoutian findings prove that the earliest man known of was a cannibal. However, none of these conclusions have been proved. We do not even know who killed the men whose skulls were found, for what purpose, and whether this was the exception or a typical case. Mumford, 1967, has stressed the point convincingly, as has also K.J. Nair, 1961, that these conjectures are nothing but speculations. Whatever the facts about Peking man are, the read later cannibalism, as L. Mumford states, especially in Africa and New Guinea, cannot be taken as proof for cannibalism among man at a lower stage. This is the same problem we have found in the phenomenon that the most primitive men are less destructive than the more developed and, incidentally, also have a more advanced form of religion than the more developed primitives. K.J. Nair, 1961. Among the many speculations about the meaning of the possible extraction of the brain in Peking man, one deserves special attention, i.e., the assumption that we deal here with a ritualistic act in which the brain was not eaten for nourishment but a sacred food. A.C. Blanc in his study of ideologies in early man has pointed out, like the previously mentioned authors, that we know almost nothing of the religious ideas of Peking man, but that it is possible to think of him as the first one to practice ritualistic cannibalism. A.C. Blanc, 1961, Blanc suggests a possible connection between the findings in Chukoutian and findings in Monte Circio of Neanderthal skulls that showed a mutilation of the base of the skull in order to extract the brain. He believes that there is enough evidence available now to permit the conclusion that we deal here with a ritualistic act. Blanc points out that these mutilations are identical with those produced by headhunters in Borneo and Melanesia, where headhunting clearly has a ritualistic meaning. It is interesting that these tribes, as Blanc states, are not particularly bloodthirsty or aggressive and have rather high morals. A.C. Blanc, 1961. All these data lead to the conclusion that our knowledge of Peking man's cannibalism is nothing more than a plausible construction, and if true, we deal most likely with a ritualistic phenomenon, entirely different from most of the destructive and non-ritualistic cannibalism in Africa, South America, and New Guinea. M. R. Davey, 1929. The rarity of prehistorical cannibalism is clearly indicated by the fact that E. Volhard, in his monograph Cannibalismus, had stated that no valid evidence for the existence of cannibalism had yet been observed, and that he changed his mind only in 1942 when Blanc showed him the evidence of the Monte Circio skull. Reported by A.C. Blanc, 1961. In headhunting we also find ritualistic motives, like those in ritualistic cannibalism. To what extent headhunting changes from a religiously meaningful ritual to behavior generated by sadism and destructiveness deserves much more examination than has been devoted to this problem so far. Torture is perhaps much more rarely a ritualistic performance than an expression of sadistic impulses, whether it occurs in a primitive tribe or in a lynch mob today. All these phenomena of destructiveness and cruelty require for their understanding and appreciation of the religious motivation that may be present, rather than a destructive or cruel one. But this distinction finds little understanding in a culture in which there is little awareness of the intensity of strivings for non-practical, non-material goals, and of the power of spiritual and moral motivation. However, even if a better understanding of many instances of destructive and cruel behavior will reduce the incidence of destructiveness and cruelty as psychical motivations, the fact remains that enough instances remain to suggest that man, in contrast to virtually all mammals, is the only primate who can feel intense pleasure in killing and torturing. I believe I have demonstrated in this chapter that this destructiveness is neither innate, nor part of human nature, and that it is not common to all men. The question of what other and specifically human conditions are responsible for this potential viciousness of man will be discussed and I hope at least to some extent answered in the following chapters. Part 3. The varieties of aggression and destructiveness and their respective conditions. Chapter 9. Benign aggression. Preliminary remarks. The evidence presented in the previous chapter has led to the conclusion that defensive aggressiveness is built in the animal and human brain and serves the function of defense against threats to vital interests. If human aggression were more or less at the same level as that of other mammals, particularly that of our nearest relative, the chimpanzee, human society would be rather peaceful and nonviolent. But this is not so. Man's history is a record of extraordinary destructiveness and cruelty, and human aggression, it seems, far surpasses that of man's animal ancestors, and man is, in contrast to most animals, a real killer. How are we to explain this hyperaggression in man? Does it have the same source as animal aggression, or is man endowed with some other specifically human potential for destructiveness? An argument can be made for the first assumption by pointing out that animals, too, exhibit extreme and vicious destructiveness when the environmental and social balance is disturbed, although this occurs only as an exception, for instance, under conditions of crowding. It could be concluded that man is so much more destructive because he has created conditions like crowding or other aggression-producing constellations that have become normal rather than exceptional in his history. Hence, man's hyperaggression is not due to a greater aggressive potential but to the fact that aggression-producing conditions are much more frequent for humans than for animals living in their natural habitat. This argument is valid, as far as it goes. It is also important, because it leads to a critical analysis of man's condition in history. It suggests that man, during most of his history, has lived in a zoo and not in the wild, i.e., under the condition of liberty conducive to human growth and well-being. Indeed, most data about man's nature are basically of the same order as Zuckerman's original data on the Monkey Hill baboons in the London Zoo. S. Zuckerman, 1932. But the fact remains that man often acts cruelly and destructively even in situations that do not include crowding. Destructiveness and cruelty can cause him to feel intense satisfaction. Masses of men can suddenly be seized by lust for blood. Individuals and groups may have a character structure that makes them eagerly wait for or create situations that permit the expression of destructiveness. Animals, on the other hand, do not enjoy inflicting pain and suffering on other animals, nor do they kill for nothing. Sometimes an animal seems to exhibit sadistic behavior, for instance, a cat playing with a mouse, but it is an anthropomorphic interpretation to assume that the cat enjoys the suffering of the mouse. Any fast-moving object can serve as a plaything, whether it is a mouse or a ball of wool. Or, to take another example, Lawrence reports an incident of two doves caged together in too close confinement. The stronger one flayed the other alive, feather by feather, until Lawrence came and separated them. But here again, what might seem a manifestation of unrestricted cruelty is really a reaction to the deprivation of space and falls under the category of defensive aggression. The wish to destroy for the sake of destruction is different. Only man seems to take pleasure in destroying life without any reason or purpose other than that of destroying. To put it more generally, only man appears to be destructive beyond the aim of defense or of attaining what he needs. The thesis to be developed in this chapter is that man's destructiveness and cruelty cannot be explained in terms of animal heredity or in terms of a destructive instinct, but must be understood on the basis of those factors by which man differs from his animal ancestors. The problem is to examine in what manner and to what degree the specific conditions of human existence are responsible for the quality and intensity of man's lust for killing and torturing. L. von Bertalanffy has taken a position similar in principle to that presented here. He writes, "There is no doubt about the presence of aggressive and destructive tendencies in the human psyche which are of the nature of biological drives. Benign aggression, even to the degree that man's aggressiveness has the same defensive character as the animals, it is much more frequent, for reasons that lie in the human condition." This chapter will deal first with man's defensive aggression and then with what is unique in man. If we agree to call aggression all acts that cause, and are intended to cause, damage to another person, animal, or inanimate object, the most fundamental distinction among all kinds of impulses subsumed under the category of aggression is that between biologically adaptive, life-serving, benign aggression and biologically non-adaptive, malignant aggression. This distinction has already been mentioned in the discussion of the neurophysiological aspects of aggression. To sum up briefly, biologically adaptive aggression is a response to threats to vital interests. It is phylogenetically programmed. It is common to animals and men. It is not spontaneous or self-increasing but reactive and defensive. It aims at the removal of the threat, either by destroying or by removing its source. Biologically non-adaptive, malignant aggression, i.e., destructiveness and cruelty, is not a defense against a threat. It is not phylogenetically programmed. It is characteristic only of man. It is biologically harmful because it is socially disruptive. Its main manifestations, killing and cruelty, are pleasureful without needing any other purpose. It is harmful not only to the person who is attacked but also to the attacker. Malignant aggression, though not an instinct, is a human potential rooted in the very conditions of human existence. The distinction between biologically adaptive aggression and biologically non-adaptive aggression ought to help to clarify a confusion in the whole discussion of human aggression. Those who explain the frequency and intensity of human aggression as being due to an innate trait of human nature often force their opponents, who have refused to relinquish the hope for a peaceful world, to minimize the degree of man's destructiveness and cruelty. Thus the defenders of hope have often been driven into taking a defensive and over-optimistic view of man. The distinction between defensive and malignant aggression makes this unnecessary. It only implies that the malignant part of man's aggression is not innate, and hence not ineradicable, but it admits that malignant aggression is a human potential and more than a learned self-preservation and self-destruction, are based upon a characteristic feature of man above the biological level, namely his capability of creating symbolic universes in thought, language, and behavior. L. von Bertalanffy, 1956. The varieties of aggression and destructiveness. Part 3 will examine the nature of and conditions for both benign and malignant aggression, while dealing at much greater length with the latter. Before starting, I want to remind the reader that in contrast to behaviorist theory, the following analysis of all types of aggression has as its subject matter aggressive impulses, regardless of whether or not they are expressed in aggressive behavior. Pseudo-aggression. By pseudo-aggression I refer to those aggressive acts that may cause harm, but are not intended to do so. Accidental aggression. The most obvious example of pseudo-aggression is accidental, unintended aggression, i.e., an aggressive act that hurts another person, but was not intended to do any harm. The classical example for this type of aggression is the firing of a gun which accidentally hurts or kills a bystander. Psychoanalysis has somewhat reduced the simplicity of the legal definition of accidental acts by introducing the concept of unconscious motivation, so that one can raise the question of whether what appears to be accidental was not unconsciously intended by the aggressor. This consideration would decrease the number of cases that fall under the category of unintended aggression, but it would be a purely dogmatic oversimplification to assume that every accidental aggression is due to unconscious motives. Playful aggression. Playful aggression has as its aim the exercise of skill. It does not aim at destruction or harm, and it is not motivated by hate. While fencing, sword fighting, and archery developed from the need to kill an enemy in defense or attack, their original function has been almost completely lost, and they have become an art. This art is practiced, for instance, in Zen Buddhist sword fighting, which requires great skill, complete control of the whole body, complete concentration, qualities it shares with an art apparently as completely different as that of the tea ceremony. A Zen master of sword fighting does not harbor the wish to kill or destroy, nor has he any hate. He makes the proper movement, and if the opponent is killed, it is because the latter stood in the wrong place. A classic psychoanalyst may argue that unconsciously the sword fighter is motivated by hate and the wish to destroy his opponent. This is his privilege, but he would show little grasp of the spirit of Zen Buddhism. The bow and arrow were also once weapons of attack and defense with an aim to destroy, but today the art of archery is a pure exercise in skill, as is shown so instructively in E. Harrigel's little book Zen in the Art of Archery, 1953. In Western culture we find the same phenomenon, that fencing and sword fighting have become a sport. Though these may not involve the spiritual aspects of Zen art, they also represent a kind of fighting without the intention to harm. Similarly, among primitive tribes we also frequently find fighting that seems to be largely a display of skill and only in a minor way an expression of destructiveness. Self-assertive aggression. By far the most important case of pseudo-aggression is that which is more or less equivalent to self-assertion. It is aggression in the literal sense of its root, aggredi, from ad gradi. Gradus means step and ad, toward, which means to move, go, step, forward, just as regression, from regredi, means to move backward. Aggredi, or in the now obsolete English form to aggress, is an intransitive verb. One can aggress, i.e., move forward, but one cannot aggress somebody, in the sense that one can attack somebody. The word aggress must early have assumed the meaning of attack, since, in war, moving forward was usually the beginning of an attack. To be aggressive, in its original meaning of aggressing, can be defined as moving forward toward a goal without undue hesitation, doubt, or fear. The concept of assertive aggression seems to find some confirmation in observations made of the link between the male hormone and aggression. A number of experiments have shown that male hormones tend to generate aggressive behavior. For an answer to the question why this should be so, we must consider that one of the most basic differences between male and female is the difference in function during the sexual act. The anatomic and physiological conditions of male sexual functioning require that the male be capable of piercing the hymen of the virgin, that he should not be deterred by the fear, hesitation, or even resistance she might manifest. In animals, the male must hold the female in position during the act of mounting. Since the male capacity to function sexually is a basic requirement for the survival of the species, one might expect that nature has endowed the male with some special aggressive potential. This expectation appears to be borne out by a number of data. Many experiments have been made to study the connection between aggression and either the castration of the male or the effects of injecting male hormones into a castrated male. The basic studies in this field were done in the 40s. One of the classic experiments is that described by Beeman. He showed that when adult male mice, 25 days old, were castrated, sometime after the operation they no longer fought as they did before castration, but instead behaved peacefully. However, if the same animals were then administered male hormones, they began fighting again, stopping once more when the male hormone was withdrawn. Beeman could also demonstrate, however, that the mice did not stop fighting if they were not given a rest after the operation, but were conditioned to a continued daily routine of fighting. E. A. Beeman, 1947. This indicates that the male hormone was a stimulation for fighting behavior, but not a condition without which it could not occur. Similar experiments have also been done with chimpanzees by G. Clark and H. G. Bird, 1946. The result was that the male hormone raised the level of aggressiveness, dominance, and the female hormone lowered it. Later experiments, for instance, those reported by E. B. Sigg, confirm the older work of Beeman and others. Sigg comes to the conclusion, it may be stated that the precipitation of aggressive behavior in isolated mice is probably based on multi-hormonal imbalance lowering the threshold to the aggression, eliciting trigger stimulus. The male gonadal hormones are critically involved in this response, whereas other endocrine changes, adrenocortical, adrenomedullary and thyroid, may be contributory and consequential. S. Garatini and E. B. Sigg, ed. 1969. Of the other papers in the same volume dealing with the problem of the relationship of sex hormones and aggression, I want to mention only one more study, that by K. M. J. Lagerspetz. He reports on experiments that tend to demonstrate that in mice conditioned to be highly aggressive, both mounting and copulation were totally inhibited, while in mice conditioned to be non-aggressive, sexual behavior was not inhibited. The author concludes that these results suggest that these two types of behavior are alternatives which can be selectively inhibited and reinforced, and they do not substantiate the belief that aggressive and sexual behavior are due to a common arousal which is further channeled by environmental stimuli. K. M. J. Lagerspetz, 1969. Such a conclusion contradicts the assumption that aggressive impulses contribute to male sexual impulses. It is outside my competence to evaluate this apparent contradiction. I shall, however, offer a hypothetical suggestion a little further on in the text. Another possible basis for the assumption of a connection between maleness and aggression are the findings and speculations on the nature of the Y chromosome. The female carries two sex chromosomes, XX. The male pair of sex chromosomes consists of one X and one Y, XY. However, in the process of cell division abnormal developments can occur, the most important one from the standpoint of aggression being a male who has one X and two Y chromosomes, XVY. There are other constellations having an extra sex chromosome which do not interest us here. XYY individuals seem to show certain physical abnormalities. They are usually above average in height, rather dull, and with a relatively high incidence of epileptic and epileptiform conditions. The feature that interests us here is that they may also show an extraordinary amount of aggressiveness. This assumption was first made on the basis of a study of mentally abnormal, violent and dangerous inmates in a special security institution in Edinburgh, P. A. Jacobs et ed. 1965. 7 of the 197 males were of a XVY constitution, 3.5 per 1,000, which is probably a significantly higher percentage than that found in the general population. After the publication of this work, about a dozen other studies have been made whose results tend to confirm and enlarge upon those of the first one. These studies, however, do not permit any definite conclusions, and assumptions based on them must await confirmation by research done on larger samples and using more refined methods. These figures are debatable, however, since estimates of the percentage of XYY among the general population vary between 0.5 to 3.5 per 1,000. CFMFA Montague, 1968, N.J. Nielsen, 1968, especially the literature quoted there. The latest survey on this question arrives at the conclusion that the link between aggression and XYV chromosomes is as yet unproven. The author writes, the preponderant opinion among the conference participants was that the behavioral aberrations implied or documented thus far do not indicate a direct cause and effect relationship with the XYY chromosome constitution. Thus, it would not be possible to say at the present time that the XYY complement is definitely or invariably associated with behavioral abnormalities. Moreover, the widespread publicity notwithstanding, individuals with the XYV anomaly have not been found to be more aggressive than matched offenders with normal chromosome constitutions. Male aggression has usually been understood in the literature as not different from what is generally called aggression, that is, attacking behavior aimed at doing damage to another person. But if this were the nature of male aggression, it would be very puzzling from a biological standpoint. What could be the biological function of a hostile, damaging male attitude toward the female? It would be disruptive to the elementary bond of male-female relationship, and still more importantly from a biological standpoint, it would tend to damage the female, on whom rests the responsibility of bearing and rearing children. While it is true that under certain constellations, especially those of patriarchal dominance and exploitation of women, a deep antagonism develops between the sexes, it would be inexplicable why such antagonism should be desirable from a biological standpoint and that it should have developed as a result of the evolutionary process. On the other hand, as I remarked before, it is biologically necessary for the male to have a capacity for moving forward and of overcoming obstacles. This, however, is not in itself a hostile or attacking behavior, it is self-assertive aggression. That male aggression is basically different from destructiveness or cruelty is confirmed by the fact that there is no evidence whatsoever that would lead to the assumption that women are less destructive or cruel than men. This view would seem also to explain some of the difficulties implied in the previously cited experiment by Lagerspetz, who found that mice showing a high degree of fighting behavior had no interest in copulation. KMJ Lagerspetz, 1969. If aggression in the sense in which it is generally used were part of male sexuality, or even stimulated it, we should expect the opposite result. The apparent contradiction between Lagerspetz's experiments and those of other authors seems to find a simple solution if we differentiate between hostile aggression and aggression in the sense of moving forward. The fighting mice, we can assume, are in a hostile, attacking mood that excludes sexual stimulation. On the other hand, the administration of male hormones in the other experiments does not generate hostility but the tendency to move forward and hence to reduce inhibitions of normal fighting behavior. Stigmatized as unusually aggressive and violent compared to other offenders. S. A. Shaw, 1970. Copulation between animals sometimes gives the impression of fierce aggression on the part of the male. Observations by trained observers indicate that reality does not correspond to the appearances, and that at least among mammals, the male does not cause the female any harm. Lagerspetz's thesis is borne out by observation of normal human behavior. People in a state of anger and hostility have little sexual appetite and sexual stimuli do not greatly affect them. I am speaking here of hostile, angry, attacking tendencies, and not of sadism, which is, indeed, compatible and often blended with sexual impulses. In brief, anger, i.e., basically defensive aggression, weakens sexual interest. Sadistic and masochistic impulses, while not generated by sexual behavior, are compatible with it, or stimulating. Self-assertive aggression is not restricted to sexual behavior. It is a basic quality required in many life situations, such as in the behavior of a surgeon and of a mountain climber, and in most sports, it is also a quality necessary for the hunter. A successful salesman also needs this type of aggression, and this is expressed when one speaks of an aggressive salesman. In all these situations, successful performance is possible only when the person involved is endowed with unimpeded self-assertion, that is, if he can pursue his aim with determination and without being deterred by obstacles. Of course, this quality is also necessary in a person who attacks an enemy. A general lacking in aggressiveness in this sense will be a hesitant and poor officer. An attacking soldier who lacks it will easily retreat. But one must differentiate between aggression with the aim to damage and the self-assertive aggression that only facilitates the pursuit of a goal, whether it is to damage or to create. In animal experiments where the injection of male hormones renews or increases the fighting capacity of the animal, one has to distinguish carefully between two possible interpretations: 1. That the hormones generate rage and aggression, and 2. That they increase the self-assertion of the animal in pursuing its already existing hostile aims that were integrated by other sources. In reviewing the experiments on the influence of male hormones on aggression, my impression is that both interpretations are possible, but for biological reasons the second seems more likely. Further experiments focused on this difference will probably offer convincing evidence for the one or the other hypothesis. The connection between self-assertion, aggression, male hormones, and, possibly, Y chromosomes suggests the possibility that men may be equipped with more self-assertive aggression than women and make better generals, surgeons, or hunters, while women may be more protective and caring and make better physicians and teachers. No conclusion can be drawn, of course, from the behavior of women today, since it is largely the result of the existing patriarchal order. Furthermore, the whole question would have a purely statistical and not an individual significance. Many men lack self-assertive aggressiveness, and many women perform excellently those tasks that require it. Obviously, there is not a simple relationship between maleness and the self-assertive aggressiveness, but a highly complex one about whose details we know almost nothing. This is no surprise to the geneticist who knows that a genetic disposition can be translated into a certain type of behavior, but can be understood only in terms of its interconnection with other genetic dispositions and with the total life situation into which a person is born and has to live. It must furthermore be considered that self-assertive aggression is a necessary quality for survival and not only for the performance of the particular activities mentioned above. Hence it is a biologically reasonable assumption that all human beings are endowed with it, and not only men. Whether the specific male aggression affects only sexual behavior or, on the other hand, whether the phenomenon of the inherent bisexuality of men and women takes sufficient care of female assertive aggression must remain idle speculation until a great many more empirical data on the influence of male hormones and chromosomes are available. There is, however, one important fact that has been pretty well established clinically. The person with an unimpeded self-assertive aggression tends, in general, to be less hostile in a defensive sense than the person whose self-assertion is defective. This holds true both for defensive aggression and for malignant aggression like sadism. The reasons for this are easy to see. As to the first, defensive aggression is a response to a threat. The person with unimpeded self-assertive aggression feels less easily threatened and, hence, is less readily in a position of having to react with aggression. The sadistic person is sadistic because he is suffering from an impotence of the heart, from the incapacity to move the other, to make him respond, to make oneself a loved person. He compensates for that impotence with the passion to have power over others. Since self-assertive aggression enhances the person's capacity for achieving his aims, its possession greatly diminishes the need for sadistic control. Point 9. As a final observation on self-assertive aggression, I would indicate that the degree to which it is developed in a given person is of great significance for his whole character structure and for certain forms of neurotic symptoms. The shy or inhibited person, as well as the one with compulsive obsessional tendencies, suffers from an impediment of this type of aggression. The therapeutic task is, first, to help the person to become aware of this impediment, then, to understand how it developed, and most importantly, to understand by what other factors in his character system and in his environment it is supported and supplied with energy. Perhaps the most important factor that leads to the weakening of self-assertive aggression is an authoritarian atmosphere in family and society, where self-assertion is equated with disobedience, attack, sin. For all irrational and exploitative forms of authority, self-assertion, the pursuit by another of his real goals, is the arch-sin because it is a threat to the power of the authority. The person subject to it is indoctrinated to believe that the aims of the authority are also his, and that obedience offers the optimal chance for fulfilling oneself. Defensive aggression. Difference between animals and man. Defensive aggression is biologically adaptive, for reasons already mentioned in the discussions of the neurophysiological basis of aggression. To repeat them briefly, the brain of animals is phylogenetically programmed to mobilize attack or right impulses when vital interests of the animal are threatened, such as food, space, the young, access to females. Basically, the aim is to remove the danger. This can be done, and more often than not is done, by right, or if right is not possible, by fighting or assuming effective threatening postures. The aim of defensive aggression is not lust for destruction, but the preservation of life. Once the aim has been attained, the aggression and its emotional equivalents disappear. Man, too, is phylogenetically programmed to react with attack or right if his vital interests are threatened. Even though this innate tendency operates less rigidly in man than in lower mammals, there is no lack of evidence that man tends to be motivated by his phylogenetically prepared tendency for defensive aggression when his life, health, freedom, or property, in those societies where private property exists and is highly valued, are threatened. To be sure, this reaction can be overcome by moral or religious convictions and training, but it is in practice the reaction of most individuals and groups. In fact, defensive aggression accounts perhaps for most of man's aggressive impulses. It could be said that the neural equipment for defensive aggression is identical in animals and man. This statement is correct, however, only in a limited sense. This is mainly because these aggression integrating areas are part of the whole brain, and because the human brain with its large neocortex and its vastly greater number of neural connections is different from the animal brain. But even though the neurophysiological basis for defensive aggression is not identical with that of the animal, it is similar enough to permit the statement that this same neurophysiological equipment leads to an incidence of defensive aggression many times greater in man than in the animal. The reason for this phenomenon lies in specific conditions of human existence. They are, mainly, the following. 1. The animal perceives as a threat only clear and present danger. To be sure, its instinctive equipment and its individually acquired and genetically inherited memories induce the awareness of dangers and threats often more accurately than they are perceived by man. But man, being endowed with a capacity for foresight and imagination, reacts not only to present dangers and threats or to memories of dangers and threats but to the dangers and threats he can imagine as possibly happening in the future. He may conclude, for instance, that because his tribe is richer than a neighboring tribe that is well trained in warfare, the other will attack his own sometime from now. Or he may reason that a neighbor whom he has harmed will take revenge when the time is favorable. In the political field, the calculation of future threats is one of the central preoccupations of politicians and generals. If an individual or a group feels threatened, the mechanism of defensive aggression is mobilized even though the threat is not immediate. Hence, man's capacity to foresee future threats enhances the frequency of his aggressive reactions. 2. Man is capable not only of foreseeing real dangers in the future, he is also capable of being persuaded and brainwashed by his leaders to see dangers when in reality they do not exist. Most modern wars, for instance, have been prepared by systematic propaganda of this type. The population was persuaded by its leaders that it was in danger of being attacked and destroyed, and thus reactions of hate against the threatening nations have been provoked. Often no threat existed. Especially since the French Revolution, with the appearance of large citizens' armies rather than relatively small armies consisting of professional soldiers, it is not easy for a nation's leader to tell the people to kill and be killed because industry wants cheaper raw materials, cheaper labor, or new markets. Only a minority would be willing to participate in the war if it were justified by declaring such aims. If, on the other hand, a government can make the population believe that it is being threatened, the normal biological reaction against threat is mobilized. In addition, these predictions of threat from the outside are often self-fulfilling. The aggressor state, by preparing for war, forces the state that is about to be attacked to prepare also, thereby providing the proof of the alleged threat. The arousal of defensive aggression by means of brainwashing can occur only in humans. In order to persuade people that they are threatened, one needs, above all, the medium of language. Without this, most suggestion would be impossible. In addition, one needs a social structure that provides a sufficient basis for brainwashing. It is hard to imagine, for example, that this kind of suggestion would work among the Mbutu, the African pygmy hunters living contentedly in the forest and having no permanent authorities. In their society there is no man with sufficient power to make the incredible credible. On the other hand, in a society that has figures carrying great authority such as sorcerers or political and religious leaders, the basis for such suggestion is present. By and large, the power of suggestion exercised by a ruling group is in proportion to the group's power over the ruled and for the capacity of the rulers to use an elaborate ideological system to reduce the faculty of critical and independent thinking. A third specifically human condition of existence contributes to a further increase of human defensive aggressiveness compared with animal aggressiveness. Man, like the animal, defends himself against threat to his vital interests. But the range of man's vital interests is much wider than that of the animal. Man must survive not only physically but also psychically. He needs to maintain a certain psychic equilibrium lest he lose the capacity to function. For man, everything necessary for the maintenance of his psychic equilibrium is of the same vital interest as that which serves his physical equilibrium. First of all, man has a vital interest in retaining his frame of orientation. His capacity to act depends on it, and in the last analysis, his sense of identity. If others threaten him with ideas that question his own frame of orientation, he will react to these ideas as to a vital threat. He may rationalize this reaction in many ways. He will say that the new ideas are inherently immoral, uncivilized, crazy, or whatever else he can think of to express his repugnance, but this antagonism is in fact aroused because he feels threatened. Man needs not only a frame of orientation but also objects of devotion, which become a vital necessity for his emotional equilibrium. Whatever they are, values, ideals, ancestors, father, mother, the soil, country, class, religion, and hundreds of other phenomena, they are perceived as sacred. Even customs can become sacred because they symbolize the existing values. The individual or the group reacts to an attack against the sacred with the same rage and aggressiveness as to an attack against life. What has been said about reactions to threats to vital interests can be expressed also in a different and more generalized way by stating that fright tends to mobilize either aggression or the tendency to flight. The latter is often the case when a person still has a way out that saves a modicum of face, but if he is driven into a corner and no possibility of evasion is left, the aggressive reaction is more likely to occur. One factor, however, must not be overlooked. The flight reaction depends on the interaction of two factors. The first is the magnitude of the realistic threat. The second is the degree of physical and psychical strength and self-confidence of the threatened person. On the one end of the continuum will be events which will frighten virtually everybody, on the other, there will be such a sense of helplessness and impotence that almost everything will frighten the anxious person. Hence fright is as much conditioned by real threats as it is by an inner environment that generates it even with little outside stimulation. Fright, like pain, is a most uncomfortable feeling, and man will do almost anything to get rid of it. There are many ways to get rid of fright and anxiety, such as the use of drugs, sexual arousal, sleep, and the company of others. One of the most effective ways of getting rid of anxiety is to become aggressive. When a person can get out of the passive state of fright and begin to attack, the painful nature of fright disappears. 11 Aggression and freedom. Among all the threats to man's vital interests, the threat to his freedom is of extraordinary importance, individually and socially. In contrast to the widely held opinion that this desire for freedom is a product of culture and more specifically of learning conditioning, there is ample evidence to suggest that the desire for freedom is a biological reaction of the human organism. One phenomenon that supports this view is that throughout history nations and classes have fought their oppressors if there was any possibility of victory, and often even if there was none. The history of mankind is, indeed, a history of the fight for freedom, a history of revolutions, from the War of Liberation of the Hebrews against the Egyptians, the national uprisings against the Roman Empire, the German peasant rebellions in the 16th century, to the American, French, German, Russian, Chinese, Algerian, and Vietnamese revolutions. Leaders have all too frequently used the slogan that they are leading their people in a battle for freedom, when in reality their aim has been to enslave them. That no promise appeals more powerfully to the heart of man is evidenced by the phenomenon that even those leaders who want to suppress freedom find it necessary to promise it. Another reason for assuming there is an inherent impulse in man to fight for freedom lies in the fact that freedom is the condition for the full growth of a person, for his mental health and his well-being. Its absence cripples man and is unhealthy. Freedom does not imply lack of constraint, since any growth occurs only within a structure, and any structure requires constraint. H. von Foerster, 1970. What matters is whether the constraint functions primarily for the sake of another person or institution, or whether it is autonomous, i.e., that it results from the necessities of growth inherent in the structure of the person. As a condition for the unstunted development of the human organism, freedom is a vital biological interest of man, and threats to his freedom arouse defensive aggression as do all other threats to vital interests. Is it surprising then that aggression and violence continue to be generated in a world in which the majority are deprived of freedom, especially the people in the so-called underdeveloped countries? Those in power, i.e., the whites, would perhaps be less surprised and indignant if they were not accustomed to considering the yellows, the browns, and the blacks as non-persons and, hence, not expected to react humanly. But there is an additional reason for this blindness. Even the whites, powerful as they are, have surrendered their freedom because their own system has forced them to do so, although in a less drastic and overt way. Perhaps they hate those who fight for it today all the more because they are reminded of their own surrender. The fact that genuine revolutionary aggression, like all aggression generated by the impulse to defend one's life, freedom, or dignity, is biologically rational and part of normal human functioning must not deceive one into forgetting that destruction of life always remains destruction, even when it is biologically justified. It is a matter of one's religious, moral, or political principles whether one believes that it is humanly justified or not. But whatever one's principles in this respect are, it is important to be aware how easily purely defensive aggression is blended with non-defensive destructiveness and with the sadistic wish to reverse the situation by controlling others instead of being controlled. If and when this happens, revolutionary aggression is vitiated and tends to renew the conditions it was seeking to abolish. Aggression and narcissism. In addition to the factors already discussed, one of the most important sources of defensive aggression is the wounding of narcissism. The concept of narcissism was formulated by Freud in terms of his libido theory. Since the schizophrenic patient does not seem to have any libidinous relationship to objects, either in reality or in fantasy, Freud was led to the question, what has happened to the libido which has been withdrawn from external objects in schizophrenia? His answer was, the libido that has been withdrawn from the external world has been directed to the ego and thus gives rise to an attitude which may be called narcissism. In addition, Freud assumed that the original state of man in early infancy was narcissism, primary narcissism, in which there were not yet any relationships to the outside world. In the course of normal development, the child increased his libidinal relationships to the outside world in scope and intensity, but under special circumstances, the most drastic one being insanity, the libido is withdrawn from objects and directed back to the ego. Secondary narcissism. Even in the case of normal development, however, a human being remains to some extent narcissistic throughout his life. S. Freud, 1914. In spite of this statement, the concept of narcissism has not played the important role it deserves in the clinical investigations of psychoanalysts. It has been mainly applied to early infancy and to psychoses 1-6, but its far-reaching importance lies precisely in its role for the normal, or the so-called neurotic personality. This role can be fully understood only if narcissism is freed from the restricting frame of reference of the libido theory. Narcissism can then be described as a state of experience in which only the person himself, his body, his needs, his feelings, his thoughts, his property, everything and everybody pertaining to him are experienced as fully real, while everybody and everything that does not form part of the person or is not an object of his needs is not interesting, is not fully real, is perceived only by intellectual recognition, while effectively without weight and color. A person, to the extent to which he is narcissistic, has a double standard of perception. Only he himself and what pertains to him has significance, while the rest of the world is more or less weightless or colorless, and because of this double standard the narcissistic person shows severe defects in judgment and lacks the capacity for objectivity. Often the narcissistic person achieves a sense of security in his own entirely subjective conviction of his perfection, his superiority over others, his extraordinary qualities, and not through being related to others or through any real work or achievement of his own. He needs to hold on to his narcissistic self-image, since his sense of worth as well as his sense of identity are based on it. If his narcissism is threatened, he is threatened in a vitally important area. When others wound his narcissism by slighting him, criticizing him, showing him up when he has said something wrong, defeating him in a game or on numerous other occasions, a narcissistic person usually reacts with intense anger or rage, whether or not he shows it or is even aware of it. The intensity of this aggressive reaction can often be seen in the fact that such a person will never forgive someone who has wounded his narcissism and often feels a desire for vengeance which would be less intense if his body or his property had been attacked. Most persons are not aware of their own narcissism, but only of those of its manifestations which do not overtly reveal it. Thus, for instance, they will feel an inordinate admiration for their parents or for their children, and they have no difficulty in expressing these feelings because such behavior is usually judged positively as filial piety, parental affection, or loyalty. But if they were to express their feelings about their own person, such as I am the most wonderful person in the world, I am better than anyone else, etc., they would be suspected not only of being extraordinarily vain, but perhaps even of not being quite sane. On the other hand, if a person has achieved something that finds recognition in the field of art, science, sports, business, or politics, his narcissistic attitude appears not only to be realistic and rational, but is also constantly fed by the admiration of others. In these cases he can give full rein to his narcissism because it has been socially sanctioned and confirmed. is in present-day Western society there is a peculiar interconnection between the narcissism of the celebrity and the needs of the public. The latter wants to be in touch with famous people because the life of the average person is empty and boring. The mass media live from selling fame, and thus everybody is satisfied, the narcissistic performer, the public, and the fame merchants. Among political leaders a high degree of narcissism is very frequent. It may be considered an occupational illness or asset, especially among those who owe their power to their influence over mass audiences. If the leader is convinced of his extraordinary gifts and of his mission, it will be easier to convince the large audiences who are attracted by men who appear to be so absolutely certain. But the narcissistic leader does not use his narcissistic charisma only as a means for political success. He needs success and applause for the sake of his own mental equilibrium. The idea of his greatness and infallibility is essentially based on his narcissistic grandiosity, not on his real achievements as a human being. 19 And yet cannot do without the narcissistic inflation because his human core conviction, conscience, love, and faith is not very developed. Extremely narcissistic persons are often almost forced to become famous, since otherwise they might become depressed and insane. But it takes much talent and appropriate opportunities to influence others to such a degree that their applause validates these narcissistic dreams. Even when such people succeed, they are driven to seek further success, since for them failure carries the danger of collapse. Popular success is, as it were, their self-therapy against depression and madness. In fighting for their aims, they are really fighting for their sanity. When, in group narcissism, the object is not the individual but the group to which he belongs, the individual can be fully aware of it, and express it without any restrictions. The assertion that my country, or nation, or religion, is the most wonderful, the most cultured, the most powerful, the most peace-loving, etc., does not sound crazy at all. On the contrary, it sounds like the expression of patriotism, faith, and loyalty. It also appears to be a realistic and rational value judgment because it is shared by many members of the same group. This consensus succeeds in transforming the fantasy into reality, since for most people reality is constituted by general consensus and not based on reason or critical examination. That does not mean that he is nothing but bluff. This is true frequently enough, but not always. Woodrow Wilson, Franklin D. Roosevelt, and Winston Churchill, for instance, were very narcissistic persons, yet they did not lack in important political achievements. But these achievements were not such as to justify their feeling of self-assurance and unquestionable rightness often manifested in arrogance. At the same time, their narcissism was limited in comparison with that of a man like Hitler. That explains why Churchill did not suffer from severe mental consequences when he lost the 1948 election, and I assume the same would have been the case with Roosevelt if he had experienced defeat, although the fact must not be ignored that even after political defeat they would have retained a great number of admirers. Wilson's case may be somewhat different. It would be a subject for study whether his political defeat did not create serious psychic problems that interacted with his physical illness. With Hitler and Stalin the case seems to be clear. Hitler preferred to die rather than to face defeat. Stalin showed signs of a psychic crisis during the first weeks after the German attack in 1941, and it seems likely that he suffered from paranoid tendencies in the last years of his life after he had created so many enemies that he may have sensed he was no longer the beloved father of his subjects. Sometimes the consensus even of a small group suffices to create reality. In the most extreme cases even the consensus of two, folie à deux. Group narcissism has important functions. In the first place, it furthers the solidarity and cohesion of the group, and makes manipulation easier by appealing to narcissistic prejudices. Secondly, it is extremely important as an element giving satisfaction to the members of the group and particularly to those who have few other reasons to feel proud and worthwhile. Even if one is the most miserable, the poorest, the least respected member of a group, there is compensation for one's miserable condition in feeling I am a part of the most wonderful group in the world. I, who in reality am a worm, become a giant through belonging to the group. Consequently, the degree of group narcissism is commensurate with the lack of real satisfaction in life. Those social classes which enjoy life more or less fanaticism is a characteristic quality of group narcissism, than those which, like the lower middle classes, suffer from scarcity in all material and cultural areas and lead a life of unmitigated boredom. At the same time, fostering group narcissism is very inexpensive from the standpoint of the social budget. In fact, it costs practically nothing compared with the social expense required to raise the standard of living. Society has only to pay ideologists who formulate the slogans that generate social narcissism. Indeed, many social functionaries, like school teachers, journalists, ministers, and professors, participate even without being paid, at least with money. They receive their reward from feeling proud and satisfied to be serving such a worthy cause and through enhanced prestige and promotion. Those whose narcissism refers to their group rather than to themselves as individuals are as sensitive as the individual narcissist, and they react with rage to any wound, real or imaginary, inflicted upon their group. If anything, they react more intensely and certainly more consciously. An individual, unless he is mentally very sick, may have at least some doubts about his personal narcissistic image. The member of the group has none, since his narcissism is shared by the majority. In case of conflict between groups that challenge each other's collective narcissism, this very challenge arouses intense hostility in each of them. The narcissistic image of one's own group is raised to its highest point, while the devaluation of the opposing group sinks to the lowest. One's own group becomes a defender of human dignity, decency, morality, and right. Devilish qualities are ascribed to the other group. It is treacherous, ruthless, cruel, and basically inhuman. The violation of one of the symbols of group narcissism, such as the flag, or the person of the emperor, the president, or an ambassador, is reacted to with such intense fury and aggression by the people that they are even willing to support their leaders in a policy of war. Group narcissism is one of the most important sources of human aggression, and yet this, like all other forms of defensive aggression, is a reaction to an attack on vital interests. It differs from other forms of defensive aggression in that intense narcissism in itself is a semi-pathological phenomenon. In considering the causes and the function of bloody and cruel mass massacres as they occurred between Hindus and Muslims at the time of the partition of India, or recently between Bengali Muslims and their Pakistani rulers, group narcissism certainly plays a considerable role. This is not surprising if we appreciate the fact that we are dealing here with virtually the poorest and most miserable populations anywhere in the world. But certainly narcissism is not the only cause of these phenomena, whose other aspects will be discussed later. Aggression and resistance. Another important source of defensive aggression is aggression as a reaction to any attempt to bring repressed strivings and fantasies into awareness. This type of reaction is one of the aspects of what Freud called resistance, and it has been explored systematically by the psychoanalytic method. Freud found that if the analyst touched on repressed material, the patient would resist his therapeutic approach. This is not a matter of conscious unwillingness on the part of the patient or of dishonesty or of secretiveness. He is defending himself against the discovery of the unconscious material without being aware either of the material or of his resistance. There are many reasons why a person may repress certain strivings, often throughout his life. He might be afraid of being punished, of not being loved, or of being humiliated if his repressed impulses were known to others, or to himself, in so far as self-respect and self-love are concerned. Psychoanalytic therapy has shown the many different reactions resistance can generate. The patient can turn away from the sensitive topic and talk about something else. He can feel sleepy and tired. He can find a reason not to come to the interview. or he can become very angry against the analyst and find some reason to quit the analysis. Here is a brief example. A writer I was analyzing, who was proud of his lack of opportunism, told me during a session that he had changed a manuscript because he thought by this change he would make a better case for his message. He thought he had made the right decision and was surprised that afterwards he felt somewhat depressed and had a headache. I suggested that his real motive probably was that he expected the changed version to be more popular and to result in more fame and money for him than the original one. Furthermore, that his depressed mood and his headache probably had something to do with this act of self-betrayal. I had hardly finished saying this when he jumped up shouting at me with intense rage that I was a sadist, that I enjoyed spoiling his anticipated pleasure, an envious man begrudging his future success, an ignorant man who knew nothing about his field of writing, and many more invectives. It must be noted that the patient was normally a very courteous man who, both before and after this outburst, treated me with respect. He could hardly have done more to confirm my interpretation. The mention of his unconscious motivation was to him a threat to his self-image and to his sense of identity. He reacted to this threat with intense aggression, as if it were a threat to his body or his property. The aggression in such cases has one aim: to destroy the witness who has the evidence. In psychoanalytic therapy one can observe with great regularity that resistance is being built up when repressed material is touched. But we are by no means restricted to the psychoanalytic situation in order to observe this phenomenon. Examples from daily life abound. Who has not seen the mother who reacts with fury when someone tells her that she wants to keep her children close to her because she wants to possess and control them, and not because she loves them so much? Or the father who is told that his concern for his daughter's virginity is motivated by his own sexual interest in her? Or a certain type of patriot who is reminded of the profit interest behind his political convictions? Or a certain type of revolutionary who is reminded of the personal destructive impulses behind his ideology? In fact, questioning another's motives violates one of the most respected taboos of courtesy, and a very necessary one, inasmuch as courtesy has the function of minimizing the arousal of aggression. Historically, the same thing happens. Those who told the truth about a particular regime have been exiled, jailed, or killed by those in power whose fury had been aroused. To be sure, the obvious explanation is that they were dangerous to their respective establishments, and that killing them seemed the best way to protect the status quo. This is true enough, but it does not explain the fact that the truth-sayers are so deeply hated even when they do not constitute a real threat to the established order. The reason lies, I believe, in that by speaking the truth they mobilize the resistance of those who repress it. To the latter, the truth is dangerous not only because it can threaten their power but because it shakes their whole conscious system of orientation, deprives them of their rationalizations, and might even force them to act differently. Only those who have experienced the process of becoming aware of important impulses that were repressed know the earthquake-like sense of bewilderment and confusion that occurs as a result. Not all people are willing to risk this adventure, least of all those who profit, at least for the moment, from being blind. Conformist aggression. Conformist aggression comprises various acts of aggression that are performed not because the aggressor is driven by the desire to destroy, but because he is told to do so and considers it his duty to obey orders. In all hierarchically structured societies, obedience is perhaps the most deeply ingrained trait. Obedience is equated with virtue, disobedience with sin. To be disobedient is the arch-crime from which all other crimes follow. Abraham was willing to kill his son out of obedience. Antigone is killed by Creon for her disobedience to the laws of the state. Armies, especially, cultivate obedience, since their very essence is built on an absolute reflex-like acceptance of commands that precludes any questioning. The soldier who kills and maims, the bomber pilot who destroys thousands of lives in one moment, are not necessarily driven by a destructive or cruel impulse, but by the principle of unquestioning obedience. Conformist aggression is sufficiently widespread to deserve serious attention. From the behavior of boys in a juvenile gang to that of soldiers in an army, many destructive acts are committed in order not to appear yellow, and out of obedience to orders. It is these motivations, and not human destructiveness, that are at the root of this type of aggressive behavior, which is often wrongly interpreted as indicating the power of innate aggressive impulses. Conformist aggression might as well have been classified as pseudo-aggression. The reason for not doing so is that obedience as a consequence of the need to conform will in many cases mobilize aggressive impulses that otherwise might not have become manifest. Furthermore, the impulse not to obey or not to conform constitutes for many a real threat, against which they defend themselves by performing the required aggressive act. Instrumental aggression. Another biologically adaptive type of aggression is instrumental aggression, which has the aim of obtaining that which is necessary or desirable. The aim is not destruction as such, this serves only as an instrument for attaining the real aim. In this respect it is similar to defensive aggression, but in other important aspects it is different. It does not seem to have a phylogenetically programmed neuronal basis such as that which programs defensive aggression. Among mammals, only animals of prey, whose aggression is instrumental to obtaining food, are endowed with an innate neuronal pattern that impels them to attack their prey. The hunting behavior of hominids and Homo is based on learning and experience, and does not seem to be phylogenetically programmed. The difficulty with instrumental aggression lies in the ambiguity of the terms necessary and desirable. It is easy to define necessary in terms of an unquestionable physiological need, as, for instance, warding off starvation. If a man steals or robs because he and his family do not have even the minimal amount of food they need, the aggression is clearly an act motivated by physiological necessity. The same would hold true for a primitive tribe on the verge of starvation which attacks another tribe that is better off. But these clear-cut examples of necessity are relatively rare today. Other, more complicated cases are much more frequent. The leaders of a nation realize that their economic situation will be seriously endangered in the long run unless they can conquer territory having the raw materials they need, or unless they defeat a competing nation. Although frequently such reasons are merely an ideological cover for the desire for increasing power or the personal ambition of the leaders, there are wars which do respond to a historical necessity, at least in a broad, relative sense. But what is desirable? In a narrow sense of the word one could answer, the desirable is what is necessary. In this instance desirable is based on the objective situation. More frequently, however, desirable is defined as that which is desired. If we use the term in this sense, the problem of instrumental aggression assumes another aspect, and in fact the most important one in the motivation of aggression. The truth is that people desire not only what is necessary in order to survive, not only that which provides the material basis for a good life. Most people in zero-UR culture and in similar periods of history are greedy for more food, drink, sex, possessions, power, and fame. Their greed may refer more to one than to another of these objects. What all people have in common is that they are insatiable and hence never satisfied. Greed is one of the strongest non-instinctive passions in man, and it is clearly a symptom of psychical dysfunctioning, of inner emptiness and a lack of a center within oneself. It is a pathological manifestation of the failure to develop fully, as well as one of the fundamental sins in Buddhist, Jewish, and Christian ethics. A few examples will illustrate the pathological character of greed. It is well known that overeating, which is one form of greed, is frequently caused by states of depression, or that compulsive buying is one attempt to escape from a depressed mood. The act of eating or buying is a symbolic act of filling the inner void and, thus, overcoming the depressed feeling for the moment. Greed is a passion, that is to say, it is charged with energy and relentlessly drives a person toward the attainment of his goals. In our culture, greed is greatly reinforced by all those measures that tend to transform everybody into a consumer. Of course, the greedy person does not need to be aggressive, provided he has enough money to buy what desires. But the greedy person who does not have the necessary means must attack if he wants to satisfy his desires. The most drastic example of this is the drug addict who is possessed by his greed for the drug, although in his case increasingly reinforced by physiological sources. The many who do not have the money to buy drugs, rob, assault, or even kill in order to get the necessary means. Destructive as their behavior is, their aggression is instrumental and not their goal. On a historical scale, greed is one of the most frequent causes of aggression and is probably as strong a motive for instrumental aggression as the desire for what is objectively necessary. The understanding of greed is obscured by its identification with self-interest. The latter is a normal expression of a biologically given drive, that for self-preservation, the aim of which is to obtain what is necessary for the preservation of life or of a customary, traditional standard of living. As Max Weber, Tawney, von Brentano, Sombart, and others have shown, man in the Middle Ages was motivated by the desire to preserve his traditional standard of living, whether as a peasant or as an artisan. The demands of the revolutionary peasants in the 16th century were not to have what the artisans in the cities had, nor did the artisans strive for the wealth of a feudal baron or a rich merchant. Even as late as the 18th century we find laws that forbid a merchant to try to take customers away from a competitor by making his own store look more attractive or by praising his wares to the disadvantage of those of another merchant. Only with the full development of capitalism as earlier, in comparable societies like that of the Roman Empire, did greed become a key motive for an ever-increasing number of citizens. However, greed, perhaps because of a still lingering religious tradition, is a motive to which hardly anyone dares to confess. The dilemma was solved by rationalizing greed as self-interest. The logic went, self-interest is a biologically given striving anchored in human nature, self-interest equals greed, ergo, greed is rooted in human nature, and not a character-conditioned human passion. On the causes of war, the most important case of instrumental aggression is war. It has become fashionable to consider war as caused by the power of man's destructive instinct. Instinctivists and psychoanalysts 21 have given this explanation of war. Thus, for instance, an important representative of psychoanalytic orthodoxy, E. Glover, argues against M. Ginsberg that the riddle of war lies deep in the unconscious, and he compares war with an inexpedient form of instinct adaptation. E. Glover and M. Ginsberg, 1934. Freud himself took a much more realistic view than his followers. In his famous letter to Albert Einstein, Why War? S. Freud, 1933, he did not take the position that war was caused by human destructiveness, but saw its cause in realistic conflicts between groups which always have been solved by violence, since there was no international enforceable law according to which, as in civil law, the conflicts could have been solved peacefully. He attributed only an auxiliary role to the factor of human destructiveness, as facilitating the readiness of people to go to war once the government has decided to wage war. The thesis that war is caused by innate human destructiveness is plainly absurd for anyone who has even the slightest knowledge of history. The Babylonians, the Greeks 23 up to the statesmen of our time, have planned war for what they thought were very realistic reasons and weighed the pros and cons very thoroughly, even though, naturally, their calculations were often erroneous. Their motives were manifold: land for cultivation, riches, slaves, raw materials, markets, expansion and defense. Under special circumstances, a wish for revenge, or in a small tribe the passion for destruction, has been among the factors that motivated wars, but such cases are atypical. This view that war is caused by man's aggression is not only unrealistic but harmful. It detracts attention from the real causes and thus weakens the opposition to them. The thesis about the innate tendency for war is not only repudiated by the historical record but also, and very importantly, by the history of primitive warfare. We have shown earlier in the context of aggression among primitive peoples that they, particularly the hunters and food gatherers, are the least warlike, and that their fighting is characterized by its relative lack of destructiveness and bloodthirstiness. We have furthermore seen that with the growth of civilization the frequency and bloodiness of wars have increased. If war were caused by innate destructive impulses, the reverse would have to be true. The humanitarian tendencies in the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries brought about reductions of destructiveness and cruelty in war which were codified and respected, up to and including the First World War, in various international treaties. From this progressive perspective it seemed that civilized man is less aggressive than primitive man, and the still existing occurrence of war was explained as caused by stubbornness of the aggressive instincts, which refused to give in to the beneficial influence of civilization. But, in fact, the destructiveness of civilized man was projected into man's nature, and thus history was confused with biology. It would far exceed the frame of this volume if I tried to present even a brief analysis of the causes of war, and I have to limit myself to giving only one example, that of the First World War. The First World War was motivated by the economic interests and ambitions of the political, military, and industrial leaders on both sides, and not by a need of the various nations involved to give vent to their dammed-up aggression. These motivations are well known, and need not be described here in detail. By and large, it can be said that the German aims in the 1914–1918 war were also its main motivations: economic hegemony in Western and Central Europe and territory in the East. These were, in fact, also the aims of Hitler, whose foreign policy was essentially the continuation of that of the imperial government. The aims and motivations of the Western Allies were similar. France wanted Alsace-Lorraine, Russia, the Dardanelles, England, parts of the German colonies, and Italy, at least a small part of the booty. Had it not been for these aims, some of which were stipulated in secret treaties, peace would have been concluded years earlier and the lives of many millions of people on both sides would have been spared. Both sides in the First World War had to appeal to the sense of self-defense and freedom. The Germans claimed they were encircled and threatened, and furthermore, that they were fighting for freedom by fighting the Tsar. Their enemies claimed that they were threatened by the aggressive militarism of the German Junkers, and they were fighting for freedom by fighting the Kaiser. To think that this war owed its origin to the wish of the French, the German, the British, and the Russian populations to discharge their aggressiveness is untrue and serves only one function, that of detracting attention from those persons and social conditions responsible for one of the greatest slaughters in history. As far as enthusiasm for this war was concerned, one must distinguish between the initial enthusiasm and the motivations of the respective populations to continue fighting. As far as the German side is concerned, one must differentiate two groups in the population. The small group of nationalists, a small minority of the people as a whole, were clamoring for a war of conquest many years before 1914. They consisted mainly of high school teachers, a few university professors, journalists, and politicians, supported by some leaders of the German Navy and by some sectors of heavy industry. Their psychical motivation might be described as a mixture of group narcissism, instrumental aggression, and the wish to make a career and to gain power within and through this nationalistic movement. The vast majority of the population showed a good deal of enthusiasm only shortly before and after the outbreak of the war. Here, too, one finds significant differences and reactions among the various social classes. For instance, the intellectuals and the students behaved with more enthusiasm than the working class. An interesting datum which throws some light on this question is that the leader of the German government, the Reichschancellor von Bethmann-Hollweg, as the German Foreign Office documents published after the war show, was aware that it would be impossible to win the consent of the Social Democratic Party, the strongest party in the Reichstag, unless he could first declare war on Russia and therefore make the workers feel that they were fighting against autocracy and for freedom. The whole population was under the systematic suggestive influence of the government and the press in the few days before the outbreak and after the beginning of the war, to convince them that Germany was to be humiliated and attacked. Thus in this way impulses of defensive aggression were mobilized. The population as a whole, however, was not motivated by strong impulses of instrumental aggression, i.e., the wish to conquer foreign territory. This is borne out by the fact that government propaganda even at the beginning of the war either denied any aims of conquest, or later on, when the generals were dictating foreign policy, aims of conquest were described as necessary for the future safety of the German Reich. However, the initial enthusiasm disappeared after a few months, never to return. It is most remarkable that when Hitler started his attack against Poland and, thus, as a consequence triggered the Second World War, popular enthusiasm for the war was practically nil. The population, in spite of years of heavy militaristic indoctrination, showed very clearly that they were not eager to fight this war. Hitler even had to stage a phony attack on a Silesian radio station by alleged Polish soldiers, in reality, disguised Nazis, in order to awaken the sense of defense against an attack. But although the German population definitely did not want this war, the generals were also reluctant. They went into the war without resistance and fought bravely until the end. The psychological problem lies here, not in the causation of the war but in the question, what psychological factors make war possible even though they do not cause it? There are a number of relevant factors to consider in answering this question. In the First World War, also, with some modifications, in the Second World War, once it had started, the German, or French, Russian, British, soldiers went on fighting because they felt that losing the war would mean disaster for the whole nation. The individual soldiers were motivated by the feeling that they were fighting for their lives, and that it was a matter of killing or being killed. But even these feelings would not have been sufficient to sustain the willingness to go on. They also knew that they would be shot if they ran away, although even these motivations did not prevent large-scale mutinies from occurring in all armies. In Russia and Germany they led eventually to revolutions in 1917 and 1918. In France there was almost no Army Corps in 1917 in which the soldiers did not mutiny, and it was only due to the skill of the French generals in preventing one military unit from knowing what went on in other units that these mutinies were suppressed by a mixture of wholesale executions and some improvements in the conditions in the daily life of the soldiers. Another important factor for the possibility of war is the deeply ingrained feeling of respect for and awe of authority. The soldier had traditionally been made to feel that to obey his leaders was a moral and religious obligation for the fulfillment of which he should be ready to pay with his life. It took about 3 to 4 years of the horror of life in the trenches and growing insight into the fact that they were being used by their leaders for aims of war that had nothing to do with defense, to break down this attitude of obedience, at least in a considerable part of the army and the populations at home. There are other, more subtle emotional motivations that make war possible and that have nothing to do with aggression. War is exciting, even if it entails risks for one's life and much physical suffering. Considering that the life of the average person is boring, routinized, and lacking in adventure, the readiness to go to war must be understood as a desire to put an end of the boring routine of daily life, and to throw oneself into an adventure, the only adventure, in fact, the average person may expect to have in his life. War, to some extent, reverses all values. War encourages deep-seated human impulses, such as altruism and solidarity, to be expressed, impulses that are stunted by the principles of egotism and competition that peacetime life engenders in modern man. Class differences, if not absent, disappear to a considerable extent. In war, man is man again, and has a chance to distinguish himself, regardless of privileges that his social status confers upon him as a citizen. To put it in a very accentuated form, war is an indirect rebellion against the injustice, inequality, and boredom governing social life in peacetime, and the fact must not be underestimated that while a soldier fights the enemy for his life, he does not have to fight the members of his own group for food, medical care, shelter, clothing. These are all provided in a kind of perversely socialized system. The fact that war has these positive features is a sad comment on our civilization. If civilian life provided the elements of adventurousness, solidarity, equality, and idealism that can be found in war, it may be very difficult, we may conclude, to get people to fight a war. The problem for governments in war is to make use of this rebellion by harnessing it for the purpose of war. Simultaneously, it must be prevented from becoming a threat to the government by enforcing strict discipline and the spirit of obedience to the leaders who are depicted as the unselfish, wise, courageous men protecting their people from destruction. To conclude, major wars in modern times and most wars between the states of antiquity were not caused by dammed-up aggression, but by instrumental aggression of the military and political elites. This has been shown in the data about the difference in the incidence of war from the most primitive to the higher developed cultures. The more primitive a civilization, the less wars do we find. Q. Wright, 1965. The same trend can be seen in the fact that the number and intensity of wars has risen with the development of technical civilization. It is highest among the powerful states with a strong government and lowest among primitive man without permanent chieftainship. As shown in the following table, the number of battles engaged in by the principal European powers in modern times shows the same trend. What those authors who explain that war is caused by man's innate aggression have done is to consider modern war as normal, assuming that it must be caused by man's destructive nature. They have tried to find the confirmation for this assumption in the data on animals and on our prehistoric ancestors, which have had to be distorted in order to serve this purpose. This position resulted from the unshakable conviction of the superiority of present-day civilization over pre-technical cultures. The logic was, if civilized man is plagued by so many wars and so much destructiveness, how much worse must primitive man have been, who is far behind in the development toward progress. Since destructiveness must not be blamed on our civilization, it must be explained as the result of our instincts. But the facts speak otherwise. The conditions for the reduction of defensive aggression. Since defensive aggression is a phylogenetically prepared reaction to threats to vital interests, it is not possible to change its biological basis, although it can be controlled and modified like impulses rooted in other instinctive dispositions. However, the main condition for the reduction of defensive aggression is the decrease of those realistic factors that mobilize it. To outline a program of social changes that would accomplish this is a task that could obviously not be undertaken within the framework of this book. I will restrict myself to only a few remarks. The main condition is, of course, that neither individuals nor groups are threatened by others. This depends on the existence of material bases that can provide a dignified life for all men and make the domination of one group by another neither possible nor attractive. Such a condition could be realized in the foreseeable future by means of a different system of production, ownership, and consumption than the present one, but to say that this state could be achieved does not, of course, mean that it will be achieved or that it would be easy to achieve. It is, in fact, a task of such staggering difficulty that for this reason alone many people with good intentions prefer not to do anything. They hope to avert a catastrophe by ritualistically singing the praises of progress. The establishment of a system that guarantees the provision of basic necessities for all means the disappearance of dominant classes. Man will have to cease to live under zoo conditions, i.e., his full freedom will have to be restored and all forms of exploitative control will have to disappear. That man is incapable of dispensing with controlling leaders is a myth disproved by all those societies that function well without hierarchies. Such a change would, of course, involve radical political and social changes that would alter all human relations, including the family structure, the structure of education, of religion, and relations between individuals in work and leisure. As far as defensive aggression is a reaction not to real threats but to alleged threats produced by mass suggestion and brainwashing, the same fundamental social changes would abolish the basis for the use of this kind of psychic force. Since suggestibility is based on the powerlessness of the individual and on his awe of leaders, the social and political changes just mentioned would lead to its disappearance and, correspondingly, to the development of independent critical thinking. Finally, in order to reduce group narcissism, the misery, monotony, dullness, and powerlessness that exist in large sectors of the population would have to be eliminated. This cannot be accomplished simply by bettering material conditions. It can only be the result of drastic changes in the social organization to convert it from a control property power orientation to a life orientation, from having and hoarding to being and sharing. It will require the highest degree of active participation and responsibility on the part of each person in his role as a worker or employee in any kind of enterprise, as well as in his role as a citizen. Entirely new forms of decentralization must be devised, as well as new social and political structures that will put an end to the society of anime, the mass society consisting of millions of atoms. None of these conditions are independent from each other. They are part of a system, and hence, reactive aggression can be reduced to a minimum only if the whole system as it has existed during the last 6,000 years of history can be replaced by a fundamentally different one. If this occurs, the visions that were utopian with the Buddha, the prophets, Jesus, and the humanist utopians of the Renaissance will be recognized as rational and realistic solutions serving the basic biological program of man, the preservation and growth of both the individual and the human species. Chapter 10. Malignant Aggression. Premises. Preliminary remarks. Biologically adaptive aggression serves life. This is understood in principle, biologically and neurophysiologically, even though much more information is still needed. It is a drive man shares with all other animals, although with certain differences that have been discussed above. What is unique in man is that he can be driven by impulses to kill and to torture, and that he feels lust in doing so. He is the only animal that can be a killer and destroyer of his own species without any rational gain, either biological or economic. To explore the nature of this biologically non-adaptive, malignant destructiveness is the object of the following pages. Malignant aggression, let us remember, is specifically human and not derived from animal instinct. It does not serve the physiological survival of man, yet it is an important part of his mental functioning. It is one of the passions that are dominant and powerful in some individuals and cultures, although not in others. I shall try to show that destructiveness is one of the possible answers to psychic needs that are rooted in the existence of man, and that its generation results, as was stated earlier, from the interaction of various social conditions with man's existential needs. This hypothesis makes it necessary to build a theoretical basis upon which we can attempt to examine the following questions. What are the specific conditions of human existence? What is man's nature or essence? Although present-day thought, especially in psychology, is not very hospitable to such questions, which are usually considered as belonging to the realm of philosophy and other purely subjective speculations, I hope to demonstrate in the following discussion that there are indeed areas for empirical examination. Man's nature. For most thinkers since the Greek philosophers, it was self-evident that there is something called human nature, something that constitutes the essence of man. There were various views about what constitutes it, but there was agreement that such an essence exists, that is to say, that there is something by virtue of which man is man. Thus man was defined as a rational being, as a social animal, an animal that can make tools, Homo faber, or a symbol-making animal. More recently, this traditional view has begun to be questioned. One reason for this change was the increasing emphasis given to the historical approach to man. An examination of the history of humanity suggested that man in our epoch is so different from man in previous times that it seemed unrealistic to assume that men in every age have had in common something that can be called human nature. The historical approach was reinforced, particularly in the United States, by studies in the field of cultural anthropology. The study of primitive peoples has discovered such a diversity of customs, values, feelings, and thoughts that many anthropologists arrived at the concept that man is born as a blank sheet of paper on which each culture writes its text. Another factor contributing to the tendency to deny the assumption of a fixed human nature was that the concept has so often been abused as a shield behind which the most inhuman acts are committed. In the name of human nature, for example, Aristotle and most thinkers up to the 18th century defended slavery. Or in order to prove the rationality and necessity of the capitalist form of society, scholars have tried to make a case for acquisitiveness, competitiveness, and selfishness as innate human traits. Popularly, one refers cynically to human nature in accepting the inevitability of such undesirable human behavior as greed, murder, cheating, and lying. Another reason for skepticism about the concept of human nature probably lies in the influence of evolutionary thinking. Once man came to be seen as developing in the process of evolution, the idea of a substance which is contained in his essence seemed untenable. Yet I believe it is precisely from an evolutionary standpoint that we can expect new insight into the problem of the nature of man. New contributions have been made in this direction by such authors as Karl Marx, R. M. Buck, Teilhard de Chardin, T. Dobbs Hansky. A similar approach is proposed also in this chapter. The main argument in favor of the assumption of the existence of a human nature is that we can define the essence of Homo sapiens in morphological, anatomical, physiological, and neurological terms. In fact, we give an exact and generally accepted definition of the species man by data referring to posture, formation of the brain, the teeth, diet, and many other factors by which we clearly differentiate him from the most developed non-human primates. Surely we must assume, unless we regress to a view that considers body and mind as separate realms, that the species man must be definable mentally as well as physically. Darwin himself was very aware of the fact that man qua man was characterized not only by specific physical but also by specific psychical attributes. The most important ones he mentions in The Descent of Man are as follows, abbreviated and paraphrased by G. Simpson. In proportion with his higher intelligence, man's behavior is more flexible, less reflex, or instinctive. Man shares such complex factors as curiosity, imitation, attention, memory, and imagination with other relatively advanced animals, but has them in higher degree and applies them in more intricate ways. More, at least, than other animals, man reasons and improves the adaptive nature of his behavior in rational ways. Man regularly both uses and makes tools in great variety. Man is self-conscious. He reflects on his past, future, life, death, and so forth. Man makes mental abstractions and develops a related symbolism. The most essential and complexly developed outcome of these capacities is language. Some men have a sense of beauty. Most men have a religious sense, taking that term broadly to include awe, superstition, belief in the animistic, supernatural, or spiritual. Richard M. Buck was a Canadian psychiatrist, a friend of Emerson, a bold and imaginative mind, and in his time one of the leading figures in North American psychiatry. Although he is completely forgotten by psychiatrists, his book Cosmic Consciousness, 1946, has been read for almost 100 years by non-professionals. Normal men have a moral sense. In later terms, man ethicizes. Man is a cultural and social animal and has developed cultures and societies unique in kind and in complexity. G. Simpson, 1949. If one examines Darwin's list of psychic traits, several elements stand out. He mentions a number of disparate single items, some uniquely human, such as self-consciousness, symbol and culture making, an aesthetic, moral, and religious sense. This list of specific human characteristics suffers from the fact that it is purely descriptive and enumerative, is unsystematic, and makes no attempt to analyze their common conditions. Most importantly, he does not mention in his list passions and emotions like tenderness, love, hate, cruelty, narcissism, sadism, masochism, and so on. This omission is related to Darwin's concept of instinct. For him, all men and animals, especially the primates, have some few instincts in common. All have the same senses, intuitions, and sensations, similar passions, affections, and emotions, even the more complex ones, such as jealousy, suspicion, emulation, gratitude, and magnanimity. They practice deceit and are revengeful. They are sometimes susceptible to ridicule, and even have a sense of humor. They feel wonder and curiosity. They possess the same faculties of imitation, the association of ideas, and reason, though in very different degrees. See Darwin, 1946. Clearly, our attempt to consider the most important human passions as specifically human, and not as inherited from our animal ancestors, can find no support in Darwin's view. The advance of thought among students of evolution since Darwin is manifest in the views of one of the most eminent contemporary investigators, G. Simpson. He insists that man has essential attributes other than those of animals. It is important to realize, he writes, that man is an animal, but it is even more important to realize that the essence of his unique nature lies precisely in those characteristics that are not shared with any other animal. His place in nature and its supreme significance are not defined by his animality but by his humanity. G. Simpson, 1949. Simpson suggests as the basic definition of Homo sapiens the interrelated factors of intelligence, flexibility, individualization, and socialization. Even if his answer is not entirely satisfactory, his attempt to understand man's essential traits as being interrelated and rooted in one basic factor and his recognition of the transformation of quantitative into qualitative change constitute a significant step beyond Darwin. G. Simpson, 1944, 1953. From the side of psychology, one of the best known attempts to describe man's specific needs is that made by Abraham Maslow, who drew up a list of man's basic needs: physiological and aesthetic needs, needs for safety, belongingness, love, esteem, self-actualization, knowledge and understanding. A. Maslow, 1954. This list is a somewhat unsystematic enumeration, and regrettably, Maslow did not try to analyze the common origin of such needs and the nature of man. The attempt to define the nature of man in terms of the specific conditions, biological and mental, of the species man leads us first to some considerations concerning the birth of man. It seems simple to know when a human individual comes into existence, but in fact it is not quite as simple as it seems. The answer might be, at the time of conception, when the fetus has assumed definite human form, in the act of birth, at the end of weaning, or one might even claim that most men have not yet been fully born by the time they die. We would best decline to fix a day or an hour for the birth of an individual, and speak rather of a process in the course of which a person comes into existence. If we ask when man as a species was born, the answer is much more difficult. We know much less about the evolutionary process. Here we are dealing with millions of years. Our knowledge is based on accidental findings of skeletons and tools whose significance is still much disputed. Yet in spite of the insufficiency of our knowledge, there are a few data which, even though in need of modification in detail, give us a general picture of the process we may call the birth of man. We could date the conception of man back at the beginning of unicellular life, about 1.5 billion years ago, or to the beginning of the existence of primitive mammals, about 200 million years ago. We might say that human development begins with man's hominid ancestors who may have lived about 14 million years ago or possibly earlier. We could date his birth from the appearance of the first man, Homo erectus, of whom the various specimens found in Asia cover a time from about 1 million to about 500,000 years ago, peaking man, or from only about 40,000 years ago when modern man, Homo sapiens sapiens, emerged, who was in all essential biological aspects identical to man today. Indeed, if we look at man's individual development in terms of historical time, we might say that man proper was born only a few minutes ago. Or we might even think that he is still in the process of birth, that the umbilical cord has not yet been severed, and that complications have arisen that make it appear doubtful whether man will ever be born or whether he is to be stillborn. Most students of human evolution date the birth of man to one particular event, the making of tools, following Benjamin Franklin's definition of man as Homo faber, man the toolmaker. This definition has been sharply criticized by Marx, who considered it characteristic of Yankeedom, for among modern writers, Mumford has most convincingly criticized this orientation based on tool making. L. Mumford, 1967. One must look for a concept of man's nature in the process of human evolution rather than in isolated aspects like tool-making, which bears so clearly the stamp of the contemporary obsession with production. We have to arrive at an understanding of man's nature on the basis of the blend of the two fundamental biological conditions that mark the emergence of man. One was the ever-decreasing determination of behavior by instincts. Even taking into account the many controversial views about the nature of instincts, it is generally accepted that the higher an animal has risen in the stages of evolution, the less is the weight of stereotyped behavior patterns that are strictly determined and phylogenetically programmed in the brain. The process of ever-decreasing determination of behavior by instincts can be plotted as a continuum, at the zero end of which we will find the lowest forms of animal evolution with the highest degree of instinctive determination. This decreases along with animal evolution and reaches a certain level with the mammals. It decreases further in the development going up to the primates, and even here we find a great gulf between monkeys and apes, as Yerkes and Yerkes have shown in their classic investigation. R.M. and A.V. Yerkes, 1929. In the species Homo, instinctive determination has reached its maximum decrease. The other trend to be found in animal evolution is the growth of the brain, and particularly of the neocortex. Here, too, we can plot the evolution as a continuum at one end, the lowest animals, with the most primitive nervous structure and a relatively small number of neurons, at the other, man, with a larger and more complex brain structure, especially a neocortex 3 times as large as that of even his hominid ancestors, and a truly fantastic number of interneuronal connections. Considering these data, man can be defined as the primate that emerged at the point of evolution where instinctive determination had reached a minimum and the development of the brain a maximum. This combination of minimal instinctive determination and maximal brain development had never occurred before in animal evolution and constitutes, biologically speaking, a completely new phenomenon. When man emerged, his behavior was little guided by his instinctive equipment. Aside from some elementary reactions, such as those to danger or to sexual stimuli, there is no inherited program that tells him how to decide in most instances in which his life may depend on a correct decision. It would thus seem that, biologically, man is the most helpless and frail of all animals. Does the extraordinary development of his brain make up for his instinctive deficit? To some extent it does. Man is guided by his intellect to make right choices. But we know also how weak and unreliable this instrument is. It is easily influenced by man's desires and passions and surrenders to their influence. Man's brain is insufficient not only as a substitute for the weakened instincts, but it complicates the task of living tremendously. By this I do not refer to instrumental intelligence, the use of thought as an instrument for the manipulation of objects in order to satisfy one's ties of neuronal circuits. Every neuron of the cerebral cortex is enmeshed in a tangle of very fine fibers of great complexity, some of which come from very remote parts. It is probably safe to say that the majority of cortical neurons are directly or indirectly connected with every cortical field. This is the anatomical basis of cortical associational processes. The interconnections of these associational fibers form an anatomical mechanism which permits, during a train of cortical associations, numbers of different functional combinations of cortical neurons that far surpass any figures ever suggested by the astronomers in measuring the distances of stars. It is the capacity for making this sort of combination and recombination of the nervous elements that determines the practical value of the system. If 1,000,000 cortical nerve cells were connected one with another in groups of only 2 neurons each in all possible combinations, the number of different patterns of IL-1 neuronic connection thus provided would be expressed by needs. After all, man shares this with animals, especially with the primates. I refer to that aspect in which man's thinking has acquired an entirely new quality, that of self-awareness. Man is the only animal who not only knows objects but who knows that he knows. Man is the only animal who has not only instrumental intelligence, but reason, the capacity to use his thinking to understand objectively, i.e., to know the nature of things as they are in themselves, and not only as means for his satisfaction. Gifted with self-awareness and reason, man is aware of himself as a being separate from nature and from others. He is aware of his powerlessness, of his ignorance. He is aware of his end, death. Self-awareness, reason, and imagination have disrupted the harmony that characterizes animal existence. Their emergence has made man into an anomaly, the freak of the universe. He is part of nature, subject to her physical laws and unable to change them, yet he transcends nature. He is set apart while being apart. He is homeless, yet chained to the home he shares with all creatures. Cast into this world at an accidental place and time, he is forced out of it accidentally and against his will. Being aware of himself, he realizes his powerlessness and the limitations of his existence. He is never free from the dichotomy of his existence. He cannot rid himself of his mind, even if he would want to. He cannot rid himself of his body as long as he is alive, and his body makes him want to be alive. Man's life cannot be lived by repeating the pattern of his species. He must live. Man is the only animal who does not feel at home in nature, who can feel evicted from paradise, the only animal for whom his own existence is a problem that he has to solve and from which he cannot escape. He cannot go back to the pre-human state of harmony with nature, and he does not know where he will arrive if he goes forward. Man's existential contradiction results in a state of constant disequilibrium. This disequilibrium distinguishes him from the animal, which lives, as it were, in harmony with nature. This does not mean, of course, that the animal necessarily lives a peaceful and happy life, but that it has its specific ecological niche to which its physical and mental qualities have been adapted by the process of evolution. Man's existential, and hence unavoidable disequilibrium can be relatively stable when he has found, with the support of his culture, a more or less adequate way of coping with his existential problems. But this relative stability does not imply that the dichotomy has disappeared. It is merely dormant and becomes manifest as soon as the conditions for this relative stability change. Indeed, in the process of man's self-creation, this relative stability is upset again and again. Man, in his history, changes his environment, and in this process he changes himself. His knowledge increases, but so does his awareness of his ignorance. He experiences himself as an individual, and not only as a member of his tribe, and with this his sense of separateness and isolation grows. He creates larger and more efficient social units, led by powerful leaders, and he becomes frightened and submissive. He attains a certain amount of freedom and becomes afraid of this very freedom. His capacity for material production grows, but in the process he becomes greedy and egotistical, a slave of the things he has created. Every new state of disequilibrium forces man to seek for new equilibrium. Indeed, what has often been considered man's innate drive for progress is his attempt to find a new and if possible better equilibrium. The new forms of equilibrium by no means constitute a straight line of human improvement. Frequently in history new achievements have led to regressive developments. Many times, when forced to find a new solution, man runs into a blind alley from which he has to extricate himself, and it is indeed remarkable that thus far in history he has been able to do so. These considerations suggest a hypothesis as to how to define the essence or nature of man. I propose that man's nature cannot be defined in terms of a specific quality, such as love, hate, reason, good or evil, but only in terms of fundamental contradictions that characterize human existence and have their root in the biological dichotomy between missing instincts and self-awareness. Man's existential conflict produces certain psychic needs common to all men. He is forced to overcome the horror of separateness, of powerlessness, and of lostness, and find new forms of relating himself to the world to enable him to feel at home. I have called these psychic needs existential because they are rooted in the very conditions of human existence. They are shared by all men, and their fulfillment is as necessary for man's remaining sane as the fulfillment of organic drives is necessary for his remaining alive. But each of these needs can be satisfied in different ways, which vary according to the differences of his social condition. These different ways of satisfying the existential needs manifest themselves in passions, such as love, tenderness, striving for justice, independence, truth, hate, sadism, masochism, destructiveness, narcissism. I call them character-rooted passions or simply human passions because they are integrated in man's character. While the concept of character will be discussed at length further on, it will suffice here to say that character is the relatively permanent system of all non-instinctual strivings through which man relates himself to the human and natural world. One may understand character as the human substitute for the missing animal instincts. It is man's second nature. What all men have in common are their organic drives, even though highly modifiable by experience, and their existential needs. What they do not have in common are the kinds of passions that are dominant in their respective characters, character-rooted passions. The difference in character is largely due to the difference in social conditions, although genetically given dispositions also influence the formation of the character. For this reason one can call character-rooted passions a historical category and instincts a natural category. Yet the former are not a purely historical category either, because they are the result of the impact the various historical constellations have on the biologically given conditions of human existence. We are now ready to discuss man's existential needs and the variety of character-rooted passions that in turn constitute different answers to these existential needs. Before starting this discussion, let us look back and raise a question of method. I have suggested a reconstruction of man's mind as it may have been at the beginning of prehistory. The obvious objection to this method is that it is a theoretical reconstruction for which there is no evidence whatsoever, or so it would appear. However, evidence is not completely lacking for the formulation of some tentative hypotheses that may be disproven or confirmed by further findings. This evidence lies essentially in those findings which indicate that man, perhaps as early as 500,000 years ago, peaking man, had cults and rituals, manifesting that his concerns went beyond satisfying his material needs. The history of prehistoric religion and art, not separable in those times, is the main source for the study of primitive man's mind. Obviously, I cannot set forth into this vast and as yet controversial territory within the context of this study. What I want to stress is that the presently available data, as well as those still to be found in regard to primitive religions and rituals, will not reveal the nature of prehistoric man's mind unless we have a key with which we can decipher it. This key, I believe, is our own mind. Not our conscious thoughts, but those categories of thought and feeling that are buried in our unconscious and yet are an experiential core present in all men of all cultures. Briefly, it is what I would like to call man's primary human experience. This primary human experience is in itself rooted in man's existential situation. For this reason it is common to all men and does not need to be explained as being racially inherited. The first question, of course, is whether we can find this key, whether we can transcend our normal frame of mind and transpose ourselves into the mind of the original man. Drama, poetry, art, myth have done this, but not psychology, with the exception of psychoanalysis. The various psychoanalytic schools have done it in different ways. Freud's original man was a historical construct of the member of a patriarchally organized male band, ruled and exploited by a father tyrant against whom the sons rebel, and whose internalization is the basis for the formation of the superego and a new social organization. Freud's aim was to help the contemporary patient to discover his own unconscious by letting him share the experience of what Freud believed to be his earliest ancestors. Even though this model of original man was fictitious and the corresponding Oedipus complex was not the deepest level of human experience, Freud's hypothesis opened up an entirely new possibility, that all men of every period and culture had shared a basic experience with their common ancestors. Thus Freud added another historical argument to the humanist belief that all men share the common core of humanity. C.G. Jung made the same attempt in a different and in many respects more sophisticated way than Freud's. He was particularly interested in the variety of myths, rituals, and religions. He used myth ingeniously and brilliantly as a key for the understanding of the unconscious, and thus built a bridge between mythology and psychology more systematically and extensively than any of his predecessors. What I am suggesting here is the use of our unconscious as a key to the understanding of prehistory. This requires the practice of self-knowledge in the psychoanalytic sense, the removal of a major part of our resistance against the awareness of our unconscious, thus reducing the difficulty of penetrating from our conscious mind to the depth of our core. Provided we are able to do this, we can understand our fellow men who live in the same culture as we do, also men of an entirely different culture, and even a madman. We can also sense what original man must have experienced, what existential needs he had, and in what ways men, including ourselves, can respond to these needs. When we see primitive art, down to the cave paintings of 30,000 years ago, or the art of radically different cultures like the African or Greek or that of the Middle Ages, we take it for granted that we understand them, in spite of the fact that these cultures were radically different from ours. We dream symbols and myths that are like those men thousands of years ago conceived when they were awake. Are they not a common language of all humanity, regardless of vast differences in conscious perception? ERICH FROMM, 1951. Considering that contemporary thinking in the field of human evolution is so one-sidedly oriented along the lines of man's bodily development and his material culture, of which skeletons and tools are the main witnesses, it is not surprising that few investigators are interested in the mind of early man. Yet the view I have presented here is shared by a number of outstanding scholars, whose whole philosophical outlook differs from that of the majority. I am referring especially to the views, particularly close to my own, of the paleontologist F.M. Bergouniu and the zoologist and geneticist T. Dobbs Hansky. Bergouniu writes, even though he, man, can legitimately be considered a primate, of which he possesses all the anatomical and physiological characteristics, he alone forms a biological group whose originality none will dispute. Man felt himself brutally torn from his environment and isolated in the middle of a world whose measure and laws he did not know. He therefore felt obliged to learn, by constant bitter effort and his own mistakes, everything he had to know to survive. The animals surrounding him came and went, indefatigably repeating the same actions: hunting, gathering, searching for water, doubling or fleeing to defend themselves against innumerable enemies. For them, periods of rest and activity succeed each other in an unchanging rhythm fixed by the needs for food or sleep, reproduction or protection. Man detaches himself from his surroundings. He feels alone, abandoned, ignorant of everything except that he knows nothing. His first feeling thus was existential anxiety, which may even have taken him to the limits of despair. F. M. Bergouniu, 1964. A very similar view was expressed by Dobbs-Hansky. Self-awareness and foresight brought, however, the awesome gifts of freedom and responsibility. Man feels free to execute some of his plans and to leave others in abeyance. He feels the joy of being the master, rather than a slave, of the world and of himself. But the joy is tempered by a feeling of responsibility. Man knows that he is accountable for his acts. He has acquired the knowledge of good and evil. This is a dreadfully heavy load to carry. No other animal has to withstand anything like it. There is a tragic discord in the soul of man. Among the flaws in human nature, this one is far more serious than the pain of childbirth. T. Dobbs-Hansky, 1962. The existential needs of man and the various character-rooted passions. A frame of orientation and devotion. Man's capacity for self-awareness, reason, and imagination, new qualities that go beyond the capacity for instrumental thinking of even the cleverest animals, requires a picture of the world and of his place in it that is structured and has inner cohesion. Man needs a map of his natural and social world, without which he would be confused and unable to act purposefully and consistently. He would have no way of orienting himself and of finding for himself a fixed point that permits him to organize all the impressions that impinge upon him. Whether he believed in sorcery and magic as final explanations of all events, or in the spirit of his ancestors as guiding his life and fate, or in an omnipotent God who will reward or punish him, or in the power of science to give answers to all human problems from the standpoint of his need for a frame of orientation, it does not make any difference. His world makes sense to him, and he feels certain about his ideas through the consensus with those around him. Even if the map is wrong, it fulfills its psychological function. But the map was never entirely wrong, nor has it ever been entirely right, either. It has always been enough of an approximation to the explanation of phenomena to serve the purpose of living. The impressive fact is that we do not find any culture in which there does not exist such a frame of orientation. Or any individual either. Often an individual may disclaim having any such overall picture and believe that he responds to the various phenomena and incidents of life from case to case, as his judgment guides him. But it can be easily demonstrated that he takes his own philosophy for granted, because to him it is only common sense, and he is unaware that all his concepts rest upon a commonly accepted frame of reference. When such a person is confronted with a fundamentally different total view of life, he judges it as crazy or irrational or childish, while he considers himself as being only logical. The need for the formation of a frame of reference is particularly clear in the case of children. They show, at a certain age, a deep need for a frame of orientation and often make it up themselves in an ingenious way, using the few data available to them. The intensity of the need for a frame of orientation explains a fact that has puzzled many students of man, namely the ease with which people fall under the spell of irrational doctrines, either political or religious or of any other nature, when to the one who is not under their influence it seems obvious that they are worthless constructs. Part of the answer lies in the suggestive influence of leaders and in the suggestibility of man. But this does not seem to be the whole story. Man would probably not be so suggestive were it not that his need for a cohesive frame of orientation is so vital. The more an ideology pretends to give answers to all questions, the more attractive it is. Here may lie the reason why irrational or even plainly insane thought systems can so easily attract the minds of men. But a map is not enough as a guide for action. Man also needs a goal that tells him where to go. The animal has no such problems. Its instincts provide it with a map as well as with goals. But man, lacking instinctive determination and having a brain that permits him to think of many directions in which he could go, needs an object of ultimate concern. To use Tillich's expression, he needs an object of devotion to be the focal point of all his strivings and the basis for all his effective and not only proclaimed values. He needs such an object of devotion for a number of reasons. The object integrates his energies in one direction. It elevates him beyond his isolated existence, with all its doubts and insecurity, and gives meaning to life. In being devoted to a goal beyond his isolated ego, he transcends himself and leaves the prison of absolute egocentricity. The objects of man's devotion vary. He can be devoted to an idol which requires him to kill his children or to an ideal that makes him protect children. He can be devoted to the growth of life or to its destruction. He can be devoted to the goal of amassing a fortune, of acquiring power, of destruction, or to that of loving and of being productive and courageous. He can be devoted to the most diverse goals and idols, yet while the difference in the objects of devotion are of immense importance, the need for devotion itself is a primary, existential need demanding fulfillment regardless of how this need is fulfilled. Rootedness. When the infant is born, he leaves the security of the womb, the situation in which he was still part of nature where he lived through his mother's body. At the moment of birth he is still symbiotically attached to mother, and even after birth he remains so longer than most other animals. The more complete the separation is, the greater the need to replace the original biological roots by new affective roots. Yet there remains a deep craving not to sever the original ties or a deep craving to find a new situation of absolute protection and security, to return to the lost paradise. But the way to paradise is blocked by man's biological, and particularly by his neurophysiological constitution. He has only one alternative, either to persist in his craving to regress, and to pay for it by symbolic dependence on mother, and on symbolic substitutes, nature, God, the nation, a bureaucracy, or to progress and find new roots in the world by his own efforts, by experiencing the brotherhood of man, and by freeing himself from the power of the past. Man, aware of his separateness, needs to find new ties with his fellow man. His very sanity depends on it. Without strong effective ties to the world, he would suffer from utter isolation and lostness. But he can relate himself to others in different and ascertainable ways. He can love others, which requires the presence of independence and productiveness, or if his sense of freedom is not developed, he can relate to others symbiotically, i.e., by becoming part of them or by making them part of himself. In this symbiotic relationship he strives either to control others, sadism, or to be controlled by them, masochism. If he cannot choose either the way of love or that of symbiosis, he can solve the problem by relating exclusively to himself, narcissism, then he becomes the world, and loves the world by loving himself. This is a frequent form of dealing with the need for relatedness, usually blended with sadism, but it is a dangerous one. In its extreme form it leads to some forms of madness. A last and malignant form of solving the problem, usually blended with extreme narcissism, is the craving to destroy all others. If no one exists outside of me, I need not fear others, nor need I relate myself to them. By destroying the world I am saved from being crushed by it. Unity. The existential split in man would be unbearable could he not establish a sense of unity within himself and with the natural and human world outside. But there are many ways of re-establishing unity. Man can anesthetize his consciousness by inducing states of trance or ecstasy, mediated by such means as drugs, sexual orgies, fasting, dancing, and other rituals that abound in various cults. He can also try to identify himself with the animal in order to regain the lost harmony. This form of seeking unity is the essence of the many primitive religions in which the ancestor of the tribe is a totem animal, or in which man identifies with the animal by acting like one, for instance the Teutonic berserkers who identified themselves with a bear, or by wearing an animal mask. Unity can also be established by subordinating all energies to one all-consuming passion, such as the passion for destruction, power, fame, or property. To forget oneself, in the sense of anesthetizing one's reason, is the aim of all these attempts to restore unity within oneself. It is a tragic attempt, in the sense that either it succeeds only momentarily, as in a trance or in drunkenness, or, even if it is permanent, as in the passion for hate or power, it cripples man, estranges him from others, twists his judgment, and makes him as dependent on this particular passion as another is on hard drugs. There is only one approach to unity that can be successful without crippling man. Such an attempt was made in the first millennium BC in all parts of the world where man had developed a civilization: in China, in India, in Egypt, in Palestine, in Greece. The great religions springing from the soil of these cultures taught that man can achieve unity not by a tragic effort to undo the fact of the split, but by fully developing human reason and love. Great as are the differences between Taoism, Buddhism, prophetic Judaism, and the Christianity of the Gospels, these religions had one common goal: to arrive at the experience of oneness, not by regressing to animal existence but by becoming fully human oneness within man, oneness between man and nature, and oneness between man and other men. In the short historical time of 2500 years, man does not seem to have made much progress in achieving the goal that was postulated by these religions. The inevitable slowness of man's economic and social development, plus the fact that the religions were co-opted by those whose social function it was to rule and manipulate men, seem to account for this. Yet the new concept of unity was as revolutionary an event in man's psychical development as the invention of agriculture and industry was for his economic development. Nor was this concept ever totally lost. It was brought to life in the Christian sects, among the mystics of all religions, in the ideas of Joachim de Fiori, among the Renaissance humanists, and in a secular form in the philosophy of Marx. The alternative between regressive and progressive ways of achieving salvation is not only a social historical one. Each individual is confronted with the same alternative: his margin of freedom not to choose the regressive solution in a society that has chosen it is indeed small, yet it exists. But great effort, clear thinking, and guidance by the teachings of the great humanists is necessary. Neurosis can be understood best as the battle between these two tendencies within an individual, hence deep character analysis leads, if successful, to the life-affirming solution. Another solution to man's existential split problem is quite characteristic of contemporary cybernetic society: to be identified with one's social role, to feel little, to lose oneself by reducing oneself to a thing. The existential split is camouflaged because man becomes identified with his social organization and forgets that he is a person. He becomes, to use Heidegger's term, a non-person. He is, we might say, in a negative ecstasis. He forgets himself by ceasing to be he, by ceasing to be a person and becoming a thing. Effectiveness: man's awareness of himself as being in a strange and overpowering world, and his consequent sense of impotence could easily overwhelm him. If he experienced himself as entirely passive, a mere object, he would lack a sense of his own will, of his identity. To compensate for this, he must acquire a sense of being able to do something, to move somebody, to make a dent, or, to use the most adequate English word, to be effective. We use the word today in referring to an effective speaker or salesman, meaning one who succeeds in getting results. But this is a deterioration of the original meaning of to effect, from the Latin ex jacere, to do. To effect is the equivalent of to bring to pass, to accomplish, to realize, to carry out, to fulfill. An effective person is one who has the capacity to do, to effect, to accomplish something. To be able to effect something is the assertion that one is not impotent, but that one is an alive, functioning, human being. To be able to effect means to be active and not only to be affected, to be active and not only passive. It is, in the last analysis, the projet that one is. The principle can be formulated thus: I am, because I effect. A number of investigations have stressed this point. At the beginning of this century, K. Gruz, the classic interpreter of play, wrote that an essential motive in the child's play was the joy in being a cause. This was his explanation of the child's pleasure in making a clatter, moving things around, playing in puddles, and similar activities. His conclusion was, we demand a knowledge of the effects and to be ourselves the producers of these effects. K. Gruz, 1901. A similar idea was expressed 50 years later by J. Piaget, who observed the child's special interest in objects that he affects by his own movements. U. Piaget, 1952. R. W. White used a similar concept in describing one of the basic motivations in man as competence motivation, and proposed the word effectance for the motivational aspect of competence. R. W. White, 1959. The same need is manifested in the fact that the first real sentence of some children from about the age of 15 to 18 months is some version of I do, repeated, and that also for the first time me is often used before mine. D. E. Schechter, 1968. Due to his biological situation, the child is necessarily in a state of extraordinary helplessness up to the age of 18 months. And even later he is largely dependent on the favors and goodwill of others. The degree of the child's natural powerlessness changes every day, while in general adults are much slower in changing their attitude toward the child. The child's tantrums, his crying, his stubbornness, the different ways in which he tries to battle adults, are among the most visible manifestations of his attempt to have an effect, to move, to change, to express his will. The child is usually defeated by the superior strength of the adult, but the defeat does not remain without consequences. It would seem to activate a tendency to overcome the defeat by doing actively what one was forced to endure passively, to rule when one had to obey, to beat when one was beaten, in short, to do what one was forced to suffer, or to do what one was forbidden to do. Psychoanalytic data show amply that neurotic tendencies and sexual peculiarities, like voyeurism, compulsive masturbation, or a compulsive need for sexual intercourse, often are the outcome of such early prohibitions. It seems almost as if this compulsive transformation from the passive to the active role were an attempt, even though an unsuccessful one, to heal still open wounds. Perhaps the general attraction of sin, of doing the forbidden, also finds its explanation here. Point 1-2 Not only does that which was not permissible attract, but also that which is not possible. It seems that man is profoundly attracted to move to the personal, social, and natural borders of his existence, as if driven to look beyond the narrow frame in which he is forced to exist. This impulse may be an important conducive factor in great discoveries, as well as in great crimes. The adult, too, feels the need to reassure himself that he is by being able to effect. The ways to achieve a sense of effecting are manifold, by eliciting an expression of satisfaction in the baby being nursed, a smile from the loved person, sexual response from the lover, interest from the partner in conversation, by work material, intellectual, artistic. But the same need can also be satisfied by having power over others, by experiencing their fear, by the murderer's watching the anguish in the face of his victim, by conquering a country, by torturing people, by sheer destruction of what has been constructed. The need to affect expresses itself in interpersonal relations as well as in the relationship to animals, to inanimate nature, and to ideas. In the relationship to others, the fundamental alternative is to feel either the potency to affect love or to affect fear and suffering. In the relationship to things, the alternative is between constructing and destroying. Opposite as these alternatives are, they are responses to the same existential need, to affect. In studying depressions and boredom, one can find rich material to show that the sense of being condemned to ineffectiveness, i.e., to complete vital impotence, of which sexual impotence is only a small part, is one of the most painful and almost intolerable experiences, and man will do almost anything to overcome it, from drug and work addiction to cruelty and murder. Excitation and stimulation. The Russian neurologist Ivan Sechenov was the first to establish, in reflexes of the brain, that the nervous system has the need to be exercised, i.e., to experience a certain minimum of excitation. I. Sechenov 1863. R. B. Livingston states the same principle. The nervous system is a source for activity as well as integration. The brain is not merely reactive to outside stimuli, it is itself spontaneously active. Brain cell activity begins in embryonic life and probably contributes to organizational development. Brain development occurs most rapidly prior to birth and for a few months thereafter. Following this period of exuberant growth, the rate of development decreases markedly, yet, even in the adult, there is no point beyond which development ceases, beyond which the capacities for reorganization following disease or injury disappear. And further on, the brain consumes oxygen at a rate comparable to that of active muscle. Active muscle can sustain such a rate of oxygen consumption for only a short period, but the nervous system continues its high rate for a lifetime, awake or asleep, from birth until death. R. B. Livingston, 1967. Even in tissue culture, nerve cells continue to be biologically and electrically active. One area in which the need for constant excitation of the brain can be recognized is the phenomenon of dreaming. It has been well established that a considerable proportion of our sleeping time, about 25%, is spent in dreaming. The difference between individuals is not whether or not they dream, but whether or not they remember their dreams, and that individuals appear to show semi-pathological reactions if they are prevented from dreaming. W. Dement, 1960. It is a relevant question why the brain, comprising only 2% of the body weight, is the only organ, aside from the heart and lungs, that remains active during sleep, while the rest of the body is in a state of rest, or to put it in neurophysiological terms, why the brain uses 20% of the body's total intake of oxygen day and night. It would seem that this means that the neurons ought to be in a state of greater activity than the cells in other parts of the body. As to the reasons for this, one could speculate that sufficient oxygen supply to the brain is of such vital importance for living that the brain is provided with an extra margin of activity and excitation. The infant's need for stimulation has been demonstrated by many investigators. R. Spitz has shown the pathological effects of lack of stimulation on infants. The Harlows and others have demonstrated that early deprivation of contact with mother results in severe psychic damage to monkeys. The same problem has been studied by D. E. Schechter in pursuit of his thesis that social stimulation constitutes a basis for the child's development. He arrives at the conclusion that without adequate social, including perceptual, stimulation, as for instance in blind and institutionalized infants, deficits develop in emotional and social relationships, in language, abstract thinking, and inner control. D. E. Schechter, 1973. Experimental studies have also demonstrated the need for stimulation and excitation. E. Tauber and F. Koffler, 1966, demonstrated the optokinetic nystagmus reaction to movement in newborns. Wolf and White, 1965, observed visual pursuit of objects with conjugate eye movements in 3 to 4-day-olds. Fance, 1958, described more prolonged visual fixation on more complex visual patterns as against simpler ones during the early weeks of infancy. D. E. Schechter, 1973. Schechter adds, of course, we cannot know the quality of the infant's subjective perceptual experience but only the fact of a discriminating visual motor response. Only in a loose manner of speaking may we conclude that infants prefer complex stimulus patterns. D. E. Schechter, 1973. The experiments on sensory deprivation at McGill University have shown that the elimination of most outside stimuli, even when accompanied by the satisfaction of all physiological needs, with the exception of sex, and rewarded by better than average pay, resulted in certain disturbances in perception. The subjects showed irritability, restlessness, and emotional instability to such a degree that a number of them stopped participating in the experiment after only a few hours, in spite of the financial loss. Observations of daily life indicate that the human organism as well as the animal organism are in need of a certain minimum of excitation and stimulation, as they are of a certain minimum of rest. We see that men eagerly respond to and seek excitation. The list of excitation-generating stimuli is endless. The difference between people and cultures lies only in the form taken by the main stimuli for excitation. Accidents, a murder, a fire, war, sex are sources of excitation, so are love and creative work. Greek drama was certainly as exciting for the spectators as were the sadistic spectacles in the Roman Colosseum, but exciting in a different way. The difference is very important, yet little attention has been given to it. Although this means making a short detour, it seems worthwhile to discuss this difference, if only briefly. In psychological and neurophysiological literature, the term stimulus has been used almost exclusively to denote what I call here a simple stimulus. If a man is threatened with danger to his life, his response is simple and immediate, almost reflex-like, because it is rooted in his neurophysiological organization. The same holds true for the other physiological needs like hunger and, to a certain extent, sex. The responding person reacts, but he does not act, by which I mean to say he does not actively integrate any response beyond the minimum activity necessary to run away, attack, or become sexually excited. One might also say that in this kind of response the brain and the whole physiological apparatus act for man. What is usually overlooked is the fact that there is a different kind of stimulus, one that stimulates the person to be active. Such an activating stimulus could be a novel, a poem, an idea, a landscape, music, or a loved person. None of these stimuli produce a simple response. They invite you, as it were, to respond by actively and sympathetically relating yourself to them, by becoming actively interested, seeing and discovering ever new aspects in your object, which ceases to be a mere object, by becoming more awake and more aware. You do not remain the passive object upon which the stimulus acts, to whose melody your body has to dance, as it were. Instead you express your own faculties by being related to the world. You become active and productive. The simple stimulus produces a drive, i.e., the person is driven by it. The activating stimulus results in a striving, i.e., the person is actively striving for a goal. The difference between these two kinds of stimuli and responses has very important consequences. Stimuli of the first, simple kind, if repeated beyond a certain threshold, are no longer registered and lose their stimulating effect. This is due to a neurophysiological principle of economy that eliminates the awareness of stimuli that indicate by their repetitiveness that they are not important. Continued stimulation requires that the stimulus should either increase in intensity or change in content. A certain element of novelty is required. Activating stimuli have a different effect. They do not remain the same, because of the productive response to them. They are always new, always changing. The stimulated person, the stimuli, brings the stimuli to life and changes them by always discovering new aspects in them. Between the stimulus and the stimuli exists a mutual relationship, not the mechanical one-way relations. This difference is easily confirmed by anybody's experience. One can read a Greek drama, or a poem by Goethe, or a novel by Kafka, or a sermon by Meister Eckhart, or a treatise by Paracelsus, or fragments by the pre-Socratic philosophers, or the writings of Spinoza or Marx without ever getting bored. Obviously, these examples are personal, and everyone should replace them by others closer to him. These stimuli are always alive, they wake up the reader and increase his awareness. On the other hand, a cheap novel is boring on a second reading, and conducive to sleep. The significance of activating and simple stimuli is crucial for the problem of learning. If learning means to penetrate from the surface of phenomena to their roots, i.e., to their causes, from deceptive ideologies to the naked facts, thus approximating the truth, it is an exhilarating, active process and a condition for human growth. I do not refer here only to book learning, but to the discoveries a child or an illiterate member of a primitive tribe makes of natural or personal events. If, on the other hand, learning is merely the acquisition of information mediated by conditioning, we are dealing with a simple stimulus in which the person is acted upon by the stimulation of his need for praise, security, success, and so forth. Contemporary life in industrial societies operates almost entirely with such simple stimuli. What is stimulated are such drives as sexual desire, greed, sadism, destructiveness, narcissism. These stimuli are mediated through movies, television, radio, newspapers, magazines, and the commodity market. On the whole, advertising rests upon the stimulation of socially produced desires. The mechanism is always the same: simple stimulation, immediate and passive response. Here lies the reason why the stimuli have to be changed constantly, lest they become ineffective. A car that is exciting today will be boring in a year or two, so it must be changed in the search for excitation. A place one knows well automatically becomes boring, so that excitement can be had only by visiting different places, as many as possible in one trip. In such a framework, sexual partners also need to be changed in order to produce excitation. The description given so far needs to be qualified by stressing that it is not only the stimulus that counts. The most stimulating poem or person will fail completely with someone who is incapable of responding because of his own fear, inhibition, laziness, passivity. The activating stimulus requires a touchable stimuli in order to have an effect, touchable not in the sense of being educated, but of being humanly responsive. On the other hand, the person who is fully alive does not necessarily need any particular outside stimulus to be activated. In fact, he creates his own stimuli. The difference can be clearly seen in children. Up to a certain age, around 5 years, they are so active and productive that they make their own stimuli. They create a whole world out of scraps of paper, wood, stones, chairs, practically anything they find available. But when after the age of 6 they become docile, unspontaneous, and passive, they want to be stimulated in such a way that they can remain passive and only react. They want elaborate toys and get bored with them after a short while. In brief, they already behave as their elders do with cars, clothes, places to travel, and lovers. There is another important difference between simple and activating stimuli. The person who is driven by the simple stimulus experiences a mixture of release, thrill, satisfaction, when he is satisfied, from the Latin satisfacere, to make enough, he has enough. The activating stimulation, on the contrary, has no satiation point, i.e., it never makes the person feel he has enough, except, of course, when normal physical tiredness sets in. I believe that one can formulate a law based on neurophysiological and psychological data in reference to the difference between the two kinds of stimuli. The more reflex-like a stimulus is, the more frequently it must be changed in intensity and in kind. The more activating it is, the longer it retains its stimulating quality and the less necessary is change in intensity and content. I have dealt at such length with the organism's need for stimulation and excitation because it is one of the many factors generating destructiveness and cruelty. It is much easier to get excited by anger, rage, cruelty, or the passion to destroy than by love and productive and active interest. That first kind of excitation does not require the individual to make an effort. One does not need to have patience and discipline, to learn, to concentrate, to endure frustration, to practice critical thinking, to overcome one's narcissism and greed. If the person has failed to grow, simple stimuli are always at hand or can easily be produced. Such stimuli as accidents, fires, crimes, or wars can be read about in the newspapers, heard about in the radio news reports, or watched on television and in movies. People can also produce them in their own minds by finding reasons to hate, to destroy, and to control others. The strength of this craving is indicated by the millions of dollars the mass media make by selling this kind of excitation. In fact, many married couples stay together for this reason. The marriage gives them the opportunity to experience hate, quarrels, sadism, and submission. They stay together not in spite of their fights, but because of them. Masochistic behavior, the pleasure in suffering or submitting, has one of its roots in this need for excitement. Masochistic persons suffer from the difficulty of being able to initiate excitation and of reacting readily to normal stimuli, but they can react when the stimulus overpowers them, as it were, when they can give themselves up to the excitement forced upon them. Chronic depression. Boredom. The problem of stimulation is closely linked to a phenomenon that has no small part in generating aggression and destructiveness: boredom. From a logical standpoint, it would have been more adequate to have discussed boredom in the previous chapter, together with other forms of aggression, but this would have been impractical because the discussion on stimulation is a necessary premise for the understanding of boredom. With regard to stimulation and boredom, we can distinguish between three types of persons. 1. The person who is capable of responding productively to activating stimuli is not bored. 2. The person who is in constant need of ever-changing, flat stimuli is chronically bored, but since he compensates for his boredom, he is not aware of it. 3. The person who fails in the attempt to obtain excitation by any kind of normal stimulation is a very sick individual. Sometimes he is acutely aware of his state of mind. Sometimes he is not conscious of the fact that he suffers. This type of boredom is fundamentally different from the second type, in which boredom is used in a behavioral sense, i.e., the person is bored when there is an insufficient stimulation, but he is capable of responding when his boredom is compensated. In the third instance, it is not compensated. We speak here of boredom in a dynamic, characterological sense, and it could be described as a state of chronic depression. But the difference between compensated and uncompensated chronic boredom is only quantitative. In both types of boredom, the person lacks in productivity. In the first type, he can cure the symptom although not its cause by proper stimuli. In the second, even the symptom is incurable. The difference is also visible in the use of the term bored. If someone says, "I am depressed," he usually refers to a state of mind. If somebody says, "I am bored," he usually means to say something about the world outside, indicating that it does not provide him with interesting or amusing stimuli. But when we speak of a boring person, we refer to the person himself, to his character. We do not mean that he is boring today because he has not told us an interesting story. When we say he is a boring person, we mean he is boring as a person. There is something dead, unalive, uninteresting in him. Many people would readily admit they are bored. Very few would admit that they are boring. Chronic boredom, compensated or uncompensated, constitutes one of the major psychopathological phenomena in contemporary technotronic society, although it is only recently that it has found some recognition. Before entering into the discussion of depressive boredom, in the dynamic sense, some remarks on boredom in a behavioral sense seem to be in order. The persons who are capable of responding productively to activating stimuli are virtually never bored, but they are the exception in cybernetic society. The vast majority, while not suffering from a grave illness, can be nevertheless considered suffering from a milder form of pathology, insufficient inner productivity. They are bored unless they can provide themselves with ever-changing, simple, not activating stimuli. There are several probable reasons that chronic, compensated boredom is generally not considered pathological. Perhaps the main reason is that in contemporary industrial society most people are bored, and a shared pathology, the pathology of normalcy, is not experienced as pathology. Furthermore, normal boredom is usually not conscious. Most people succeed in compensating for it by participating in a great number of activities that prevent them from consciously feeling bored. 8 hours of the day they are busy making a living, when the boredom would threaten to become conscious. After business hours, they avoid this danger by the numerous means that prevent manifest boredom: drinking, watching television, taking a ride, going to parties, engaging in sexual activities, and, the more recent fashion, taking drugs. Eventually their natural need for sleep takes over, and the day is ended successfully if boredom has not been experienced consciously at any point. One may state that one of the main goals of man today is escape from boredom. Only if one appreciates the intensity caused by unrelieved boredom, can one have any idea of the power of this impulse. Among the working class, boredom is much more conscious than among the middle and upper classes, as amply evidenced in workers' demands in contract negotiations. They lack the genuine satisfaction experienced by many persons on a higher social level whose work allows them, at least to some extent, to be involved in creative planning, exercising their imaginative, intellectual, and organizational faculties. That this is so is clearly borne out by the fact, amply demonstrated in recent years, that the growing complaint of blue-collar workers today is the painful boredom they experience in their working hours, besides their more traditional complaint about insufficient wages. Industry tries to remedy this in some cases by what is often called job enrichment, which consists of having the worker do more than one operation, planning and laying out his own job as he likes, and generally assuming more responsibility. This seems to be an answer in the right direction, but it is a very limited one considering the whole spirit of our culture. It has also often been suggested that the problem does not lie in making the work more interesting but in shortening it to such an extent that man can develop his faculties and interests in his leisure time. But the proponents of this idea seem to forget that leisure time itself is manipulated by the consumption industry and is fundamentally as boring as work, only less consciously so. Work, man's exchange with nature, is such a fundamental part of human existence that only when it ceases to be alienated can leisure time become productive. This, however, is not only a question of changing the nature of work, but of a total social and political change in the direction of subordinating the economy to the real needs of man. In the picture of the two kinds of non-depressive boredom given so far, it would appear that the difference is only between the different kinds of stimuli, whether they are activating or not, they both relieve boredom. This picture, however, is an oversimplification. The difference goes much deeper and complicates considerably what seemed to be a neat formulation. The boredom that is overcome by activating stimuli is really ended, or rather it never existed, because the productive person, ideally speaking, is never bored and has no difficulty in finding the proper stimuli. On the other hand, the unproductive, inwardly passive person remains bored even when his manifest, conscious boredom is relieved for the moment. Why should this be so? The reason seems to lie in that in the superficial relief from boredom, the whole person, and particularly his deeper feeling, his imagination, his reason, in short all his essential faculties and psychic potentialities remain untouched. They are not brought to life, they are like a bulky food without any nutritional value. The person continues to feel empty and unmoved on a deeper level. He anesthetizes this uncomfortable feeling by momentary excitation, thrill, fun, liquor, or sex, but unconsciously he remains bored. A very busy lawyer who often worked 12 hours a day or more and said that he was absorbed by his job and never felt bored, had the following dream: I see myself as a member of a chain gang in Georgia where I was extradited from my hometown in the East for some unknown crime. To my surprise, I can easily take off the chains, but I must go on doing the prescribed work, which consists of carrying bags of sand from one truck to another away in the distance and then taking the same bags back to the first truck. I experience a sense of intense mental pain and depression during the dream and wake up in a frightened mood as from a nightmare, relieved that it was only a dream. Whereas during the first weeks of analytic work he had been quite cheerful, saying how satisfied he felt in life, he was quite shaken by this dream and began to bring up many different ideas about his work. Without going into details, I only want to state that he began to speak about the fact that what was doing really did not make sense, that it was essentially always the same, and that it served no purpose except that of making money, which he felt was not enough as something to live for. He spoke about the fact that in spite of a good deal of variety in the problems he had to solve, they were basically all the same, or could be solved by a few, ever-repeated methods. 2 weeks later he had the following dream: I saw myself sitting at the desk in my office, but I felt like a zombie. I hear what goes on and see what people do, but I feel that I am dead and that nothing concerns me. The associations for this dream brought forward more material about a sense of feeling unalive and depressed. In a third dream he reported, the building in which my office is located is going up in flames, but nobody knows how it happened. I feel powerless to help. It hardly needs to be said that this last dream expressed his deep hatred of the law firm of which he is the head. He had been completely unconscious of this because it did not make sense. 1-8 Another example of unconscious boredom is given by H.D. Esseler. He reports of a patient, a good-looking student who carried on with many girlfriends and was very successful in this sector of his life. Although he insisted that life is great, sometimes he felt somewhat depressed. When he was hypnotized during the treatment, he saw a black barren place with many masks. When asked where the black barren place was, he said it was inside him. That everything was dull, 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 that the masks represent the different roles he takes to fool people into thinking he is feeling well. He began to express his feelings about life. It is a feeling of nothingness. When the therapist asked him if sex was also dull, he said, yes, but not as dull as other things. He stated that his 3 children by a previous marriage bored him, although he felt closer to them than he did to most people, that in his 9 years of marriage he went through the motions of living and was occasionally relieved by drinking. He talked about his father as an ambitious, dull, lonely man who never had a friend in his life. The therapist asked him if he was lonely with his son. The answer was, I tried very hard to relate to him but was unable to. When asked if he wanted to die, the patient said, yes, why not? But he also answered yes when asked whether he wanted to live. Eventually he had a dream in which there was sunlight and it was warm and there was grass. When asked whether there were people there, he said, no, there were no people, but there was a potential for them coming. When awakened from the hypnotic trance, he was surprised at the things he had said. While the depressed and bored feeling was occasionally conscious, it became fully conscious only in the hypnotic state. The patient succeeded by his active and ever-new sexual exploits to compensate for his bored state, just as the lawyer did by work, but the compensation occurred mainly in consciousness. It permitted the patient to repress his boredom, and he could go on with this repression as long as the compensation worked properly. But compensations do not alter the fact that on a deeper level of inner reality the boredom is not removed or even lessened. It seems that the boredom compensating consumption offered by the normal channels of our culture does not fulfill its function properly, hence, other means of boredom relief are sought. Alcohol consumption is one of the means man employs to help him forget his boredom. In the past few years a new phenomenon has demonstrated the intensity of the boredom among members of the middle class. I am referring to the practice of group sex among swingers. It is estimated that there are in the United States 1 or 2 million people, chiefly middle class and mostly conservative in their political and religious views, whose main interest in life is sexual activity shared among several couples, provided that they are not husband and wife. The main condition is that no emotional tie is to develop and that the partners are constantly changed. According to the description by investigators who have studied these people, G.T. Bartel, 1971, they explain that before they started swinging they were so bored that even many hours of television viewing did not help them. The personal relationship between husband and wife was such that there was nothing left to communicate about. This boredom is relieved by the constantly changing sexual stimuli, and even their marriages have, as they say, improved, because they now at least have something to talk about, i.e., the sexual experiences of each of them with other men and women. Swinging is a somewhat more complex version of what used to be simple marital promiscuity, which is hardly a new phenomenon. What is perhaps new is the systematic exclusion of affects, and that it is now proposed as a means to save a tired marriage. Another and more drastic means for the relief of boredom is the use of psychodrugs, starting in the teens and spreading to older age groups, particularly among those who are not socially settled and have no interesting work to do. Many users of drugs, especially among young people who have a genuine longing for a deeper and more genuine experience of life, indeed, many of them are distinguished by their life affirmation, honesty, adventurousness, and independence, claim that the use of drugs turns them on and widens their horizon of experience. I do not question this claim. But the taking of drugs does not change their character and, hence, does not eliminate the permanent roots of their boredom. It does not promote a higher state of development. This can be achieved only by taking the path of patient, effortful work within oneself, by acquiring insight and learning how to be concentrated and disciplined. Drugs are in no way conducive to instant enlightenment. Not the least dangerous result of insufficiently compensated boredom is violence and destructiveness. This outcome most frequently takes the passive form of being attracted to reports of crimes, fatal accidents, and other scenes of bloodshed and cruelty that are the staple diet fed to the public by press, radio, and television. People eagerly respond to such reports because they are the quickest way to produce excitement, and thus alleviate boredom without any inner activity. Usually overlooked in the discussion of the effect of the portrayal of violence is that inasmuch as portrayal of violence has an effect, boredom is a necessary condition. Yet there is only a short step from passive enjoyment of violence and cruelty to the many ways of actively producing excitement by sadistic or destructive behavior. The difference between the innocent pleasure of embarrassing or teasing someone and participating in a lynch mob is only quantitative. In either instance the bored person himself produces the source of excitation if it does not offer itself ready-made. The bored person often is the organizer of a mini coliseum in which he produces his small-scale equivalents of the large-scale cruelty staged in the coliseum. Such persons have no interest in anything, nor do they have any contact with anybody except of the most superficial kind. Everybody and everything leaves them cold. They are effectively frozen, feel no joy but also no sorrow or pain. They feel nothing. The world is gray, the sky is not blue, they have no appetite for life and often would rather be dead than alive. Sometimes they are acutely and painfully aware of this state of mind, often they are not. This type of pathology offers problems of diagnosis. The most severe cases might be diagnosed by many psychiatrists as a psychotic endogenous depression. Yet this diagnosis seems questionable because some characteristic features of endogenous depression are lacking. These persons do not tend to accuse themselves, to feel guilty, to be preoccupied with their failure, nor do they have the typical facial expression of melancholic patients. Aside from this most severe type of depression, boredom, there is a much more frequent clinical picture for which the most obvious diagnosis would be chronic neurotic depression. E. Bleuler, 1969. In the clinical picture so frequent today, not only causes for but also the fact of being depressed is unconscious. Such persons are often not aware of feeling depressed, yet it can be easily demonstrated that they are. The terms more recently used, masked depression or smiling depressions, seem to characterize the picture quite well. The diagnostic problem is still more complicated by the features in the clinical picture that lend themselves to a diagnosis of a schizoid character. I shall not pursue this diagnostic problem any further because it does not seem to contribute much to a better understanding of such persons. The difficulties of a correct diagnosis will be treated later on. Perhaps we deal, in the persons suffering from chronic, uncompensated boredom, with a peculiar blend of depressed and schizophrenic elements in varying degrees of malignancy. What matters for our purpose is not the diagnostic label, but the fact that among such persons we find extreme forms of destructiveness. They frequently do not seem to be bored or depressed at all. They can adapt themselves to their environment and often seem to be happy. Some are apparently so well adapted that parents, teachers, ministers praise them as models. Others, but sometimes also these models, come to the attention of the authorities due to a variety of criminal acts and are considered asocial or criminal, although not bored or depressed. Usually they tend to repress the awareness of being bored. Most of all, they want to appear perfectly normal to everyone else. When they come to a psychotherapist, they will report that they find it difficult to choose a career, or to study, but generally they tend to present as normal a picture as they can. It takes a concerned and skilled observer to discover the sickness hidden behind the smooth, cynical surface. H.D. Esseler has done just that and has found among many adolescents in a boys' training school the condition of what he calls unconscious depression. I shall give in the following some examples that also demonstrate that this condition is one of the sources of acts of destructiveness that seem in many instances to be the only form of relief. One girl, hospitalized in a state mental hospital, had slashed her wrists and explained her act by saying that she wanted to see if she had any blood. This was a girl who felt non-human, without any response to anyone. She did not believe she could express or, for that matter, feel any affect. Schizophrenia was excluded by a thorough clinical examination. Her lack of interest and incapacity to respond was so great that to see her own blood was the only way in which she could convince herself that she was alive and human. One of the boys in the training school, for instance, threw rocks up on top of his garage and let them roll down, and would try to catch each rock with his head. His explanation was that this was the only way in which he could feel something. He made 5 suicidal attempts. He cut himself in areas that would be painful and always made it known to the guards that he had done so, in order that he could be saved. He reported that feeling the pain made him feel at least something. Another adolescent spoke of walking city streets with a knife up my sleeve, and I would stick it into people as they walked by. He experienced pleasure in watching the agony on the victim's face. He also took dogs into the alley and killed them with his knife just for fun. One time he said with emphasis, "Now I think those dogs felt it when I stuck the knife into them." The same boy confessed that while he was chopping wood during an outing in the woods with a school teacher and his wife, he saw the school teacher's wife standing there alone and had a tremendous urge to plant the axe in her head. Fortunately, she reacted on seeing a strange look on his face and asked for the axe. This 17-year-old boy had a baby face. An intern who saw him for vocational counseling thought he was charming and could not understand why he was in the institution. The truth was that the charm he portrayed was manipulative and very shallow. Similar cases are to be found today all over the Western world and are occasionally reported in the papers. The following UPI and AP dispatch from Bisbee, Arizona, 1972, is a typical example. A 16-year-old high school honor student and choir boy was in custody at a juvenile home today after allegedly telling police he shot his parents to death because he wanted to see how it would feel to kill somebody. The bodies of Joseph Roth, 60, and his wife, Gertrude, 57, were found at their home in nearby Douglas on Thanksgiving Day by sheriff's deputies. Authorities said both had been shot once in the chest with a hunting rifle Wednesday night. Roth was a high school audiovisual instructor and Mrs. Roth was a junior high teacher. Cochise County Attorney Richard Riley said the boy, Bernard J. Roth, the nicest boy you want to meet, turned himself into police Thursday and was composed and polite while being questioned. The people his parents are getting old, Riley quoted the boy as saying. I'm not mad at them. I have no hostilities. The boy said he had been having thoughts about killing his parents for a long time, Riley said. He wanted to know what it felt like to kill somebody. The motive for these killings does not seem to be hate, but as in the cases mentioned before, an unbearable sense of boredom and impotence and the need to experience that there is someone who will react, someone on whom one can make a dent. Some deed that will make an end of the monotony of daily experience. Killing is one way of experiencing that one is and that one can produce an effect on another being. This discussion of depression boredom has dealt only with the psychological aspects of boredom. This does not imply that neurophysiological abnormalities may not also be involved, but as Bleuler has already emphasized, they could only play a secondary role, while the decisive conditions are to be found in the overall environmental situation. I think it is highly probable that even cases of severe depression, boredom would be less frequent and less intense, even given the same family constellation, in a society where a mood of hope and love of life predominated. But in recent decades the opposite is increasingly the case, and thus a fertile soil for the development of individual depressive states is provided. Character structure. There is a need of a different kind, rooted exclusively in the human situation, the need for the development of a character structure. This need has to do with the phenomenon that was dealt with before, the decreasing significance of instinctive equipment in man. Effective behavior presupposes that one can act immediately, that is, without being delayed by too much doubt and in a relatively integrated manner. This is precisely the dilemma of which Courtland has spoken, see Chapter 6, with regard to chimpanzees when he mentions their lack of decisiveness and their hesitant and somewhat ineffective behavior. A. Courtland, 1962. It seems plausible to speculate that man, being still less determined by instinct than the chimpanzee, would have been a biological failure if he had not developed a substitute for the instincts he lacked. This substitute also had to have the junction of instincts, enabling man to act as if he were motivated by instincts. This substitute is the human character. Character is the specific structure in which human energy is organized in the pursuit of man's goals. It motivates behavior according to tumors, and such cases have, of course, nothing to do with depressive bored states. A person acts instinctively, we say, in accordance with his character. To use Heraclitus's phrase, character is man's fate. The miser does not ponder whether he should save or spend, he is driven to save and to hoard. The exploitative sadistic character is driven by the passion to exploit, the sadistic character, by the passion to control. The loving productive character cannot help striving for love and sharing. These character-conditioned drives and strivings are so strong and unquestionable for the respective persons that they feel that theirs is simply a natural reaction, and find it difficult to really believe that there are other people whose nature is quite different. When they cannot help becoming aware of it, they prefer to think that these others suffer from some kind of deformation and are deviants from human nature. Anybody who has some sensitivity in judging other people, it is of course much more difficult with regard to oneself, senses whether a person has a sadistic or a destructive or a loving character. He sees enduring traits behind the overt behavior and will be capable of sensing the insincerity of a destructive character who behaves as if he were a loving person. The question is, why was the species man, in contrast to the chimpanzee, able to develop a character? The answer may lie in certain biological considerations. Human groups from the very beginning have lived under very diverse environmental circumstances, both as regards different areas in the world and as regards fundamental changes of climate and vegetation within the same area. Since the emergence of Homo, there has been relatively little adaptation to differences transmitted by genetic change, although there has been some. But the more Homo developed, the less was adaptation a result of genetic changes, and in the last 40,000 years such changes are virtually nil. Yet these different environmental situations made it necessary for each group to adapt its behavior to these respective situations, not only by learning but also by developing a social character. The concept of social character is based on the consideration that each form of society, or social class, needs to use human energy in the specific manner necessary for the functioning of that particular society. Its members must want to do what they have to do if the society is to function properly. This process of transforming general psychic energy into specific psychosocial energy is mediated by the social character. E. Fromm, 1932, 1941, 1947, 1970. The means by which social character is formed are essentially cultural. Through the agency of the parents, society transmits to the young its values, prescriptions, commands, etc. But since chimpanzees have no language, they cannot transmit symbols, values, and ideas. In other words, they lack the conditions for the formation of character. In more than a rudimentary sense, character is a human phenomenon. Only man was able to create a substitute for his lost instinctive adaptation. The acquisition of character was a very important and necessary element in the process of human survival, but it had also many disadvantages and even dangers. Inasmuch as character is formed by traditions and motivates man without appealing to his reason, it is often not adapted to or is sometimes even in direct contradiction to new conditions. For example, concepts like the absolute sovereignty of the state are rooted in an older type of social character and are dangerous for the survival of man in the atomic age. The concept of character is crucial for the understanding of the manifestations of malignant aggression. The destructive and sadistic passions in a person are usually organized in his character system. In a sadistic person, for instance, the sadistic drive is a dominant part of his character structure and motivates him to behave sadistically, limited only by his concern for self-preservation. In a person with a sadistic character, a sadistic impulse is constantly active, waiting only for a proper situation and a fitting rationalization to be acted out. Such a person corresponds almost completely to Lorenz's hydraulic model, see Chapter 1. Inasmuch as character-rooted sadism is a spontaneously flowing impulse, seeking for occasions to be expressed and creating such occasions where they are not readily at hand by appetitive behavior. The decisive difference is that the source of the sadistic passion lies in the character and not in a phylogenetically programmed neural area, hence it is not common to all men, but only to those who share the same character. We shall see later some examples of the sadistic and the destructive character and the conditions necessary for their formation. Conditions for the development of character-rooted passions. The discussion of man's existential needs has shown that these can be satisfied in different ways. The need for an object of devotion can be answered by devotion to God, love, and truth, or by idolatry of destructive idols. The need for relatedness can be answered by love and kindness or by dependence, sadism, masochism, destructiveness, and narcissism. The need for unity and rootedness can be answered by the passions for solidarity, brotherliness, love, and mystical experience or by drunkenness, drug addiction, depersonalization. The need for effectiveness can be answered by love, productive work or by sadism and destructiveness. The need for stimulation and excitation can be answered by productive interest in man, nature, art, ideas or by a greedy pursuit of ever-changing pleasures. What are the conditions for the development of character-rooted passions? We must consider first that these passions do not appear as single units but as syndromes. Love, solidarity, justice, reason are interrelated. They are all manifestations of the same productive orientation that I shall call the life-furthering syndrome. On the other hand, sadomasochism, destructiveness, greed, narcissism, incestuousness also belong together and are rooted in the same basic orientation, life-thwarting syndrome. Where one element of the syndrome is to be found, the others also exist in various degrees, but this does not mean that someone is ruled either by the one or by the other syndrome. In fact, people in whom this is the case are the exceptions. The average person is a blend of both syndromes. What matters for the behavior of the person and the possibility of change is precisely the respective strength of each syndrome. Neurophysiological conditions. As to the neurophysiological conditions for the development of the two respective kinds of passions, we must start out from the fact that man is unfinished and uncompleted. L. Isolati, 1971. Not only is his brain not fully developed at birth, but the state of disequilibrium in which he finds himself leaves him as an open-ended process to which there is no final solution. But is he being deprived of the help of instincts and equipped only with the weak reed of reason by which he deceives himself, so easily left without any help from his neurophysiological equipment? It seems that this assumption would miss an important point. His brain, so superior to that of the primate not only in size but also in the quality and structure of its neurons, has the capacity to recognize what kinds of goals are conducive to man's health and growth, physically as well as psychically. It can set goals leading to the realization of man's real, rational needs, and man can organize his society in ways conducive to this realization. Man is not only unfinished, incomplete, burdened by contradictions, he can also be defined as a being in active search of his optimal development, even though this search must often fail because external conditions are too unfavorable. The assumption that man is a being in active search of his optimal development is not without support from neurophysiological data. No less an investigator than C.J. Herrick wrote, "Man's capacity for intelligently directed self-development confers upon him the ability to determine the pattern of his culture and so to shape the course of human evolution in directions of his own choice." This ability, which no other animals have, is man's most distinctive characteristic, and it is perhaps the most significant fact known to science. C.J. Herrick, 1928. Livingston makes some very pertinent remarks with regard to the same problem. It is now established beyond peradventure of doubt that various levels of nervous system organization are interdependently interrelated with one another. Somehow, by means that are still mysterious, purposive behavior organized at each of these different levels of integrative function becomes expressed by a linked sequence of overall purposes representing some kind of final judicious reckoning among contending functions. The purposes of the whole organism are clearly manifested and continuously served according to some integrated internal point of view. R. B. Livingston, 1967. Discussing the problem of needs that transcend the primary physiological ones, Livingston states, some goal-seeking systems at the molecular level can be identified by physical-chemical techniques. Other goal-seeking systems at the level of the brain circuitry can be identified by neurophysiological techniques. At each level, parts of these systems are concerned with the appetites and satisfactions that govern behavior. All of these goal-seeking systems originate in and are intrinsic to protoplasmic materials. Many such systems are peculiarly specialized and are located in particular nervous and endocrine systems. Evolutionarily elaborate organisms possess appetites and satisfactions, not only to fulfill vegetative needs, not simply for the obligate cooperations required for sexual union, the rearing of young, and the safeguarding of food, family, and territory, not just for the adaptive behaviors essential to meet successfully the vicissitudes of environmental change, but also for extra energies, strivings, and outreachings, the extravagances that go beyond mere survival. R.B. Livingston, 1967. He goes on to say, the brain is a product of evolution, just as our teeth and claws, but we can expect much more of the brain because of its capacities for constructive adaptation. Neuroscientists can take as their long-range objective the understanding of the fullest potentialities of mankind in order to help humanity become more fully self-aware and to illuminate man's nobler options. Above all, it is the human brain, with its capacities for memory, learning, communication, imagination, creativity, and the powers of self-awareness, that distinguishes humanity. R.B. Livingston, 1967. Livingston holds that cooperation, faith, mutual trust, and altruism are built into the fabric of the nervous system and propelled by internal satisfactions attached to them. Internal satisfactions are by no means restricted to the appetites. According to Livingston, gratifications also relate to positive satisfactions springing from buoyant health, vigorous and rested, delight accompanying both genetically endowed and socially acquired values, joys, solitary and shared feelings of pleasant excitement, engendered by exposure to novelty and during the quest for novelty. Gratifications result from satisfaction of curiosity and the pleasure of inquiry, from the acquisition of widening degrees of individual and collective freedom. Positive features of satisfaction enable humans to sustain unbelievable privations and yet to cling to life and, beyond that, to attach importance to beliefs that may surpass the values of life itself. R.B. Livingston, 1967. Livingston's crucial point, as well as that of the other authors to be cited in the following, is in fundamental opposition to older instinctivistic thinking. They do not speculate on which special area of the brain generates higher strivings, such as those for solidarity, altruism, mutual trust, and truth, but they look at the brain system as a whole from the standpoint of its evolution in the service of survival. One very interesting suggestion has been made by C. von Monaco. He proposed the existence of a biological conscience, syneidesis, whose function it is to secure optimal security, satisfaction, adaptation, and strivings for perfection. Von Monaco argues that the functioning of the organism in a direction serving its development gives joy, lust, happiness, hence a desire to repeat this kind of behavior. On the other hand, behavior harmful to the optimal development of the organism results in echolaesis, unpleasure, bad feeling, and drives a person to avoid the pain-producing behavior. C. von Monaco, 1950. H. von Forster has argued that empathy and love are qualities inherent in the brain system. His starting point is the theory of cognition, and he raises the question of how it is possible for two people to communicate, since language presupposes shared experience. Since environment does not exist for man by itself but in its relationship to the human observer, von Forster reasons, communication presupposes that we find the like representation of environment in the two elements who are separated by their skins, but alike in their structure. When they realize and utilize this insight, then A knows what A knows, because A identifies himself with A, and we have the equality I and thou. Clearly, identification is the strongest coalition and its most subtle manifestation is love. H. von Forster, 1963. All these speculations, however, seem to be contradicted by the hard fact that man in the 40,000 years since his final birth has failed to develop these higher strivings more fully but seems to have been governed principally by his greed and destructiveness. Why did the biologically built-in strivings not remain, or become, predominant? Before entering into a discussion of this question, let us qualify it. While granting that we do not have much direct knowledge of man's psyche before the beginning of the Neolithic period, there are, as we have seen, good reasons to assume that the most primitive men, from the hunter-gatherers up to the early agriculturalists, were not characterized by destructiveness or sadism. In fact, the negative qualities that are commonly attributed to human nature became more powerful and widespread as civilization developed. Furthermore, it should be kept in mind that the vision of the higher goals was expressed early in history by great teachers who proclaimed the new goals in protest against the principles of their respective cultures, and these aims, in both religious and secular form, have had a profound appeal again and again to the hearts of men who were conditioned by their society to believe in the contrary. Indeed, man's striving for freedom, dignity, solidarity, and truth has been one of the strongest motivations to bring about historical change. Even considering all these qualifications, however, the fact remains that built-in higher tendencies have thus far been largely defeated, and persons living today experience this with special anxiety. Social conditions. What are the reasons for this defeat? The only satisfactory answer to this question seems to lie in the social circumstances under which man lives. Throughout most of his history, these circumstances, while furthering man's intellectual and technical development, have been inimical to the full development of those built-in potentialities to which the authors cited above are referring. The most elementary instances showing the influence of environmental factors on personality are those of the direct influence of environment on the growth of the brain. It is by now a well-established fact that malnutrition can prevent the normal growth of the infant's brain. That not only food, but other factors, such as freedom of movement and play, can have a direct influence on the growth of the brain has also been shown by animal experiments. Investigators separated rats into two groups and placed them, respectively, in enriched and restricted environments. The former were raised in a large cage where they could move freely, play with various objects and with each other, whereas the restricted animals were raised singly in small isolation cages. In other words, the enriched animals had a much greater opportunity for stimulation and motor exercise than the restricted animals. The investigators found that in the first group the cortical gray matter was thicker than in the restricted group, although their body weight was lower. E. L. Bennett, 1964. In a similar study, Altman obtained histological evidence of an increase in the area of the cortex in the enriched animals, and autoradiographic evidence of an enhanced rate of cellular proliferation in the mature enriched animals. J. Altman and G. D. Doss, 1964. Preliminary results from Altman's laboratory indicate that other behavioral variables, such as handling rats during infancy, can radically alter the development of the brain, in particular cell proliferation in such structures as the cerebellar cortex, the hippocampal dentate gyrus, and the neocortex. J. Altman, 1967. Applying the results of these experiments to man would suggest that the growth of the brain depends not only on such outside factors as food, but also on the warmth with which a baby is handled and held, on the degree of stimulation it receives, and on the degree of freedom it has to move, to play, and to express itself. But brain development does not stop in infancy, or even in puberty or adulthood. As R. B. Livingston has pointed out, there is no point beyond which development ceases, beyond which the capacities for reorganization following disease or injury disappear. R. B. Livingston, 1967. It seems that throughout life such environmental factors as stimulation, encouragement, and affection may continue to have a subtle influence on brain processes. We know little as yet about the direct influence of the environment on the development of the brain. Fortunately, we know a great deal more about the role of social factors on the development of character, although all affective processes have, of course, a substrate in brain processes. It would seem that at this point we have joined the mainstream of thought in the social sciences, the thesis that man's character is formed by the society in which he lives, or, in behavioristic terms, by the social conditioning to which he is exposed. However, there is a fundamental difference between this view and the one proposed here. The environmentalist view of the social sciences is essentially relativistic. According to it, man is a blank sheet of paper on which the culture writes its text. He is molded by his society for better or worse being considered value judgments from an ethical or religious standpoint. The position taken here assumes that man has an immanent goal, that man's biological constitution is the source of norms for living. He has the possibility for full development and growth, provided the external conditions that are given are conducive to this aim. This means that there are specific environmental conditions conducive to the optimal growth of man and, if our previous assumptions are correct, to the development of the life-furthering syndrome. On the other hand, to the extent these conditions are lacking, he will become a crippled, stunted man, characterized by the presence of the life-thwarting syndrome. It is truly astonishing that this view should be considered idealistic or unscientific by so many who would not dream of questioning the relation between constitution and norms in regard to physical development and health. It is hardly necessary to belabor this point. There exists a wealth of data, particularly in the field of nutrition, to demonstrate that certain kinds of food are conducive to growth and the health of the body, while others are responsible for organic dysfunctioning, illness, and premature death. It is also well known that not only food can have such influence on health, but also other factors, such as exercise or stress. Man in this respect is not different from any other organism. As any farmer or horticulturalist knows, the seed, for its proper germination and for the growth of the plant, needs a certain degree of moisture, warmth, and type of soil. If these conditions are not met, the seed will rot and die in the soil, the plant will be stillborn. If the conditions are optimal, the fruit tree will grow to its optimal possibility and bear fruit that is as perfect as this particular tree can produce. If the conditions are less than optimal, the tree and its fruit will be defective or crippled. The question, then, that confronts us is, which are the environmental conditions that are conducive to the full development of man's potentialities? Many thousands of books have been written about this question, and hundreds of different answers have been given. Surely I shall not attempt to give an answer within the context of this book. Some general statements, however, can be made, even if briefly. The historical record as well as the study of individuals indicate that the presence of freedom, activating stimuli, the absence of exploitative control, and the presence of man-centered modes of production are favorable for the growth of man, and that the presence of the opposite conditions is unfavorable. Furthermore, an increasing number of people have become aware of the fact that it is not the presence of one or two conditions that have an impact, but a whole system of factors. This means that the general conditions conducive to the fullest growth of man and, of course, each stage of individual development has its own specific conditions can only be found in a social system in which various favorable conditions are combined to secure the right soil. Cf. ERICH FROMM, 1955. The reasons why social scientists have not considered the question of the optimal social conditions for man's growth a matter of primary concern can be easily discerned if one recognizes the sad fact that, with a few outstanding exceptions, social scientists are essentially apologists for and not critics of the existing social system. This can be so because, unlike the natural sciences, their results are of little value for the functioning of society. On the contrary, erroneous results and superficial treatment have a useful function as ideological cement, while the truth is, as always, a threat to the status quo. In addition, the task of studying the problem adequately has been made more difficult by the assumption that what people desire is good for them. One overlooked the fact that people's desires are often harmful for them, and that the desires themselves can be symptoms of dysfunctioning, or of suggestion, or of both. Everybody today knows, for instance, that drug addiction is not desirable, even if many people desire the use of drugs. Since our whole economic system rests on generating desires that the commodities can profitably satisfy, it is hardly to be expected that a critical analysis of the irrationality of desires would be popular. But we cannot stop here. Why, we must ask, do not the majority of men use their reason to recognize their real interests as human beings? Is it only because they have been brainwashed and forced to obey? Furthermore, why have not a greater number of leaders recognized that their own best interests as human beings were not served by the system they presided over? To explain everything in terms of their greed or their cunning, as the philosophers of the Enlightenment were prone to do, does not penetrate to the core of the problem. As Marx has demonstrated in his theory of historical development, in the attempt to change and improve social conditions, man is constantly limited by the material factors of his environment, such as ecological conditions, climate, technique, geographical situation, and cultural traditions. As we have seen, primitive hunter-gatherers and early agriculturalists lived in a relatively well-balanced environment that was conducive to generating constructive rather than destructive passions. But in the process of growth, man changes, and he changes his environment. He progresses intellectually and technologically. This progress, however, creates situations that are conducive to the development of the life-thwarting character syndrome. We have followed this development, however sketchily, in the description of the transformation of society from that of early hunter-gatherers to the urban revolution. In order to create the necessary leisure to enable men to become philosophers and scholars, to build works of art like the Egyptian pyramids, briefly, in order to create culture, man had to have slaves, make war, and conquer territory. It was for his very growth in some respects, particularly intellectually, artistically, and scientifically, that man had to create circumstances that crippled him and prevented his growth in other respects, particularly effectively. This was so because the productive forces were not sufficiently developed to permit the coexistence of both technical and cultural progress and freedom, to permit uncrippled development for all. The material conditions have their own laws, and the wish to change them is of itself not enough. Indeed, if the earth had been created as a paradise where man would not be bound by the stubbornness of material reality, his reason might have been a sufficient condition to create the proper environment for his unimpeded growth, with enough for all to eat and, simultaneously, the possibility of freedom. But to speak in terms of the biblical myth, man was expelled from paradise and cannot return. He was saddled with the curse of the conflict between himself and nature. The world was not made for man, he is thrown into it, and only by his own activity and reason can he create a world which is conducive to his full development, which is his human home. His rulers themselves were executors of historical necessity, even though they were often evil men who followed their whims and failed to execute their historical task. Irrationality and personal evil became decisive factors only in those periods when the external conditions were such that they would have permitted human progress, and when this progress was impeded by the character deformation of the rulers and the ruled. Nevertheless, there have always been visionaries who clearly recognized the goals for man's social and individual evolution. But their utopias were not utopic in the sense that they were unrealizable daydreams. They took place not in the nowhere, but in the no-time, or more correctly speaking, not at the historical moment in which they were written. Marx's concept of socialism, until now unrealized anywhere in the world, and certainly not in the socialist countries, was not considered a utopia by him because he believed that at this point of historical evolution the material conditions for its realization were already present. On the rationality and irrationality of instincts and passions, it is a widely accepted notion that instincts are irrational because they defy logical thought. Is this correct? Furthermore, can the character-rooted passions be classified as either rational or irrational? The terms reason and rational are conventionally applied only to thought processes. A rational thought is supposed to obey the laws of logic and not to be distorted by emotional and often pathological factors. But rational and irrational are sometimes also applied to actions and feelings. Thus, an economist may call irrational the introduction of expensive labor-saving machinery in a country that lacks skilled and abounds in unskilled workers. Or he may call the annual world expenditure of $180 billion for armaments, 80% of it by the superpowers, irrational because it serves the production of things that have no use value in times of peace. Or a psychiatrist may call a neurotic symptom, such as a wash compulsion or groundless anxieties, irrational because they are the outcome of a dysfunction of the mind and tend to further disturb its proper functioning. I propose to call rational any thought, feeling, or act that promotes the adequate functioning and growth of the whole of which it is a part, and irrational that which tends to weaken or destroy the whole. It is obvious that only the empirical analysis of a system can show what is to be considered rational or irrational, respectively. Applying this concept of rationality to instincts, organic drives, the unavoidable conclusion is that they are rational. From a Darwinian standpoint, it is precisely the function of instincts to sustain life adequately, to ensure the survival of the individual and the species. The animal behaves rationally because it is almost entirely determined by instinct, and man would behave rationally if he were mainly determined by instinct. His search for food, his defensive aggressiveness, or flight, and his sexual desires, as far as they are organically stimulated, are not conducive to irrational behavior. Man's irrationality is caused by the fact that he lacks instincts, and not by their presence. What about the rationality of his character-rooted passions? Following our criterion of rationality, they must be divided. The life-furthering passions must be considered rational because they further the growth and well-being of the organism. The life-strangling passions must be considered irrational because they interfere with growth and well-being. But a qualification, in a Hegelian sense, is necessary. The destructive or cruel person has become so because he lacks the conditions for further growth. Under the given circumstances he cannot, as it were, do better. His passions are irrational in terms of the possibilities of man, yet they have their rationality in terms of the particular historical structure within which a person lives. The same applies to the historical process. The mega-machines, L. Mumford, 1967, of antiquity, modern imperialism, even fascism, and Stalinism would have to be considered rational to the degree to which they were the only historically possible next step under the circumstances. This, of course, is what their defenders claim. But they would have to prove that there were no other and historically more adequate options available, as I believe there were. My point is that to the extent to which the generation of life-strangling passions was historically unavoidable, they were necessary adaptations to a given social reality and might be considered rational even though with regard to man's possibility for growth they were irrational. It needs to be repeated that life-thwarting passions are as much an answer to man's existential needs as life-furthering passions. They are both profoundly human. The former necessarily develop when the realistic conditions for the realization of the latter are absent. Man the destroyer may be called vicious because destructiveness is a vice, but he is human. He has not regressed to animal existence and is not motivated by animal instincts. He cannot change the structure of his brain. One might consider him an existential failure, a man who has failed to become what he could be according to the possibilities of his existence. In any case, for a man to be stunted in his growth and become vicious is as much a real possibility as to develop fully and to be productive. The one or the other outcome mainly depends on the presence, or absence, of social conditions conducive to growth. It must at the same time be added that in speaking of social circumstances as being responsible for man's development, I do not imply that he is the helpless object of circumstances. Environmental factors further or hinder the development of certain traits and set the limits within which man acts. Nevertheless, man's reason and will are powerful factors in the process of his development, individually and socially. It is not history that makes man, man creates himself in the process of history. Only dogmatic thinking, the result of the laziness of mind and heart, tries to construct simplistic schemes of the either-or type that block any real understanding. Psychical function of the passions. Man must satisfy his bodily needs in order to survive, and his instincts motivate him to act in favor of his survival. If his instincts determined most of his behavior, he would have no special problems in living and would be a contented cow provided he had ample food. But for man the satisfaction of his organic drives alone does not make him happy, nor does it guarantee his sanity. Nor is his problem that of first satisfying his physical needs and then, as a kind of luxury, developing his character-rooted passions. The latter are present from the very beginning of his existence, and often have even greater strength than his organic drives. When we look at individual and mass behavior, we find that the desire to satisfy hunger and sex constitutes only a minor part of human motivation. The major motivations of man are his rational and irrational passions, the strivings for love, tenderness, solidarity, freedom, and truth, as well as the drive to control, to submit, to destroy, narcissism, greed, envy, ambition. These passions move him and excite him. They are the stuff from which not only dreams, but all religions, myths, drama, art are made, in short, all that makes life meaningful and worth living. People motivated by these passions risk their lives. They may commit suicide when they fail to attain the goal of their passion, but they do not commit suicide for the lack of sexual satisfaction, and not even because they are starving. But whether they are driven by hate or love, the power of the human passion is the same. That this is so can hardly be doubted. The question why it is so is more difficult to answer. Yet some hypothetical speculations can be offered. The first is a suggestion which only neurophysiologists could examine. Considering that the brain is in need of constant excitation, a fact we have already discussed, one could imagine that this need would require the existence of passionate strivings because they alone provide for constant excitation. Another hypothesis lies in the realm already dealt with in this book, the uniqueness of human experience. As we have said, the fact that man is aware of himself, of his powerlessness and isolation, seems to make it intolerable for him to live as nothing but an object. All this, of course, was well known to most thinkers, dramatists, and novelists throughout history. Can one really imagine that the core of the Oedipus drama is the frustration of Oedipus's sexual desires for his mother? Or that Shakespeare could have written a Hamlet centered around the sexual frustration of the play's principal character? Yet that is precisely what classic psychoanalysts seem to imagine, and with them, other contemporary reductionists. Man's instinctual drives are necessary but trivial. Man's passions that unify his energy in the search of their goal belong to the realm of the devotional or sacred. The system of the trivial is that of making a living, the sphere of the sacred is that of living beyond physical survival. It is the sphere in which man stakes his fate, often his life, the sphere in which his deepest motivations, those that make life worth living, are rooted. In his attempt to transcend the triviality of his life, man is driven to seek adventure, to look beyond and even to cross the limiting frontier of human existence. This is what makes great virtues and great vices, creation as well as destruction, so exciting and attractive. The hero is the one who has the courage to go to the frontier without succumbing to fear and doubt. The average man is a hero even in his unsuccessful attempt to be a hero. he is motivated by the desire to make some sense of his life and by the passion to walk as far as he can to its frontiers. This picture needs an important qualification. Individuals live in a society that provides them with ready-made patterns that pretend to give meaning to their lives. In our society, for instance, they are told that to be successful, to be a breadwinner, to raise a family, to be a good citizen, to consume goods and pleasures gives meaning to life. But while for most people this suggestion works on the conscious level, they do not acquire a genuine sense of meaningfulness, nor do they have a center within themselves. The suggested patterns wear thin and with increasing frequency fail. That this is happening today on a large scale is evidenced by the increase in drug addiction, by the lack of genuine interest in anything, in the decline of intellectual and artistic creativity, and in the increase of violence and destructiveness. In order to appreciate this distinction properly, one must remember that what a person calls sacred is not necessarily so. Today, for instance, the concepts and symbols of Christianity are held to be sacred. Although they no longer elicit a passionate involvement for most churchgoers, on the other hand, the striving for the conquest of nature, for fame, power, and money, which are the real objects of devotion, are not called sacred because they have not been integrated into an explicit religious system. Only exceptionally, when one has spoken of sacred egoism, in a national sense, or sacred revenge, has this been different in modern times.